3、2、1。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Identity 5 Arena. We are here on day 4. We are in the playoffs. We are heavy into things. We've got our lower bracket for today. That's what we'll be exploring. I am here with the lovely, ever-charming, ever-talented NTT. How are you feeling today?
Thank you for the introduction. I'm feeling great. How are you today, Veronica?
I'm good. I'm a little sleepy, but we'll power through it.
Yeah, we're gonna power through it because we have 2 power match that we are having right here. 0-2 and Venom. A must watch during the first hour of the stream, and then we're gonna have TNG versus Phoenix. Both are the former opponent of Aquarius, who have been thrown down to the lower bracket. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup between the two. But yeah, first off, we're gonna have 0-2 and Venom.
Yeah, 0-2 and Venom, of course, are going to be very exciting to watch. They've shown us some promise so far. They've been fun to watch. And, of course, if you didn't catch what NTG told you, here is the visual right here. So, of course, we've got Venom and 0-2 to start us off today. And then we've got TNG versus Phoenix. So, whoever manages to beat out their opponent for today, which will be a hefty task, because everyone has shown some good promise so far, will be advancing further into IBA's tournament.
Yeah, we're gonna have the matchup today, as we have seen in the bracket. Venom and 0-2, TNG and Phoenix on the lower bracket. The winner of the 2 matches gonna face each other before facing the loser in the matchup between Future and Aquarius. But before that, we're gonna head to the lineup. 0-2 and start off with here we have the Hunter Stage 2 SSSS. Very formidable Hunter player with his and also a lot of other characters such as Mon and Foreman character. So in the Survivor as Suhan, US, and Young K.
Yeah, please forever for showing your comments. Team together, 72 they're actually primarily hunters, so it's very new, very exciting. Improvement for the far, they're doing pretty well, but we will see what's against this team today.
Yeah, and their opponent today 0-2, very strong. That's how you said the team is good. But funny thing is, today he's not gonna go hunting Veronica.
Yeah, instead, it seems that we'll be seeing Xenia on the Hunter side, who has been playing Survivor so far, as you can see from the Survivor list right at the top of it. So close enough to go up to the Hunter barrier there. So we will be seeing Xenia come out to play in terms of hunting. And speaking of, we do in fact have CT hunting first, which means that Xenia will be able to show us what he's made of right here on the Red Church. NTT, how do you feel about Red Church? What are your thoughts?
Red Church, a very balanced map, I would say. A rather balanced map for both the Survivor and the Hunter side. Of course, it's the theme of this season, IVL, the Chinese Professional League. So it's exciting to see the matchup we are starting off this week is going to be Red Church. A span on the Seer from Senya. Interesting fact about Senya, he is a Hydra in the Asia server with 40 stars, I believe. So that's a very high ranking for a Survivor player, I would say, and also a very high win rate with 90% of win rate for the Hunter side. So I think he is a prodigy in Identity 5, can play both Survivor and Hunter.
A beautiful dual faction coming to represent the rest of the people who like to play both sides of the coin. In terms of sides of the coin, we will see the Survivor side first, of course, which means that we're starting off with the Antiquarian and the Priestess, of course. Totally expect it. You want that Antiquarian on any team comp, on any map. She is the best harasser in the game, and the meta has shaped itself around her. So she's just a perfect peach. Everybody's little princess. You want the Antiquarian on the field with her stick. And Priestess, of course, coming in on Red Church. Lots of good places to put those portals. So her worth is not wasted on me either.
Yeah, cannot put it better than Veronica right there. Antiquarian, of course, a harasser, the meta shaper. A lot of meta has changed because of the appearance of Antiquarian. And also, you have to mention that flywheel effect that was just introduced in, I think, June last year. And with just that flywheel effect, a lot of characters has already fallen off the meta, such as Breaking Wheel and many other characters. But yeah, we're gonna see the ban onto the rescuer side right here, mercenary and third officer off the hook. So might gonna have to settle for either the walling or the Gatekeeper or even the coordinator if the survivor side decided to go for another rescuer.
Xenia is not a fan of the rescue class, as we're learning. Taking out, of course, as NTT mentioned, very strong rescues, these two being the ones that you see most of the time. If they ban Merc, usually they take out First Officer instead, but if you ban the two of them in one fell swoop, then what are the options? Well, obviously the Wildling, the Gravekeeper, the Coordinator, as we just mentioned, but we could maybe finally see that Journalist comes out. She is not banned in this tournament, which means that she is free to be used. But usually in higher tier, you do want to be totally comfortable with the characters before you introduce them into the meta and see what they're made of on the main stage. So we might not be seeing her quite yet. She would be an option, but instead we're actually going to see.
Oh, wow, a harasser. So double harasser with that Antiquarian and Volta forward. They have to watch out for the excitement then. Xenia can totally go for that. But interestingly, with the two rescuer ban, I have the feeling that Xenia would actually go for the Bonbon, which is a very strong camper in this very meta.
Yeah, Bonbon coming out, of course, with his bombs. He doesn't want to deal with any of these characters. He doesn't want to, especially the Mercenary, especially the Officer. They are the ones that give him the most trouble when it comes to his little camping ability. I mean, when you see Bonbon out, then you're like, we're looking at a good tie situation, because if he sets up a little red carpet of his own of bombs, you really don't want to approach that chair and then get yourself down before that. It's going to be a nightmare. It's not going to look good. You're on live TV, NTT. I mean, that's going to be humiliating.
The scary thing is if Xenia actually decided to go for the Bonbon with the ban that we are seeing here, he has that forward and Antiquarian to watch out. The Antiquarian can just whoop the bomb in one go, and then the forward can just stun the Hunter and then rescue. The last ban gonna go to our lovely Acrobat, Mike Morden here. No bomb in the Red Church. So I think, let's put it this way. Xenia is playing the mind game to the survivor. Maybe even for us caster too, because we have no idea of the character that he gotta go for since he is survivor main.
We have, as you guys probably know, all of us casters take funny little notes on everyone's character pool and what they're capable of and what they tend to play and how they fit in a lineup. So when we have these fun little last minute changes, they're very exciting for both us and the viewer, because we're like, wow, we literally have no idea what's going to happen. So we just get to guess based off of the meta. So Acrobat being an interesting ban, as NTG mentioned, a little mind game coming in here. We don't know what's coming. The survivors don't know what's coming. Nobody knows what's coming, but they've decided to round out their team comp here with these psychologists. NTT, how are they shaping up so far?
A very safe bet on the psychologist, I think, Veronica. Because they already have that two stunner harasser. They only need a character that can heal them easily. So they can, harass once again, or maybe just go for another Kai, another go. Or even the psychologist can be the first Kai, because she can just take 3 hits off the bat. And we have that priestess to tank for when it comes to transitioning around the Red Church. And this is not what I expected.
Yeah, Bloody Queen coming in. On Red Church, of course, she can make it around. It's a bit of a smaller map, no double stories or anything, so she's not going to have too hard of a time. Still going to be a little bit of a hassle, but but in terms of team comp, I mean, we're looking at things from the angle of maybe a Bonbon or something, but a Bloody Queen is not what we expected. So with your thoughts in tow, how are they looking now that the Bloody Queen is against them? Still pretty solid? Still pretty good?
Still quite good. Apart from the fact that Priestess Global Porter is not gonna mean much. Since Red Church is a small map, Xenia can just go for the mirror and then go right across the map. So they really have to watch out for the transitioning. And also that mirror can interfere with the decoding also. Interesting lineup, I would say. Let's see if they have Flywheel to deal with this Bloody Queen. I think they will. I think they totally will. Since Flywheel is much needed to go up against any other hunter. But from my from my screen right now, it seems like they are not going for the Flywheel at all. They're going for a full-on broken window strategy.
Wow.
With
They're all
only the forward bringing that Titaner.
interesting. They're all prepared to dash every which way, see what they can do, gain a lot of distance, but against a Bloody Queen and her mirrors, that's not going to work out as easily as it would against maybe some other hunters. So we're going to be looking at our spawn locations here. They have lined up real quick. Sometimes it takes them a few seconds, but everybody's real solid in where they want to go. So Priestess, of course, we have spawning in the church area there. That's where she places her support portals. Not at all surprising.
Yeah.
On that shack. We've got forward down at the red carpet, and I believe we did see the Bloody Queen spawning in the corner near the exit gate, and the Anti-Baron spawning outside of that.
Exactly.
This is going to shape up to be very interesting. Who do you think will take that first chase on?
Ooh, I have a feeling that would be the psychologist, but unless Xenia don't want that support portal to come in early, Xenia might actually go for the Priestess off the bat. So yeah, we're gonna head into the match right here. Xenia bringing that 3-6 build, so trump card and detention. No stun reduction though. No stun reduction ability from the persona tree, and immediately get a hit onto 72S.
Very early first hit with that mirror, a beautiful mirror there from Xenia's side. We're going to continue on, go through that support portal just to gain the distance and catch up. Continuing chase here on this Anti-Baron. So no stun reduction, but definitely going in with the bravery to take on this Anti-Baron here. And with that first hit entity, I am not at all surprised. You know, can utilize the mirrors in order to gain those hits without being near her with the main body. So no need to fear the stick as much as you would under any circumstance. Will we land another hit? And we will!
My
It
God.
goes right down!
Wow. And not even using the excitement that he has been preparing for both of our stunner. And the funny thing is, the stunner in this game are the hunter main. Yeah, it seems like they are not appreciating the other hunter main at all. They want to whoop all of them back to their survivor lineup. So yeah, the Priestess might go in for the rescue here. He still has some portal, but Gotcha is also making a dash for it right into the rocket chair area. Xenia gonna place that mirror, trying to cut Gotcha off, but seem to be not able to do so. Get the hit onto Gotcha, and you're gonna be safely rescued off the chair. And Xenia, another chase against 72S. That excitement has been utilized beautifully, Veronica.
Such a smooth use of the excitement, just waiting for that stick to be used, knowing full well that they totally weren't expecting it. But Godjay now knows that the excitement has been used, knows what the trait is, knows that it is on cooldown, which means that he is safe to hang out in the area and potentially try and help out and assist with getting this rescue or buying some time.
But watch out for the mirror.
They've been crazy accurate so far.
Go in for the dash, gonna be cut off the dash! Crazy game coming from Xenia, and 72S hasn't managed to self-heal yet. Oh my god, what a game from Xenia. And who would have expected this from a survivor main?
Yeah, this is Xenia's debut and just coming out swinging automatically on these survivor players, and it is working out so very well. We've got the Priestess in the area coming in for the rescue. We're going to see a hit on the Priestess with another deadly accurate mirror, and we're going to miss the swing there, but getting pretty close. 72S trying to transition out of the area, move into the shack to kite a little bit better. Excitement luckily still on cooldown, so if we can land one of those bamboo hits, it's going to work out, and we're going to see one here. Another one, we're stacking them. Don't want to be hit by the Bloody Queen while we transition.
Yeah, and while 78 was kiting, Antiquarian, Roger and the Priestess has healing each other, so they can go in for the second support, using this bamboo stick to jump into the window area. 78 with an incredible rebound kite here. We have to watch out for the mirror! Oh, wow. How did he do that? What crazy control coming from a survivor main with that mirror. Now Gotcha had to make a dash for it. He will try to support 78 in the very last moment here, because 78 is dead on chair.
Yes, we do not want our Antiquarian to be sent back to the mirror here, trying to cut off any of that support with the long mirror, and it might just work out for us here, NTT. We are going to be seeing the Antiquarian go back to the chair, so this will be our first elimination with 3 ciphers remaining, and now Xenia just needs to pick out the fresh meat that we're going to choose for our next elimination.
And Sim is like going to be a priestess, but the priestess already made that very long portal. So she will be able to transition out of this area. Broken window has been activated. Another portal to avoid that accurate mirror coming from the side of Xenia. Seems like the second chain is not going quite that well for Xenia right here because both cipher are up and about to be popped.
Yes, things are looking up for the survivor side, looking a little bit down for Xenia here. We are still chasing that priestess who now has 1 portal to utilize. We are in the graveyard, of course, which means there are lots of areas for her to use them. Gonna have to be careful here, but going to be able to land the swing, and now the priestess will, of course, transition a little bit further away. Don't want to hang out with that bloody queen and her little butter knife that she is using to knock you down. Not a good decision, but we do have excitement, of course, still in play, which is going to be very interesting in terms of dealing with a priestess. But it seems that Xenia is actually going to change targets to Gotje here, NTT.
Yeah, he don't want to have that cipher finish. He gonna keep the cipher at bay. Another mirror to catch up Gotje, but that ball is enough for Gotje to avoid the mirror totally. Priestess now gonna try to divert the attention from the hunter since they don't want anyone down at this very moment.
Certainly would not be the best situation for them, but Xenia doing an excellent job of guarding this cipher so far, wanting to make sure that none of the survivors are able to complete it, but we are going to see that Gotje is currently being healed by the psychologist with that little remote heal, breaking the portal in the church, breaking the pallet as well, and the forward is starting on a new cipher. Priest is still in the area, psychologist transitioning over, but it seems that Xenia has sniffed out Gotje and will be able to put some pressure on this cipher as well.
So close, but yet so far. Gotje still managed to dodge the mirror right at that very moment in the tiny shack. So that mirror is not gonna put that many pressure onto the survivor because no one had been hit yet. But still, the cipher control from Xenia is still very strong. No one has been able to reach the cipher beside the church, and Gotje, I think Xenia is just gonna constantly mirror right into the survivor while he guarding the cipher beside the church.
Yes, absolutely. That does seem to be the case so far. Of course, the map control and cipher control is going over really well. There is, of course, 1 cipher remaining. It is almost primed and 3 survivors on the field. You need to do the best you can to put on as much pressure as possible, and that is what Xenia is doing, applying to the field. But forward is making very good progress on the cipher so far, NTT. We've got about 60%. Forward, of course, being a slower decoder means this is going to take even longer, and we're going to land a hit, which means that this is becoming even more dire straits.
So a hit onto the forward. Now Xenia is aiming to get a hit onto the psychologist also, but watch out for the global portal. With that global portal, forward and priestess can manage to heal each other, which means the end game gonna be way harder for Xenia to control. Psychologist here just keep looping around the red church area, which is a very strong survivor-sided area. And yeah, they have managed to heal up the priestess. The mirror haven't managed to reach to both of them yet. If he can down the forward right here, it's gonna be game changing, but seems to not be able to do so because the survivor from the Venom side are just start great at dodging the mirror.
They are doing so good so far at picking things up from where they left off and trying to get back in their good graces, especially considering how early that first elimination was. We are now, of course, looking at sort of a late mid-game that's lasting quite a long time, but we are coming in, of course, on this cipher here. It does seem to be primed with PaintSnet. Now we're just gonna have to play some silly little mind games to get it to pop.
Yeah.
Break here, you do not want to deal with that long portal in the end, and now we're gonna have to have a little standoff with the priestess.
Yeah, two cipher are primed. If the hit, if you manage to get the hit, it's gonna be a pop for the survivor side. With that speed move from the priestess, oh my god, he's zooming through the map. With that portal also, the distance had been bought is quite large, and now the survivor had all the time in the world to open the gate. Unless Xenia decided to change her trait to teleport.
Beautiful beautiful portal there in order to gain even more distance. We are going to see the priestess try and kite over to the dungeon. The dungeon is in the area, NTT. We could be seeing a lucky little free escape with them due to the way that they were able to continue to work things out and
Will she go for the... Oh, the flame! And now the mirror is actually going back to the gate. No. Oh no! This is not going great for Senia. Dodging the mirror like a pro, but after I said that, Tartaglia fell down at the last second of the mirror. Luckily for Senia, she managed to get another one on top, and now Priestess is actually stuck in the middle of the map.
Priestess is in a tough spot. You were very right about that one, NTT. We do have one whole exit gate that's open, one whole survivor that's shared, and they are all in the area of the Bloody Queen here, along with the dungeon being gate kept too. So we're watching over a lot of stuff, but we are going to be able to sort of snuff out the Priestess in this area. Going to wander away a little bit, but definitely not going to leave this red carpet area too far. You definitely still want to have a watch on that exit gate, on that psychologist. Not too safe to go too far otherwise, but things are looking up for Xenia here. We could be looking at a 3 elimination instead of that 3 escape that we were considering earlier because of that beautiful last minute hit with the mirror.
Princess is just staying far away from Xenia location, so she can wait out for that detention, and then she has more portal to try to transition into the dungeon area, which has been placed at the graveyard area. Xenia, now detention is over. Priestess can now safely enter the area around the dungeon. Without detention, I don't think Xenia can actually prevent this legendary escape from happening. Tinnitus is active, but the Tinnitus is the survivor is right behind Xenia. A little bit of a emoting festival there. And yeah, that is going to be a tie, as you said, right there from the side of Xenia and also the survivor side of Venom.
Congratulations to them. I love when we start on ties. It means it's still anyone's game, so it gets very interesting to proceed from here. But oh my god, NTT, those mirrors were just beautiful most of the time. I mean, starting off so strong your first time on the Hunter field for IVA, and all you do is pull out these deadly accurate mirrors, just one after another. I mean, props to Xenia for that, but props as well, of course, to the survivor side. Check out their decoding, check out their rescues and their heals and their containment times. They really did do their best to work together in order to, you know, make this draw happen. And it
yeah. Yeah, even considering that Antiquarian didn't have that great of a first card, they still managed to divert the attention of the hunter and look at the decoding progress from the psychologist. 302%. That 3 whole cipher. I think they decoded an extra cipher. Yeah, both cipher at the end game there was about to prime, so they decoded 1 whole new cipher just to keep Xenia away from the controlling spot of the map.
Yeah, when you are in a sticky situation like that, sometimes it can be the right move, and it was in this case. They were able to get that primed, get the other one primed, then they were able to make the pop happen with the priestess, who did a gorgeous kite throughout the entire game. I mean, total props there. The portals were done so well for support and transitioning on their own, and then just all of it was very, very fun to watch, and I was very blown away by how well the priestess was able to utilize those portals. But you know what we say, you know, that's why you have to ban priestess on any map with buildings.
Yeah.
You don't want to see her
That's
there.
what I do. That's what I do always. But yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if in future tournaments, Xenia is going to be the permanent hunter on the side of 0-2, because he is just so well with the character. He's just so well on the hunter side. I think it's on par with his survivor performance from the previous day. So yeah, that's exciting to see. Very exciting to see from a survivor player there. I think we have more exciting thing coming after this match. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna head into a short break.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone. Good morning, good evening. Happy Friday evening to most of you, actually. To me, it's the morning, so hello any other you viewers. Good morning, I hope you slept well. I'm here still with NTT. We are here on the playoffs day 4 for Identity 5 Arena this year, here in the month of June, which is the month it is. I totally didn't forget that. And we are watching 0-2 versus Venom today. Now, so far we're coming to the draw where Xenia has come in, swooped in, stolen the hunter role, borrowed it for a little, and really did make a name for himself right away. I mean, NTT,
Yeah.
how was that?
It was spectacular. I would say it was a spectacular performance from a survivor main with that Bloody Queen. Usually we don't see that Bloody Queen first of the round number 1. But now he just totally brings us back to Core 3 where Bloody Queen just appear in the first game always. So it was refreshing to see the Omega coming back and also how well he performed with that Bloody Queen. We did have a conversation early before we start the match that if Ares was the one playing in Red Shirt, who would he play? And I have something on my paper here, either Anne, Wax Artist, or Clerk, or even Naiad. And Naiad could also be the hunter that Seichu would go for in the Red Shirt. So why don't we head into the band pick? Let's see what he will go for this time around.
I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Naiad. She has been so popular since around Koa time. She's been on the rise. She's been having her moment. You know, trying a bunch of different builds on her. Insolence was very popular during Koa, but we're shaking it up.
Yeah.
You know, seeing what Naiad's capable of, what she can do, and with her map control and how I'm gonna be honest, just how pretty she is. It's nice to pick the pretty hunters for us.
Yeah, you cannot beat beauty. Yeah, you cannot beat beauty. Meta. We don't care about meta. Just the beauty. But yeah, seriously though, Naiad is a very strong hunter. You have a lot of style playing with her. Either 6-9 build with a blink to get the dash early on and try to go for a chase type of hunter, or go for a normal 3-6 build and go for the cipher control. So that's very exciting to see all these Naiad players going for different meta. Refreshing to see each time a new player go for that character. We're gonna see a ban onto the Priestess on round about second half here from Seichu's side. So yeah, as you said earlier, Priestess, yeah, I'm not gonna deal with that. A very pesky survivor to go for, to go after, and even if you are not going after the Priestess, her support portal can also make your life more painful than it is.
Yes, the performance that we literally just saw from FS would make anyone ban a priestess. Anyone in their right mind, at least. You would think, I don't want to deal with that. Didn't see her for most of the game. At the start, got a quick first elimination, and then had to chase that priestess, and it did not go very well because the portals were so well timed, so well placed. They were there for the support, they were there for the kite, able to dodge the mirror hits with them and everything. Just a beautiful job, so you do not want to see that priestess anymore on this map. Plenty of places for her to put them. Don't want to see her there. She's gonna give you nightmares when you try to go to bed. And it's not great. Oh my god! Happy birthday to the dancer who's going to be coming on the field. I made a joke to NTT about mentioning the dancer's birthday, but now that she's out, I can do it. We were gonna see Dancer and Seer so far.
Let's go! The birthday girl is here! A round of applause! Let's go! And also the Seer is up for grab for the survivors, so they are totally gonna go for that. Again, the Seer, a great kiter, a great supporter, sometimes even a great rescuer if the hunter is not born. But yeah, the Seer is a very versatile survivor and always man in the tournament. So it's very exciting to see that the Seer is actually released here, and he's gonna make an appearance in the second half of round number 1. We are at a stalemate situation, 2-2, both are equal in points. So this game either gonna be I think this game we're gonna treat it as a normal rank match. Either the hunter win, the survivor win, or it's a tie.
And that's, that's life, baby. We're gonna be seeing the Integrid and the Acrobat come in as our next dance here. So everyone is against Acrobat today, NTT. Do you have any idea as to why that might be? They do not like this little guy today.
I think it's between the relationship of the dancer and the Acrobat. Yeah, a little bit of lore throwing in there, just saying. But yeah, banning the harasser, a top tier harasser, Antiquarian, and also a very strong kiter as the Acrobat. We might actually see the pick onto the rescuer here might be the mercenary, or if they're afraid of a bonbon, could be going for either a forward or a foot officer.
Either of those would be fun. We both got F names, so they'll be fun to speak about. There we go. We're gonna see the forward come in again. So of course we did see a forward last round. We did have Godjay on that forward showing us, what you're capable of doing with the stuns with that ball. Unfortunately, we did see Xenia come in with the excitement to counteract that forward. Although it was also an antiquarian, so it was double harasser. That's what you want to carry. We will see if that is the same case when it comes to Seichu, but considering they only have one harasser on the field, it would not be likely. Probably better to carry something else, but he's going to be an interesting addition to this team comp. I mean, you've got the Seer, he can protect himself and his teammates with that owl. You've got the dancer, she's got her music boxes, but by all accounts, they're frail little people. They need a big strong guy to come in and protect them.
Yeah, a very strong in support kind of lineup for 0-2 side. The last man gonna be quite interesting here. If Seichu is afraid that they're gonna go for a decoder because the lineup right here, a very strong support lineup, as I said earlier. They're gonna need that Cypher Rush to counteract that constant supporting from the survivor side.
They are going to have to be very careful about that. Constant support. Oh, barmaid. No barmaid entity. Barmaid's off the table.
So
Constant support for survivors is very, very interesting to deal with. It has been so heavy in the meta nowadays. Communication and support and teamwork and friendship is magic is really everything in IDV at the moment when it comes to playing tournament, playing in high tier, playing even in your regular handy dandy ranked matches, as NTT has compared this match to earlier. But you do want to be careful. They got all those crazy supports on the field, and taking out the barmaid is definitely good in terms of not letting them add to that lineup.
if they want a safe character to go for, it could be a psychologist, or if they want to go for the risk, a mechanic, maybe another rescuer such as the mercenary, because the mercenary hasn't been banned yet. They might want to have an insured rescue on the side of survivor if they are afraid of Seichu going for a heavy camper, because Seichu can totally play the bonbon. Or the thing is, Seichu has been playing Naiad from all the data we have been seeing him in the tournament. Yeah, we're gonna see the psychologist. They are going for a very safe pick, a character that can take in 3 hits and also heal the survivor from afar. Let's see Seichu if he tries to go for a surprise pick as the Hermit, or a very casual one such as the Naiad.
Yeah, Naiad coming in, of course, we did hype her up. We were excited to see Naiad potentially on Red Church, so Seichu is listening, please show us the Naiad so we don't look like liars. But Naiad, of course, against this comp, do pretty okay, I think, for the most part, but as always, you gotta be careful of that forward. He does have that ball to come in and stun you with. It's not going to be safe. And as NTT mentioned, now that we have a psychologist on the field, that forward has a lot more support to deal with. I mean, he already had the other support characters, but in terms of healing himself and being able to go in for more rescues, more support, the psychologist is going to be his best friend in that regard. And again, friendship truly is magic. He can go in and help his other team.
Friendship would be magic if Miniyuki is the first one kiting, and there is the owl to support, the music box to support, and then Mel Potato, and then the forward just came in for the harass. And we're gonna see that Naiad, and we see, yeah, we are totally not liars, we are psychic right over here.
We would never
just predicting, just predicting left and right. So yeah, a very round off survivor lineup to go up against Naiads. I would say this is a fair game between both sides.
It definitely does seem to be shaping up that way, especially on Church. Dancer is so vital when it comes to support. There are a lot of places she can place those music boxes and have her teammates come running right to them. On top of that, as we know in casual IDV gameplay, decoders tend to be classed as actual decoders in game, but here when we get into the tourney sphere, characters like Dancer get to be decoders instead, which they are not in game because of her past music boxes. She can be delegated to that role, and generally that might be what we see her do today, depending on whether or not Seichu decides to try and deal with her and take her out early on.
Let's see. Yeah, as you said, the Dancer gonna pick the church and try to place the music box to help the survivor transitioning around the area. Mel Potato gonna go for the red carpet, run at the middle breakable, and Zed gonna go for the shack right here. The Hunter might either go for the first breakable or the back breakable, or just go for the other side and try to block off the Cypher at the front breakable, and that is going to be the one that Seichu go for. The first J here, we have 3 options: the Seer, the Dancer, and the Psychologist. So all 3 of them are suitable for the Naiad to go for.
Moving away from that bulky forward, moving into those cute little frail support characters who the Naiad can attack a little bit easier. Of course, they all pose their own unique challenges. You're gonna have to be careful in swim forward against that Seer. He can try and farm another owl off of you poor thing. The Dancer, of course, with her boxes, and the Psychologist takes those nasty 3 hits. But I'm Veronica, this is NTT, my co-caster. We are hopping in today. We are in the second half of the first round with Venom against 0-2. We, of course, have Venom on the Hunter side right now, and as said, we are going to see that Naiad come in first, looking for that first chase target, which is going to be Zed's Seer.
Yeah, the seer is actually making a beeline to the middle breakable because he knew that the church area would be blocked off by the portal area that Seichu has been meticulously placed at the early game. Now the owl has been back for the side of Z. He's gonna have that saving grace of taking one normal hit of the Naiad when he transitioned around the area.
Very good so far, but we created a beautiful big water circle, and the first owl coming in real smooth from Zed there, able to transit. Oh, never mind. We'll get back to that soon. Instead, we're at a little bit of a pause. So we're off to a good game so far. We have zeroed in on that seer to start us off. Owl has been used, so his one resource is gone. I do wonder, Entity, if he'll be able to get another, especially moving in with the slow boxes set up in there for support.
Oh yeah. Naiad. Seichu might actually have to go for the harpoon and try to block off the area from the outside to force Zed to go outside of the church for easier capture. But then you have to look, you have to be beware of the seer, because as I remember, usually a seer main can get more than 1 hour in the first chase. I think as the game went by, with the music box in the church right there, she might have to go for another character to chase, because it's just too risky to go for the seer over and over again.
It's not going to work out too well if another owl is able to be farmed. NTT and I, of course, were talking about this before we even started casting. We were like, if we see a seer today, you know, maybe they'll get another owl. Maybe they'll just use one and that'll be their big moment. We won't talk about them again. But a seer is on the chase right now. You're having even more big moments. Dancer coming in with that support in the church is going to be vital to how the game is going to play out from here. And of course, as NTG mentioned, we might see Seiju just pick up a different target entirely. Don't want to deal with that seer. Is able to farm another owl, especially in Naiad in her swim form, throwing the harpoon, not able to hit him while he does it. It's just free stare time. It's not like a Mad Eyes at its console, but in the case of Hyperbole, it's like a poor Mad Eyes at his console. He can't hit you. He's busy doing something else.
Now Seichu is actually in a dilemma. Either try to chase the seer and down him in the music box area, or he has to waste time breaking the music box so in the future no one can utilize that area again. So let's see what he would go for, because breaking the music box as a hunter is rather slow, and the survivor can have time to decode more cipher as the time went by. That first chase didn't go out too well for Seichu's side, but I think Seichu can still make it back with that ability to dash and try to create a big portal so the survivor cannot escape in the church area.
Right. I think so far, of course, we're so early into the game with that pause that it's still anyone's game. We could see anything. All we know right now is that there's support set up. Seer's moving into an area where he can do a lot more, and it's going to be nasty. And, breaking boxes really is like pulling teeth. It's better for your dental health later on. Like, now the survivors don't have it to use. But it's also, it hurts because it's like pulling teeth and it sucks to do it and get it done. But
yeah, it's gonna be painful when you break the music box and then the cipher just boom, boom, boom. Just suddenly out of nowhere, all three cipher pop when you were breaking the music box, and you would be like, that much time has went by? What? Usually when you are the hunter main, you have like a very strong sense of time when you chase the first survivor, and you will be surprised when the survivor managed to pop the cipher earlier than you expected.
It is so scary. Having the ciphers popped earlier than you expect is playing Hunter is really the scariest thing in the world. I always tell myself when I play, I'm like, if I don't get a first down before my trait comes on, I'm not winning. I'm simply not winning. If I want to win, if my trait is up and I have to use my trait to get the down, like, that's it. It's over for me. That's not how it works in tourney per se, but in terms of casual play, that's it. It's over. You got nothing. You got nothing. You need to work real hard. But of course, we are still very early in the game. So things could still be on Seichu's side. Entity, maybe we'll see a telltale, funny little terror shock right off, ready to go. That would be very interesting. It would really, really change things.
Yeah, and when we are at a pause right here, we have to thank the viewer that we are having on the live stream. 214 people up and about in the chat area. Hello BT22, hello Yonka. Entity doesn't need Pantene, Pantene needs Entity. Oh wow. I would be great. I would be ecstatic to be the model for shampoo band. But yeah, hello Vanilla, hello Nello, the one organizing the tournament, the one that making this entire thing happen. So appreciate all you have done for Southeast Asia as a whole region. And also a lot of people in the chat who are all supporting the tournament, making it happen, making us having the motivation to run the tournament for the future.
IBA is doing such a fun time, and of course, we're going through a little shoutouts. Hi from me to chat as well. Hope you're all doing well. Let everyone not speaking to. I also am shy. I get very shy. So center the joys. Entity and I are here to entertain you during this little pause. Hope that you like us. If not, that's gonna... don't tell me, actually, just don't tell me. And of course, if we're talking about running things around the scene, check out these graphics while you're here. You would not guess who did them if you think it was...
I think it's Veronica.
Oh! It might be my time to take credit for the graphics. We said earlier we wouldn't lie about the pics, but now we're lying about who did the graphics.
Seems like the game is still at a pause right here. We're gonna try to resolve at the back end, but yeah, comes into this game. I did not expect the survivor side of 02 to have such a lead in the early game. They just keeping Seichu, a top tier hunter, on their control. There is nothing that Seichu can do with that early out and the ability to transition into the music box area.
ZT definitely does their due diligence when it comes to being able to have their survivor side on the up and up and have that good teamwork and that good control and that good communication. It's something we see consistently from them all the time. Here in IVA so far, they've been showing it to us. They showed it to us in Koa. They've shown it to us in every other tournament they've been in thus far. And it really is a delight to watch. I mean, so far with all that support set up, and even more to come too. I mean, we're so early in the game that we're going, are we going to continue to chase the seer? Are we going to get another owl? What about the dancer boxes? There's so many things. The psychologist is still there. She can help as well. The forward can come in and help as well. Seichu really has the odds stacked against him when it comes to what is going to happen in terms of support from these survivors, as they are already showing how capable they are of utilizing these strategies. And especially last time, I mean, we did see that forward come in for the support pretty early on, and we could be seeing a mirror of that situation. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this time things may be going a little bit better for the forward in that regard.
I'm just building the situation right into my brain right now. Like the potential. I think I was thinking, if Seichu managed to get a hit onto the seer and then go in to break the music box, the psychologist just gonna came in and try to heal the seer. Because the time wasting for breaking those music box is just too long for the hunter to do anything to the survivor. Either Seichu managed to get a hit and then utilize a blink to bring down Seer, or waste time breaking the music box so in the future he doesn't have to worry any of them at the end game situation. So either a short-term benefit or a long-term benefit.
We could be looking at either or. I mean, things are shaping up very interesting so far. Ooh. Alright, it seems that we will actually just be restarting this match here. Everyone's getting their ducks in a row when it comes to things. We were having a little bit of lag behind the scenes. But, you know, we're playing esports. Bound to happen. These things are gonna happen. Technology is our friend, but it's not always our friend. And that's okay, but we'll be, of course, starting off. And then NTT and I will have more fun stuff to analyze with you guys. We'll create a new situation. We'll see. Does Seichu learn? Will we chase the seer again? What's gonna happen?
Now we already have the lineup. Yeah, there's a lot to think about. There is the seer. I think the seer, the psychologist, the forward to come in for the support. There's a lot of supporter in this lineup. So it's exciting to see the survivor just keep being there for each other, try to support each other during the match. So the hunter had a tougher time to break that line of sight, to break that link between the survivor. So it's exciting to see how they're gonna turn out to be during the matchup.
We only got in so far, and of course we did get to see our last match end in a draw because the survivors were able to turn things around in their favor so much. So, I mean, this could be the same case for Seiju here. We could see the hunter turn things in their favor after maybe a rough early game. We'll have a nice little mirror of what happened last time. This is funny to me only because there was a bloody queen last time. It's not universally funny, but it's like Veronica funny, as I maybe would call it. But this is very interesting, NTT. I mean, as we're waiting, of course, to get our ducks in a row and continue on, will we maybe be seeing a difference in the play next time?
Different? Maybe go for another survivor, because from what we see in the spawn location, Seiju is in between all three of the survivors, the seer, the dancer, and the psychologist. If he go for the seer, he has to watch out for the owl. If he go for the dancer, he has to watch out for the music box. But if he go for the psychologist, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. She has no ability other than the ability to take in 3 hits. So if Seiju go in for the psychologist, it could be an easier down for the hunter side. Since psychologist, the only ability that she has, as I have said, is the ability to heal from afar, and has been 3 stackable health to hit. Maybe, try to go for the psychologist, try to build up that present, and look for the end game.
Oh, absolutely. Naya, especially being stronger with the more presence she has, as we've mentioned earlier, she kind of came on the rise with the use of influence in her persona build, because it meant that she was able to get her humidity to a more powerful level a lot more quickly. So of course the problem with the psychologist is you have to hit her 3 times to get her down, but considering Naiad can land hits with her humidity and her water, that might be a little bit of a benefit there with chasing her. On top of that, we are of course still gonna have to worry about that seer coming in with the owl, which would then land her a total of 4 hits. Everyone, that's 4. That's 2 times the amount that it takes to down any other survivor, which is kind of a nightmare, but it will feed the Naiad's presence quite a bit, and that is going to be very beneficial.
And we are heading into the match, I believe. Yeah, Naiad with a 6-9 build, with a Cypher Lock, again, the ability to chase any survivor. But again, Seiju goes for the Seer once again.
We are going to be chasing that Seer once more, just trailing on, continuing to follow Zed here. Maybe we'll come in and disrupt his decoding. Gotta be careful of that pallet, but not careful enough, NTT. We're gonna see a pallet stun on Seiju from Zed here. A beautiful start in this kite. Already, able to get that pallet stun, gain some distance, has that owl, but we are going to see some focus on the forward, force him off of that Cypher, but continuing to chase this Seer.
Seer has a phenomenal kite at the early game here. The owl is still available for that. Managed to bait out the normal hit. Seiju is at a very tough situation in this area. No hit onto the Seer yet, so no ability to dash to the survivor. 95% of humidity, but not down yet.
So close to getting that humidity hit on the Seer. Unfortunately, of course, not being able to have those dashes yet. We do not have that presence. We do have Blink, however, which will come in play. When it comes into play, probably soon, maybe later. We are going to see the Owl, however, come into play right now. So using that Owl transition a little bit, but able to disrupt the Psychologist Cypher in this area. So that's a little bit unfortunate. We'll be forced to move out of the way just for the Seer to kite in this area. We'll maybe be forced to start a different Cypher entirely, but what a beautiful kite from Zed so far. Only landing the first hit now, a minute and 30 seconds into the game, NTT.
Yeah, it would be best for the Seer now to force out the Blink, or even manage to get an Owl, because the Owl meter is already at 95%. Can the Owl come in early? Oh, the one that's coming is the forward.
There it is, that forward support we were worried about in the little pause there. It is coming in, that forward coming in to support the Seer, but we got the Blink, and the Blink is going to come in, NTT. However, the Seer does have something to use on the rebound. Has another Owl in the arsenal. Basement? Basement time. Gotta be
There's a
careful.
forward. Will he
Careful,
go
the
for that? The forward, can he go for the stun? Or maybe even a stun rescue because the basement area is such a strong area for the Naya to camp. Now, let's see.
Ooh!
Wow,
Coming
the
in
stun
for
rescue
that
and
stun.
so no ability to support. Oh, a little bit of a miss stun coming from the run, but nothing to worry about as Zed still has that out to utilize. And also the music box just to slow down a little bit of that Naya speed.
Gonna have to be really careful here. The music boxes are in play for the support. This owl coming in, of course, we have that as well, but it's just gone offline. Gotta be careful with that this rebound kite here, utilizing the one resource that the Seer has. Trying to recharge another one. Hopefully, maybe we'll be able to get that done, but Naya catching up quickly, and we are going to see the Seer go down once more. Luckily, a little bit further away from the basement, but not totally out of bounds. Could definitely play that once more. Instead, going to play it safe and cheer just outside here. The 2 ciphers are done, which means that we can see the dungeon, and it is here near the graveyard and the red carpet area.
Yeah, 3 cipher are up and about to be popped. Mello already popped that cipher. She gonna be the one coming in for the rescue with the psychologist coming in. So there's no worry about a potential 2-hit puddle area. The one that Mello had to watch out for is a Terror Shock.
Ooh, gonna have to be careful, as NTD mentioned. We gotta watch out for these Terror Shocks here, but beautiful little tiny circles in order to gain some humidity.
But the
However,
timing on that, wow,
yeah,
incredible.
Still able to be pulled off. Oh, we are going to see the Psyche get hit once more by the humidity, so now she's 1 hit to a down, and you know who is down? The Seer. But the popped. I mean, that happened very fast. We are only 4 minutes into the game, and the Cypher's been popped. It means that we've got 4 survivors up at the endgame here. Seichu is in a very tough spot.
And now Seichu, no blink to utilize, yeah. Vaulting the pallet! Riskily! That was a misstep coming from a Seer, but I think, yeah, Seichu would appreciate that a lot because he now can keep that 1 point to himself. But again, the gate has already been opened, so 0-2 will settle with that 3-man escape.
Yeah, we are going to see the forward transitioning his way over. He's going to wait for that dungeon to open, just having a little ball in the corner there, waiting for it, and there it is. So we're going to see the forward take that dungeon escape, and wow, NTT, we will see 0-2 take this first round here with that amazing teamwork and support in order to get that 3 survivor escape there.
So 0-2 is in the lead with 2-point deficits, 5-3 coming from the first matchup that we are having in IVA in the lower bracket. 0-2 showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. Even their survivor can be hunter player. I think that's a surprise for all viewers.
Yeah, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. I mean, check out the kite on this Seer. We, of course, saw the Sight come in for that rescue to support as well, and they've done all those ciphers perfectly. No extra progress, no time wasted. They did what they needed to do. 100, 200, 200. They were just in and out on those ciphers.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, a little off topic, I think it is so fun when we get to be in little community tournaments like IBA, which is absolutely lovely, but I do enjoy seeing the stats just in terms of getting to see their little icons as well. It adds a nice character to them. You can see what they're kind of like in terms of what they like to do and who they like to present as. But a huge congratulations to them, NTT. I mean, wow. And we did not see the dancer the entire time.
She just disappeared. She's like the magician. For someone who has OCD, this decoding progress is satisfying to me. 200, 200, 100 is beautifully rounded off.
They did not
waste. Not wasting anything, not wasting an hour, not wasting any pallet vault, even the football, everything utilized so well from the side of 0-2.
They understood what their resources were, how much they needed to use those resources, how much they could use them, and they did it to the best of their ability. And I mean, just 0-2 coming in all the time, showing us what they're made of, what they're capable of, and why they are someone we should really be on the lookout for in terms of teams in the Southeast Asian region. But wow, it's very fun to go from a pause to a restart in a game, because then you're like, oh, how's it going to play out? And things were similar but different. I mean, that pallet stun from the Seer off the bat really came back with an extra vengeance for that first chase the first time, I think. You know, oh, I can't transition to these boxes anymore. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna hit you with a pallet instead.
Yeah, that's Palace Sun. What beautiful, beautifully executed for the seer just to transition away and away. We did see in the previous game, he transitioned from the church to the middle breakable, but he in this game runs straight to the breakable, run straight to the middle breakable because he knew that that area has a lot of pallet, had a lot of obstacles to utilize for, and Naya is always blocked off line of sight, so she cannot watch that seer going anywhere. I think she was confused first to where the seer was going for, so she has to throw the harpoon immediately and try to control the cipher where the forwards had been decoding.
A lot of hard work being done by Seichu, of course, as Sentiju mentioned, to try and catch up with this early first chase. It was a little bit of a nightmare, a little bit hard to tackle, but I'm going to let you guys soak in all of that super exciting gameplay because we have seen Zero to take this first round, but we're going to be back with you guys after a short break in order to get into the round 2. Stakes will be high for Venom.
Don't go anywhere.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック忘れてない。 忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
Hello, beautiful, gorgeous people from all across the world. Welcome back to IVA 2023 with your caster Entity and Veronica on my side. And our stop for today in the second round gonna be Arms Factory.
Of course, being a very fun map, one we see very often in second rounds, I'd say. A lot of the time, first round, second round, you're like, oh, it's Arms time. And we did see a Bloody Queen before who can be very strong in this map, so it seems that Xenia's Bloody Queen might be taken out. We might not get to see her. So maybe that's why we saw her on the church beforehand. But oh my god, Entity, nice to be back. Entity said, can I welcome back? And I said, yeah, of course you can do that. And then immediately what he did was raise up the entire audience. So hats off to him.
Yeah,
but
I'm calling everyone beautiful because you guys deserve it.
No, I really do bet you are, but you're beautiful physically as people. But on that note, we are, of course, heading into round 2 of Venom versus 02. We're in the lower brackets, so they're clawing their way back up to those IVA finals, hopefully if they're able to make it through this match. And wow, we are coming off of an excellent match from 02 Survivors today.
Excellent match, excellent mind game. It's interesting that the Survivor player of 02 is playing Hunter, and then the Hunter player are playing Survivor on the other side. I think it's a great, it's an interesting thing to talk about, and both sides, all of them doing very well as a result. So, of course, being a tournament player, you have to be good at everything, but not to the extent of both of these teams. Like they are all rounded in every possible faction.
I mean, usually when it comes to this stuff, when you like the other side, you're like at least mid-tier, so you kind of understand what they're gonna do, what they might possibly do. It's good to see from your opponent's brain a lot of the time, see the way that they see. Then when you're playing Hunter, you're not in a position where you're like, oh, where are the survivors gonna rotate? Because if you play Survivor, then you're kind of aware of where they're gonna rotate, what they're gonna do, what they're gonna ping, how they're gonna play back and forth. So dual faction, everyone, great thing to do. But this is, as NTT said, really the prime example of playing in both factions. We're seeing power coming out from Venom's Hunter players turned Survivors, and Xenia, who showed us such a good performance as a Survivor so far on 02, is now suddenly on the playing field as a Hunter and has been doing really well so far.
And being on the other side means that you get to confuse the other side. Like, he's usually the Hunter player, now he's Survivor. What will he play? And vice versa. The Survivor player that usually play very well, what will he play? And Xenia totally throw us under the bus with that Bloody Queen pick, but he performed with that Bloody Queen meticulously well and managed to get a tie for the Survivor, which in return the Survivor get that 3 point in the Survivor side and bring out the first round win for the side of 02. So now we're gonna settle everything in Arms Factory in the second round.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Venom, as mentioned right before we hit the break time zone. Venom, of course, now has to win this round in order to go into a round 3, and then they're going to want to try and win that in order to continue on in IVA. Otherwise, this is lower bracket, which means it's their final chance here. So, of course, we are going to be seeing C2 on the Hunter side once more coming back out. And NTT, our first bans are going to be the first picks that they made on Red Church. So the Seer and the Dancer are coming out. Didn't even see the Dancer the whole time.
Yeah, I see why he would do that. I totally understand it. You want to ban the character that they played so well in the previous match, just get them off the hook. But now Seiju has to watch out for the antiquarian. Antiquarian, and also in Sanctuary, you don't necessarily have to worry about the priest because the map basically shadow ban her ability to place portal because there's so little area. But with a seasoned priestess player, she could still place those support portals so that the survivor can have all that ability to transition around the map. A ban on to the Bloody Queen. They are not scared of that Naiad at all. They are certain, they are confident that the Naiad will be under their control.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with this Bloody Queen. She is really strong on Arms Factory in particular. It is kind of a playground for her. She's usually delegated to a TIE Queen, but something about this map is just, she loves it here. She feels comfortable. She can get those downs and those kills, and it's very interesting. We're going to see maybe that Naiad again, and as NTT said, not scared of that Naiad. They did so well against her last time that they really have nothing to fear with this Naiad. Even under the guise of being here on a map that she can do pretty well on because she can block off a lot of the strong kiting areas with her harpoon and humidity, but that wasn't a problem for them on Red Church, so it won't be a problem for them now.
Now, Seiju either gotta go for the Naiad again, or he could go for other character in his artillery, which is a hermit, the Bonbon. There's a lot of characters to think of. Oh, psychologist of the bat, and also that postman. Postman is usually used by Senya, but now he's on the hunter side, so I'm very excited to see who this postman belong to.
We're gonna have to hand off this little postman to one of Xenia's good dear survivor friends, but postman always fun to come out. Of course, he did have some major nerfs after being very strong in one of our way prior tourneys, so he did receive some lesser abilities from his little letters there, but they did lock him in as a priority pick, I'm realizing, which is very interesting as we're seeing the Acrobat and the Antiquarian ban. So they don't want to take this Antiquarian, instead they took two very good support characters, but NTT, that is a very interesting choice. It's varied, not in a bad way. The supports worked out really well for them, but it says a lot about their playstyle for sure.
Yeah, this kind of lineup, I think they are rearing up to go for a Dream Witch type counter with that psychologist early on. They don't want that second band to be psychologist and bomb it, and then they don't have anything to go after. But with the two band right here, a Kiter and a Harasser, they might want to go for another Harasser, which is the Prospector. There we go. The Prospector is a character that have no decoding debuff, and the support potential is incredible. And he also has that ability to speed up after going across the Cypher and the Locker.
We love a good little boost from your magnets and the metal on the field. We love realism. Thank you, Hit Game Identity 5. Prospector coming in will be interesting. Can replace the Antiquarian. Of course, maybe they're more comfortable with this Prospector opposed to the Antiquarian. I do believe they have played him before alongside the Antiquarian, so they definitely are not afraid to take him out using those magnets. And as said before, Red Church is pretty good for Prospector in terms of where he's able to place those magnets and do support. It is a smaller map, which means that it is a lot easier for teammates to sort of run in and help each other, which is going to be great for 0-2 and a little bit rough for Seiju. But speaking of rough, no more totally stable rescues on the field. Best rescue in the game is out of the game, NTT. We will not be seeing the Mercenary. So will they maybe go for a forward? Will they maybe go for a Gravekeeper? Please. Will they maybe go for a First Officer? There are a lot of options. They could pick any of them.
Drum rolls, I see. It's the First Officer, Veronica, the sidekick. I gotta congratulate you on that. The First Officer coming from the side of Survivor. Yeah, they want that stable rescuer. Yeah, that is totally understand. And Naiad again. Seiju gonna try again and again with this character that he has been known for during IVA. That is in the field. Gonna go up against this Survivor side in Arms Factory.
Yeah, Seiju having a rough time last time, but now that we've got the Dancer and the Seer out of the area, Dancer of course did a lot of the decoding in the last match that we saw. Her support boxes were really vital to the Seer at points, so it's good to take her out and not deal with her anymore. And of course, with that being said, the Seer was the one who kited her the whole time, so of course you do not want to see the Seer again. I cannot imagine opening the field to the seer once more after having that sort of experience. I would be so scared to walk through a single pallet at any given point. But we've got
And that's why. And that's why in rank you usually see the seer and the priestess in the band in the band section. They basically disappear from the game when you reach the higher tier, because they don't want they don't want to deal with the pesky owl and also those portal. And now we're gonna head into the spawn pick. Gonna go for a casual else pick spawn with a prospector near the factory area. That in front of the factory. Mello the rescuer gonna be at the middle, and Mini Yuki the psychologist gonna be at no man's land. Seichu picking the front gate area, so the cipher behind the shack gonna be blocked off.
Is going to be very interesting. I'm thinking now, we do of course have several different options for our first chase here. The prospector, if you're willing to deal with those magnets, him in early game especially, he only has one to utilize, which means it's kind of like get it while it's hot, get it while it's cold, really. Don't want to deal with that prospector while he's on fire with 3 magnets ready to stun you all in a row. Like he's kind of trigger happy with that. But let's hop into the match. Sillies aside, I'm Veronica, this is NTT. We are here in our second round. We are watching Venom versus 02 today, and it does seem that our first chase here is going to be Run's prospector, who is currently in the arms factory itself, the shining star of this map. We are blocking it off with that telltale Naiad humidity, but the postman coming in with the support for a transitionary letter here with the urgent one.
And also flywheel on his hand. Prospector gonna have an easy time to transition around the factory area. A commendable job from Seichu to block off the factory at the early game, but the magnets fell. The magnet actually brought Run closer to the hunter, and he has to take that hit. Now only a sliver of water away from being down, and that will be the case. Run's prospector doesn't seem to be working out for him at all.
Going a bit rougher than we thought it would, but you know what? That's really good for Seichu. This is a beautiful comeback from the last round, and this is what Venom needs in order to make this happen once more. Of course, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner there, 02 does currently have a win on their side. We are in round 2, and you know what that means, folks. We do need to see Venom hit one in order to go into a round 3, but we're going to see a hit on the first officer in real time, and we are going to see, of course, a hopeful little rebound fight here. Oh, failed blink!
Missed the blink! Oh, wow. Seichu giving chances to the survivor side. I'm not sure if that's great at all, but Run totally anticipate that blink, so he flywheel immediately. But fortunately for him, that blink was not a great one coming from the side of Seichu. Now Psychology is gonna try to heal for the officer. That magnet is bringing the distance away, but didn't manage to vault the pallet on time. And you have to watch out. The basement is in the factory.
They're gonna have to be real careful about this one. We have healed up that first officer with the psychologist, as we saw, as was mentioned. We do have the postman and the psychologist diligently decoding on their own, but it does seem that we're gonna do a little mind game, gonna play around a little bit here. The first officer is making some big rounds, but we're going to see whether or not he's able to make it safely to the prospector's chair in time. Gotta be careful of that humidity, NTT. She has a strong camp when she wants to.
Able to get the hit early on. Now 2 hit from the dash, able to get the prospector off the chair. But yeah, now it's now or never. It's now. Prospector had to buy time for the survivor to try to prime over Cypher. Postman Cypher at 64, Psychologist at 59, and the officer at 58. The potential of an endgame kite is totally possible if Run can do this right with all the magnets that he has.
Yeah,
the humidity is too much. The humidity is too much for Run to escape, and that will be the first point for the side of Seichu. A great job from the Naiad. I managed to get a point early on, and now the Cypher are going to be at the store here because the last Cypher is the one at the middle.
That's going to be a tricky situation for the survivors. The Naiad, of course, able to guard Cyphers extremely well with her humidity. Her map control, when she wants it to be, is off the charts with that harpoon, but it seems that the postman, our friend the postman, the cute little postman, is going to be our victim of the day. He's got to be careful. That humidity's getting real high real fast, and a beautiful flywheel from him in order to negate the damage that would have been given otherwise. Seichu hot on his tail, quite literally, as he's wearing Spectre, and we're going to see him transition away with a little bit of a dog dogfight there and taking the hit, unfortunately. But Cypher's going to be popped, NTT, and now we've got Psychologist here in our endgame.
Oh, managed to get to dodge the hit right there, and will try to get into another pallet area. Miniyuki here, making Seichu a run for his money, but managed to get the hit through the pallet area. Will Seichu gonna try to go back to the gate, try to control that gate opening's progress, but Postman, he has already managed to open the gate, so Seichu gonna run back and accept that 2 point that the survivor has been giving him throughout the game.
Yeah, we're gonna start off here with a tie situation.
Another tie.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened last round as well. We started off with a tie, which means that after this, it is anyone's game, and Venom is gonna have to work extra hard in order to make this count. We're gonna be checking out our little stats soon. NTT, I think, has them up already, but what a match to start off with. I mean, 0-2 are really strong on getting those ciphers done and getting them done quickly without wasting any time.
Yeah, they don't have any decoder, but their pick are very meticulous. They go for characters that don't have much cipher decoding debuff, and they immediately rush the cipher as soon as the game starts. So Seichu has to run for his money, has to try to capture the survivor as soon as possible. Luckily for him, the prospector in the hand-up run did some misstep, did some mishap at the early game, but then the fail bling is just giving hope to 0-2. I think that fail bling is the reason why Seichu didn't manage to get more than a tie. Because if that bling were to happen and Protector were to brought down at that very moment, the basement game could totally be initiated and the survivor would have a much harder time to rescue the Prospector.
Yeah. Thank you, NGT, for your gorgeous, beautiful, big-brained insight. Everyone keep that in mind going forward when you're playing. Make sure you hit your blinks. They're vital. That's your trait. You got to make that count. But no, absolutely, that was totally the game changer there. Seichu had such a strong start on that Prospector. The magnets were not going over very well. We were having a difficult time transitioning away. The harpoon and the humidity pools were well practiced, well done. You see why Seichu plays that Naiad so often and plays that Naiad so well. The Prospector struggling there, but unfortunately that blink not hitting was definitely, it cost quite a few vital seconds in that moment. So things had to change. We had to work on that a little bit, had to make that happen. But unfortunately, that seemed to be the situation at hand in the end. And we got a tie, but could have been more than that. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. If we do manage to go into another round, maybe we will see Seichu take that 3 or 4 elimination.
Yeah, we are seeing the stat right here, 233% of decoding from a psychologist, and the postman with 200%. So both of them already decoded more than 2 cipher. it's just up to the job of for the officer, the rescuer, to decode another cipher, and that's it for the game. That's how quick the game is, even without a decoder in the lineup.
Everyone, think of this at home. I keep giving you guys tips for at home, but it's okay. Just keep them in mind. They're great for you. Work out things like 0-2 does. Take some notes. Clearly, they know what they're doing. They must be a professional team or something. They must be like really well respected players.
Yeah, they must be. Yeah, I don't think. I think they should go for Koa. I think they should go for IVC.
Yeah, I think they might be ready for that. But of course, let's not leave Venom in the dust. Some of them have also been there. So, sorry guys, that's the secret. It was a bit. 0-2 did actually go to Koa before, just in case you didn't know. That was our silly little bit of the day. But that being said, we are going to be hopping into another short little break, and we will be back with you lovely, beautiful folks in just a few minutes. Coming off of a draw. Anyone's game.
Yep.
子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hi everyone! Welcome back, and we are here on IVA Playoffs Day 4. I'm Veronica. This is NTT. And we are coming into the second half of round 2. We are here on the Arms Factory. If you're just pulling up to the stream now, hi, nice to meet you. Hope you're having a good time. I know there are other tourneys going on, so thank you for being here with us here on IVA, the biggest community-held Southeast Asia tournament by Nello. Mello. Thanks, Nell. Anyway, we're coming off of a draw situation from Seichu's Naiad there, so this is shaping up to be pretty good. NTT, tell us more about the points and what is at stake in this match.
Yeah, the point is Venom is at a 2-point deficit after the draw game we just had at Arms Factory. So now they will have to either get at least a tie at the same point that they had in the game in the Red Church, or a win so that they can actually tie in round win. In the previous game in the Red Church, they had to deal with the Bloody Queen, which they had a tie already. So let's see if Venom side would actually leave out the Bloody Queen and get at least that tie, because they they totally get the control over the game after the first elimination. Either they are very confident going after the Bloody Queen, or they would respect the Bloody Queen, because actually it's just a very great map to play Stone Mirror to control the game.
Yes, and as we saw so far, Xenia on Red Church just had such powerful mirror placement. I mean, almost every single mirror in that early game was a hit. I don't think there was a single miss in that early game. Things got
oh my god, a hit mirror!
That's what they're there for. But we did, of course, see those beautiful mirrors on that Antiquarian, leading to a good early down. Things were looking good so far. So they're going to have to be careful, especially here on arms. Easier to place those mirrors on arms. They were already having a little bit of trouble with them when things were starting, so it would be good to get her out of the way. And of course, as NTT and I have said before, Xenia's coming onto the field from the Survivor faction in IVA so far. So we don't really know what Xenia's able to pull out hunter-wise.
Yeah, he is throwing us under the bus here. He's throwing us under the bus here, and also got Jane72 as both are hunter players, so we totally didn't know who they are going to go for in this game, because they have such drastic playstyle from other Survivor players that we have seen in the tournament.
They've been very fun to watch. We gotta give them that. It's great to branch out, try new things. They've been doing great so far in the Survivor faction. Xenia has been doing just as well in the Hunter faction too, so I am, of course, excited to see more Xenia on the field, and maybe if ZT is able to pull this round, we'll see even more Xenia later on in IVA. Now, of course, in case you guys are unaware, we are in the lower bracket today, which means that all of the teams in this bracket currently fighting in these matches are really fighting. So they've lost prior matches, they're now in the lower bracket, and lower bracket, of course, meaning not in the upper one, which means that they are going to have to claw their way to the top, fight all of these other people getting knocked out of the higher brackets in order to make it to the finals. So of course one of these teams will be advancing into a match against one of the teams that we will be seeing later today, as NGT and I will have one more match for you guys after this one, but this isn't over yet. We've started with a draw, we get another one, we're moving in to a round 3. If we see a Venom win, we're moving into a round 3. So there are 2 options, but if Xenia is able to pull this win, that'll be a quick 2-0, and that means that we will be seeing 0-2 continue to show us why they qualified for Koa, made it so far, what they're capable of, and how friendship is magic and teamwork is everything.
Yeah, exactly. Both team has players that already go to the highest of the high when it comes to identify level of tournament. They have both in Koa, they have both in IVC, they both have experience in tournament playoffs. So seeing them fight here in this lower bracket is like an early finalist games in the lower bracket that we are having right here. 0-2, of course, Xenia, a fear hunter, even though he's originally a Survivor player. With that Bloody Queen ban in this second round, we have a lot to expect as the second pick went by, because we have no idea what the secret is. He might have a lot of hunter under his sleeve.
There are so many secrets. We know none of them. I'm going to, of course, as I always do, vouch for a very fun pick. NTT, who showed me beautifully his little Feaster merch on the wall behind him today, would probably like to see a nice Haster come out. Me, I'm always vouching for a Mad Eyes. That's my little guy. I want to see that old architect come out and make the manor his own again. But Mad Eyes on this map, of course, might not be the strongest choice, so there are already enough walls there.
It could work, it could work in the factory area, but not in another place. Just one wall, and they have all the other places to go for.
Yeah.
So it's not like Ever Sleeping Child, where there's a lot of corridor and there is just whoop, no more road.
Right.
No way home.
Unfortunately, my favorite old man is not going to be hitting the field today, because I don't think Xenia has that in Underbowl. And to play Mad Eyes, you gotta be real comfortable, real good at it. So we weren't warned in advance, so I don't think we'll be seeing him today. But Haster's still on the field. However, beyond that, since we don't know the hunter pool, it's actually, to Silly's aside, more likely we're going to see a very meta hunter. We might be seeing another Naiad, could be seeing something like a Geisha. We've seen a lot of Disciple so far on Arms Factory.
Yeah.
And she's always a very comfortable pick for a draw if they're willing to make it to that round 3.
And also in some maps like Factory where there's a lot of war, you would want some character that can deal damage across the wall or across the map. So there could be a potential for Bonbon, potential for Galatia to get those chip damage. And maybe throwing us in for surprise with a Hermit? A lot of meta character, or even the Clerk. The Clerk can control the Cypher. From what we have seen in previous round, Gotcha and 72S loves to play decoders, so you might want to go for a character that can control the Cypher.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a good decision to come. And you know what? And they'd be learning directly from ZT, who have been doing a really good job so far of just making sure that their ciphers are done quickly and on time, and then their kiter is fully supported the whole time. Just by everything being done and the prime being ready as soon as they go down for maybe a second time, third time, whenever it happens, it does work out. So Entity, totally on the ball. He's correct about everything all the time. Believe everything he says blindly, don't even question it. But we could, of course, be seeing them come in with these good support characters, good decoders. They would, of course, be able to, and this is one of my favorite little strategies to talk about, NTT. What are your thoughts when it comes to things like double decoder in order to out-cipher rush things like TIE Hunters?
Ooh, double decoder. That's something in IGL they have did in the in Japanese, the regional qualifier also. They did have that character to go for when they try to get a tie, like try to go for a Cypher Rush, 3 decoder, 2 decoder, and then a harasser or rescuer. When someone's on the chair, the Cypher decoding progress will not be compromised because they have so many decode potential.
Objectively funniest lineup, maybe we'll see Mechanic, Prisoner, and Explorer today. Explorer being the everyone's favorite cannon fodder back in KOA 4. But we're not here in KOA 4, we are here in IVA, and that is going to be a delightful little treat that we're going to see. But we're hopping right into our bands here, so we're going to see the Seer and the Antiquarian be taken out first. And we are going to, of course, be heading into our Hunter ban soon. So Entity and I are expecting a ban on that Bloody Queen, which is going to be absolutely, a good choice, especially after how Senya played so far with that BQ.
Oh.
First Survivor picks will be soon, which is going to be very exciting, but we're actually going to see, of course, the Antiquarian come back to us. I'm very excited to see how that plays out. Antiquarian and Seer are very good bands to start off with, the Antiquarian being the strongest little harasser in the game. The meta shake around her, she's everyone's favorite pretty little princess. And of course, we're going to see that ban on the Bloody Queen, as we expected.
Ooh. Yeah, respect banning that Bloody Queen. They have to do that. They don't know what Senya has up on his sleeve. But yeah, they have to respect ban that incredible mirror from Senya. So now they are in for a treat. They don't know what Senya is capable of.
They don't. We don't either.
We don't either. We are being thrown under the bus. We're gonna be. It's like opening Christmas gift. We are in it for the surprise. We're in it for the surprise, and the biggest box is gonna be the one being opened last. Which is the Hunter reveal.
Yeah, we get our tiny boxes first. So, speaking of tiny boxes, the Dancer, the birthday girl, she has tiny little boxes in the form of her little slow and fast music boxes. Dancer is a delight to have here on the Arms Factory. It is a smaller map. There are lots of areas she can place her boxes for support. We've got the church for it, we've got the middle for it. There are other pallet areas where you can place them, but those are definitely the best two. They're easy access from one another, and of course, Mercenary, totally expected. Not someone that we can say much about beyond saying just singing his praises about how good he is in terms of being the most stable rescue in the game. But we're gonna see Barmaid and Psychologist be banned as well, which is a very interesting entity. Those are usually bans for Miss
Dreamwish. Yeah, Dreamwish or Hermit. They don't want the healing potential from the Survivor side. Interestingly, the Survivor side are roughly drafting a kind of decoder lineup with that Dancer in the lineup, and also a certain Rescuer as the Mercenary. Gonna go for the cutting potential coming from the Acrobat.
Yeah, we're gonna see him. After all of the bans on him today, we're gonna finally see a little acrobat. Maybe he'll show us
Let's go!
and why everyone's so scared of him.
And the acrobat is in the same room as the dancer, so the lore is gonna be a little bit more spicy.
Oh boy. Oh, the mechanic's gonna be banned. I
Oh.
hope that the acrobat nor the dancer set anything on fire today. With Friendly Arms Factory, which has
I think the factory is already on fire.
let's hope that does not happen. We do not want to see either of them do that. One of them has, one of them hasn't, in different circumstances. Keep up with your letters, folks. It's real fun. But we're here in Tournament Zone, so we are instead, of course, focusing on the fun little meta things. We've got that mechanic out of the field, so it seems that Xenia is scared of that idea of having a double decoder.
Woo!
We're gonna see the composer instead.
Wow. As you said, a decoder lineup, a 2 decoder lineup from a survivor side, they really want to push for the cipher. They don't want any time wasted. And composer, a relatively new character in the meta. In Identity 5 also, he has been up there on the decoder meta because that ability to decode quickly with a maximum of 20% decoding buff, and also the ability to sped up with that ability of
Ooh,
how do you call that? Oh, what? What?
Ripper?
Huh?
Hi guys.
What?
Ripper time.
Zach, please. Go for Zach, please. Yeah. Interestingly enough, is a Ripper to go up against a double decoder lineup from a survivor side. This is turning out to be one of the best matchups we are having in IVA.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a delight. We were begging for one of those fun off-meta picks, someone you don't see very often. We don't got the Haster, we don't got the Meta-Eyes, but we are gonna be seeing Jack the Ripper come in. Who will he murder? Probably at least some of the survivors, if we're hoping for things to go in Xenia's favor. If not, we're hoping that he gives up that life and he leaves them alone. Interesting, they do have that double decoder lineup completed with the dancer and the composer in tow, which is going to be very neat. And as NTT mentioned, when you're here on the Arms Factory, you want someone who's able to sort of hit through walls and obstacles, and in the right circumstances, the Ripper is totally capable.
Yeah. Totally. Xenia gonna spawn at the back of the shack, so the cipher inside the factory is gonna be blocked off. So Gotcha have to transition out of that area. The 2 decoder right next to each other, 72S might go for the sandbag, and the dancer might have to actually go for the cipher at the front gate.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a little bit safer for there. Let's hope she's able to put down some boxes as well for support. We've got Gaji on the dancer, of course, which is very interesting. We have seen Gaji play mostly harassers so far, beyond the doctor, so it seems like Gaji has a little bit of a type-in character. But I'm Veronica, this is NTT. We are coming in for the match here. We're coming in with the new Jack the Ripper skin as well. So let's hop right into the action. We're going to see him begin to transition into this ruins area here, which is where 72S is currently hiding out, and that is the composer. So it seems that we're actually going to change targets instead to Tartaglia, who is in the middle here, but it's really only a matter of time until the Ripper catches up to someone with that scythe of his.
Able to hide away coming from the composer. Now the survivor gonna have an easier time when it comes to the decoding progress. Xenia here going actually a 6-9 Ripper, which we don't usually see. We usually see the Ripper with a 3-6 and Peeper, but it's a 6-9 Peeper, so he might want that invisibility early on in the game. Acrobat gotta throw that red bomb early on. A bit of a waste, I would say. People would usually go for the white bomb early on because that is less useful bomb when it's come to usage.
Yes, absolutely. Acrobat depleting his resources. Maybe he's very confident that he'll get another red bomb later in the kite. Who knows? But FS is our star of the day. We have been waiting to see this Acrobat, and now we are using that white bomb now in order to transition further into this area here. We are going to see, of course, the Ripper following closely along. He's got another pallet to utilize. He throws it down, but we've got a Peeper too. They are using these resources as much as they can.
Oh, the fall! Oh, what the heck! Wow, beautiful, majestic Foggy Blade. And he has the ability to go invincible now. Oh, throwing a mud bomb right there, but it's not enough to slow down the speed of Zenlia, who has already went into invisibility. The Foggy Blade is available, but not even needing it. Acrobat is brought down after that pallet mind game coming from the side of Zenlia, and we are in for a treat.
Yes, they're going to have to be careful though. As mentioned, of course, they've got double decoders on this comp, and both of them are still on the field, which means that Cypher progress has been going real well, NTT. We're 2 minutes into the game. We've got 3 Cyphers remaining, 2 have been completed, and there's a lot of progress on the one here in the middle. Of course, Tartaglia being forced off of it earlier on. However, of course, we are going to see a rescue coming in from this mercenary here who's going to be careful against this Ripper. You gotta watch out for that Foggy Blade. However, luckily for the little guy, he can take 2 hits here, and missing that one, luckily for Tartaglia.
Not my game coming from the side of Tartaglia. Acrobat will now be rescued off the chair, and the female dancer is already here to come in for the support. If Roger managed to body block here, the Acrobat will be able to get into a music block area, which is a bane of Jack existence, because the slow speed is basically the contrary of his skill, which is going invisible and having fast moving speed.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. We've got all 3 boxes in the area entity. They are just on the ground, and as we mentioned, breaking boxes is kind of like you want to do it. Missing that Foggy Blade, which means this kite is going to last even longer, and FS is doing a beautiful job so far as Acrobat, especially with the dancer support from God J, making things extremely difficult for Xenia to catch up. We've got 1 Cypher remaining, and we're breaking the boxes now, but FS will be able to transition a little bit further. Are we going to catch up? Is Xenia going to be able to make it? We are, of course, gonna have to be careful here, and a beautiful hit with that Foggy Blade for the down.
Luckily for the survivor side, there is no basement in the factory area, so they don't have to worry about a potential down situation in the basement. Acrobat will be brought out of the factory at the chair right outside. Tartaglia now still have that 2 elbow pad to utilize to come into the vicinity of the rocket chair, and the survivor already primed the Cypher in front of the front gate.
Tartaglia doing a beautiful job so far at dodging these Foggy Blades every time they come in at the chair. Gonna try and be very careful. You don't want the Acrobat to be able to rebound in this area, but that's gonna be the case. So just waiting for it now. It is gonna happen, NTT, which means that our final chase is gonna happen with all 4 survivors on the field. Music boxes in play in the area. Acrobat unfortunately has no resources of his own to utilize, but he's going to transition out and into the middle.
Yeah, now he can take in that Foggy Blade, but he cannot take in a normal hit. A miss of the Foggy Blade coming from the side of the Ripper there. The dungeon is right in front of him, so he has to watch out. Can he make it? FS is right in front of him. Can he do it? Wow.
Beautiful job. Oh my god, congratulations to them for that one. That was a beautiful 4 escape on the side of Venom. And as we mentioned before the game, their stakes were very high. They needed to make this match count in order to make it further into IVA, which means that they've guaranteed themselves a 3rd round. And now they're in a tied situation. So we've got a win on the side of 0-2. We've got a win on the side of Venom. And here we are with our statistics. NTT, tell me more about these.
179 seconds of containment, and that's why the previous game Seichu banned the female dancer right off the bat, because with the female dancer, just 1 music box in the factory area is enough to make the hunter cry. But Xenia using the Ripper, chasing the Acrobat inside the factory with 3 music box around the area, it's a pain. It's really a pain for all hunter main, and Xenia unfortunately cannot afford to break those because the Cypher can be popped at any moment.
It was a difficult situation, but that is really the strength of that double decoder comp. Would you not say? I would. It's good. It's solid. It's great to use in order to use the power of the ciphers on your own side. That is your main objective in the game, after all. You want to be able to get those ciphers done. If you're able to do that in a timely fashion, even better. But really, major props to the Acrobat there.
And they pop the cipher very smartly, I would say. They don't let the Acrobat take in that hit, because at the end game the Acrobat would have half health and he could not take in that Foggy Blade, but they pop right after the Acrobat popped the window. So there is that broken window buff when it comes to speed, and then the speed when it comes to popping the borrow time. And also at full health, he can take in that Foggy Blade and able to transition to the dungeon area, which was at the middle and which was successful for the survivor team.
Yes, the dancer, of course, using that flywheel in order to make it out in the nick of time in order for the acrobat to be able to get through the dungeon when it opens. Full gameplay from the survivor side from Venom for this round. As Entity just mentioned, just thinking in advance, knowing that the will be achieved with the Foggy Blade in order to get a quick one once the cipher is popped, doing it in advance, making sure the acrobat had the resources to kite, and then the dungeon being right there, just planning forward, knowing what they're doing, thinking it out, communicating, talking to each other, doing what they can. But on that note of excitement, we are going to cut to a short break, and we'll be with you guys for the titular third round between Venom and ZT today.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私2人で誓ったもの。 レイチェル・ガードナー。これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ。罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目を よく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
Welcome back, everyone, for more exciting IVA action with your caster entity and the ever lovely Veronica beside me. And we just witnessed a very exciting match between both sides of ZT and Venom, with a very interesting lineup, Veronica.
Yeah, that was definitely very interesting. We got the double decoder that I wanted, just because it's fun to experiment. And on top of that, Xenia decided to give us a fun little surprise from his hunter pool, which we were very unfamiliar with. And he showed off to us entity a Ripper, which I believe we wanted to talk about a little bit more.
Oh yeah, Ripper. Unfortunately, he didn't get the result that he probably anticipated. But again, kudos to him for trying out such an interesting meta in the lineup. Of course, Jack, as someone in the circle of changes, if any one of you are interested, Jack is actually getting a buff in the test server, which will allow him to get a foggy bit area after knocking down a survivor or getting survivor onto a chair. It's not much, but it's something to maybe pop the Ripper up to the meta quite some little. But I think it's quite interesting that NetEase is actually looking out for a few of the of meta hunter right now. And again, from what we have seen with Jack, I think the bane of his existence is totally that double decoder lineup that they have in the previous game.
Yeah, we are here on Chinatown, and we actually have Ares back on the hunting side. So Xenia is going to be swapped off. We're going to be going back to Ares, who we are very familiar with. Of course, has been hunting for ZT so far here in IVA 2023 in June. So it's been great so far. We've been seeing a lot of Ares. We're back to Ares. We know Ares is hunter pool. Luckily, we can talk about that a little bit more soon. But let's get into our band so far. So we've got the Seer band on the Sword side along with the Priestess and the Barmaid, totally expected from Chinatown. And we have got the Clerk and the Naiad actually banned on the Hunter side at TT.
Oh, interestingly enough, Ares decided to let the Dancer in the equation for the side of Venom, so they may actually go for an Antiquarian Dancer as the first two pick to counter whatever Ares had in store for us. Once again, Chinatown, reasonable to ban that Seer and Priestess. Oh! They're actually not going for the Dancer with that pick onto a stable rescuer and top tier harasser with that Antiquarian and Mercenary.
Everybody's little princess, as I'm calling her, is my princess, personally. Antiquarian, if you're out there, my phone number is. Anyway, we have the Mercenary, of course, coming in, along with the Antiquarian. Very solid lineup. This is something we've been seeing since the Japan qualifiers for Koa. They will just bring out this duo because they are so strong. We're going to see the Prospector and the Acrobat get banned together, so you don't want to deal with that strong harasser, that strong support, and that really good kiter as well. The two of them just being taken out as a duo. We will not be seeing them take the field today, but we did see a beautiful job from the Acrobat in the last round on Venom's side, so no wonder that they do not want to see him. Acrobat got to come off of the bench, and they thought, oh man, no, this is why we benched you. Get out. So Acrobat will go back on the bench. The Psych, however, will be coming out instead.
Oh, Psychologist. Of course, the Psychologist can go well with that Mercenary if it comes to the perfect teamwork. And yeah, that answer is the offer grab. It seems like they are not taking it right away. That last man is in line for Ares. He could have all the potential to ban out the Dancer or go for the Patient, because that Patient is also a very strong character in Chinatown. Or even the Toy Merchant. The Toy Merchant is still up for grab. They might want to go for it. Ares is definitely banning that Dancer when they are not picking it. So either the Survivor gonna try to complete the couple with a Patient pick, or the next suitable support kind of lineup is to go for the Intermission, and yeah, that the lovey-dovey couple is in the game, Veronica.
We'll be seeing the lovers come out today. Of course, they do have their own special little buffs and special things going on. We're gonna see a disciple on Ares' side. I can't even info dump about the lovers because we've got a nun on the field. She's like at a Catholic school dance, and she's asking me to please create some distance between them. So, and coming in, of course, to break up their couple fun. They're married. We promise they can hold hands in public. It's okay.
Yeah, luckily the map is not the red church.
Disciple. Yeah, well, luckily it's on Chinatown and not in the church. I mean, that would upset her so much. But what are your thoughts on the disciple here on Chinatown against this team qualm?
Disciple, a great character to counter the Antiquarian and also some of the ability to flywheel. Of course, with the skill that they have, they can totally flywheel the cat, but usually Disciple main has a way to go around that. So Disciple is a great character to counter flywheel, and also a great character to counter the psychology, the Antiquarian. Sorry. Now we gotta go head into the spawn pick areas here with the Disciple. They will have to pick out their spawn meticulously if they don't want to be the one being chased at the early game, because the ability to close out distance coming from the Disciple is just too much for some of the survivor.
Yes. That is going to be a little bit of a hassle for a lot of them. The mercenary can dash away. The patient can use a hook to glide away. It's going to be a little bit difficult considering she will be able to catch up to them rather quickly with those cats if she does make it there in time. But she's going to spawn here in the corner on the hotel in that two-story area. So the psychologist outside of the hotel, the patient on the opposite side. You really got your pick of the crop here. Really going to split up this couple by placing one of them in a rocket chair and sending them back to the manor. Maybe if we go there, I mean, so close. Not really worth it to go all the way over the Antiquarian. She's a hassle anyway. But I'm Veronica. This is NTT. We're your co-casters for today, and we're hopping right into the action. So we're here in round 3. We're on Chinatown, and we are starting off with our first chase. And our first target entity does actually seem to be this patient here, who is currently using a hook in order to transition away. But actually just forcing that resource to deplete as we're changing and we're moving forward. And the patient is doing his best to kite away, but the first cat has landed.
And both the cat had actually landed on 2 survivors, so they'll have to make a run for it. Of course, the patient, he has the ability to close out the distance, explode the cat so the patient cannot use the hook anymore, but cannot afford to break the pallet because Ares is not going for a fast breaking pallet persona build. It instead is going to be a 3-6 build with Blink, I believe.
Yes, actually changing target to this Antiquarian after all, missing the swing on Godj's side a little bit too early there, but a beautiful flywheel to make up for that little misstep earlier. So Disciple just kiting around, following Godj, using a beautiful blink in order to land that first hit, and our cats are going to be off of cooldown, which means we can send out a little bit more. So they're meowing, they're on the field, they're preaching their gospel, and Godj will hear it. So we are going to unfortunately miss the cancel there. Wasn't quite close enough in order to make it happen, but breaking this pallet, just following through, but the containment is working out so well so far.
Yeah, Roger is picking a kiting spot that would not interfere with the other decoding cipher. Gotcha with a meticulously swipe from the bamboo stick right there. Disciple is now silenced off of his ability to attack. Now with the 3 swipe, Gotcha now only has the ability to jump through with the bamboo stick. Gotta watch out for the cat. Now can he jump over the window in time? I think not. Ares is hot on his heel.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not going to work out. We're going to see Godj go down, and Godj is going to be seeing the chair for the first time, luckily. 3 ciphers a pop. We said this earlier. I mean, you break one pallet and suddenly 3 ciphers are done, and how did that happen? And I blink and you miss it. But they've done a beautiful job of staying away from the cipher so far in order to make that magic that goes on behind the scenes happen. They've worked diligently. We're going to see Tartaglia come into the area, of course, for this rescue. A beautiful dash in order to make it to the chair, but you have to be careful of this cross and these cats coming right at you. Do not want to get stunned in the process, getting the rescue off, and luckily we're going to be able to see Godj transition out and back into the area he was kiting in before.
Luckily for the survivor side, the cat came in earlier than expected, so Mercenary was able to force in the stun. If you get hit before being stunned, that could be very bad for the survivor lineup. Able to get the hit onto Godj. Godj will be brought down before the flywheel came online again, and Psychologist seems to be healing the mercenary to come in for the second rescue, and that is exactly what's gonna happen. Tactically, oh, basement game?
Yes.
This is gonna be
playing the
risky.
basement game. So we're going to see this chair happen in the basement, knowing full well there's a psych, there's a mercenary. 2 + 2 = 4. The psychologist is going to heal the mercenary, which is exactly what happened. So the mercenary now able to come in for another rescue. Gotta be careful of these elbow pads here, throwing out some cats to try and negate the action, but Tartaglia is going to be able to make it down. Are we going to get the drop down hit? We are. No
They
hit
will.
recovery. This is a tricky situation. Tide has already been used on TT. It's going to be a mad dash in order to get this antiquarian out of the basement safely. She's got a little bit of flute left to utilize, but it is a careful race. First, ooh!
Able to
There it
down the down the antiquarian on time. They're gonna pop the cipher right after mercenary help goes through that halfway part. Actually, Aris was very smart there, going for the blink to try to down Gotcha before mercenary was able to get to the half health mark. But the survivor side, they are quick on their button. They are able to pop the cipher right on time. So Gotcha now have all the time in the world to kite. The dungeon is actually here.
Yes, absolutely.
Aris is at the risk of getting a 4-man escape.
Oh, goodness, Entity. Things are looking pretty rough so far. That flywheel, but the charged hit is going to come in, and we're going to see a smart play from Ares here. You don't want to deal with another 4 escape from Venom, but how close they were. I mean, they set it up perfectly once more. They did those ciphers as they should have. They got the pop done perfectly on time. They're bringing out their A game. They are very aware that this is life or death when it comes to them continuing an IVA, and they're really proving it to us. But let's take a look at these wonderful little stats here. Tell us a little bit more about those, if you'd be so kind.
Antiquarian from in the hand of Gotcha managed to get 146 seconds of kiting. Not that much of decoding, but I think as a kiter in early game, the statistic is enough. 2.5 minutes of kiting. What a game! Also, the survivor side, they seems to be learning from their mistake in the first half in the first game, and they are coming back stronger than ever in the second and third game, and it shows. It shows that even when they are hunter main, they can be very great survivor player also.
Yeah, when you got the brain of a hunter main, you kind of know what the other hunter's going to do to you. Playstyles are different, but generally the good things to do, the smart things to do remain the same, and they remain that for a reason. Secretly, sometimes we call that the meta. But in terms of that, they just did a gorgeous job with their containment. I mean, they clearly were communicating, get those ciphers done. Stay out of the way of the ciphers. They made sure that Gotcha had a strong place to kite in that was far away from the other tasks that they needed to do on their own in order to properly support his kite. But in Tartaglia too, I mean, I really have to hand it to him. Those rescues are smooth as butter, NTT. They are good. The elbow pads come in, the rescue goes off without a hitch. I don't think we've seen a failed rescue from him so far. It's been going really well.
He has some very clean rescue. I think he has the cleanest rescue of all the rescuers we have seen in IVA. We might have to get a medal for that. But yeah, comes to think of it, when it comes to point 02 now has to win the next game with a 5-0. So all 4 survivors had to make it out the gate or the dungeon in order for ZT to move on, or else Venom gonna be the one moving on because they have such a performance boost in round number 2, and they are hot on their heel on round number 3.
Yeah, they've already started on this, which means stakes are not going to be as high. Luckily for Venom's Hunter on the side, so we're going to be giving our friend Seichu a little bit of a break here, luckily, as the survivors have started off with such a strong lead by almost getting a 4 escape, but getting at least a 3-1. However, on that note, everybody, think about what happened today. Think about the fun of these matches and all of the joy that came from them. But with that, Entity and I are going to leave you for a quick break. We'll be back with you soon. Don't miss us too much. It'll be like 5 minutes.
Yes, と答えて。
私がこのフロアの残罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の信徒だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone and welcome back to Hit Community Tournament Identity 5 Arena. Of course, this is hosted by the lovely Nello Mello, so he's in chat, give him some love. He's there entertaining you guys in real time. Entity and I are like 3 minutes ahead of you, so we'll get to you when we get to you. But
We are time travelers.
We are! We're coming at you from the future. However, let us take a look at what we're dealing with here. So we are still at Venom versus ZT. This is the first matchup of today. If you've become emotionally attached to us, don't worry, we'll still be here for another matchup after this. But we're in round 3, which means we're in the home stretch, and we are entering our second half, as you can see from the points on the screen.
Yeah.
So also from the points on the screen, NTT, tell us what the win conditions are looking like.
Oh my god. The win condition gonna be very exciting for every viewer. 0-2 now had to go for a 4-man escape if they want to stay in the tournament and kick Venom out. But from what it seems to be, Venom is on their way to becoming a very strong team after 2 of the Survivor games, bringing them all the points that they need to, go back into the run to be the champion of IVA. Now 0-2, they had to bring out their best Survivor lineup with 6 Survivor bans. So that's a lot of deficits that they have to go for, that they have to go through up against in the last round in Chinatown.
Yeah, when we get into these final third rounds here, the stakes become so much higher. I mean, I start everything off by saying the stakes are high, but I'm not lying anytime. The stakes are always high. But in round 3, it's especially bad because when you're in your final match of all time, you have your win conditions totally laid out for you. You know what the situation is, and the situation here, as NTT said, is that ZT need to get a 4 escape in order to win and advance further on to keep fighting for the IVA championship. ZT, luckily, when we did see them in Koa, did prove to us that they are capable of getting 4 escapes under very, very difficult situations, but their players are swapped up a little bit. Of course, the team is still got the core of it. It has the same principles, it has the same values, got the same playstyle, the same sort of coaching going on, but when you have different players, things become a little bit more difficult to coordinate the same way. So we don't really know if we can expect that same thing. And furthermore, any team can flounder under pressure like this. So if they don't manage to do it, they did have a super good run. They were super lovely to watch. They've started off really strong. They've given us a good performance so far. And Venom, of course, as NTD mentioned, have really been improving these last few rounds. They started off pretty all right, but they've been getting better and better as time goes on.
And Seiju, he just gets to get 1 Survivor elimination, what he has been always doing in the previous matchup, 1 point, 2 point. That's enough for the Survivor side of Venom to burst off, to take the lead from the side of 0-2. And now they are in such a great lead that in this round, 0-2 has to be shaking in their boots.
Oh, yeah. I would be frightened like a sopping wet kitten who just fell into a lake. Luckily, I'm not playing right now. I'm talking about the people playing, which means I can say stuff like that instead of shaking in my boots.
Talking about cat, there's a Mel Potato.
Yeah, there's Meow Potato, and also the barmaid, because her little hat kind of reminds me of cat.
I can see that.
Yeah, I know, right? Barmaid's being taken out alongside the priestess and the seer, who we will not be seeing come onto the field today. Unfortunately, poor things. Very strong support characters though, and you don't want to see any of them, but we'll be launching into our Hunter band soon. I'm gonna guesstimate no Naiad. I think we'll finally take that Naiad out, and we won't let her hit the field.
Yeah, just ban the character that Seiju is capable of getting 1 escape or 2 escape. Or 2k. With a Naiad and Bloody Queen is off the equation. Now the Survivor side, they still have that dancer to think about in their lineup, and also maybe a mercenary or Antiquarian, because Antiquarian is still up for grabs. Maybe an Antiquarian dancer or mercenary just to take in a certain rescuer.
Those ones are absolutely very strong to have in the field. We see them commonly. But we are actually going to be seeing the batter. Not sure about the barmaid, but probably maybe the batter. So those are very exciting. Batter we don't see very often, especially as a priority pick hero would be very interesting. Of course, it could just be a silly
okay.
It's totally fine.
Okay. So the third ban is actually mercenary. So mercenary is off the equation, so they're gonna go for the batter and barmaid with the lineup. Interesting to see the batter as the first pick, because there's still, the Antiquarian and also that prospector to think about.
Yeah, they gotta be careful of that. We have the Patient and the Toy Merchant being banned next. Don't want to see those. Toy Merchant, especially here on Chinatown, is a bit of a nuisance. Any big maps with sort of 2 stories, she just becomes a nightmare. On Chinatown especially, there are a lot of really good catapult spots that can totally help out her teammates, and she can loop that hotel like nobody's business. You just go up, glider, run around, glider off cooldown, glider. It's just an endless circle.
Just circling around the two-story catapult, fly to the middle of the map, run into the hotel. Talking about run, we see the whipping clown in the spot of the Survivor pick. Veronica seems to be ecstatic about this pick.
He's I know him. He's just a little clown guy.
We all know him.
Yeah, we're gonna see him. I'm gonna call him Clown. I'm not gonna. NTT and actually before stream had a funny conversation where I was like, I want to call him Weepy because I think it's funny, but we'll call him Clown for the sake of professionalism. IBA is quite close to being a very professional tournament. This is an off-topic statement, but I mean, look at these graphics. Look at how things are run. Gotta send some more love to Nell for organizing this and having it be so beautiful and allowing me to make my silly jokes on a main stage. But we're gonna see the dancer get banned as well. She is a bit of a nightmare, so they don't want that hullabaloo lineup coming in today. You know, you don't want the dancer to come. You already saw the clown. What if she came along? She's a nightmare in that hotel area, much like the toy merchant is.
Yeah, listen, talking about nightmares, there's still a nightmare that Seichu might have to look out for, which is the Antiquarian. Will they pick that character? Let's see. Antiquarian is still up for grabs. Also the Prospector, or even a Rescuer Lifer Officer if they want to go for a Sable Rescuer. But with the point deficit in mind, with their two having to get 4-man escape, it's better for them to pick some character that they can, look after themselves and try to support the others. Oh, the Postman as the last pick for Sire 02.
Our friend the Postman is going to be hitting the field as well. A lot of very friend-shaped characters on the field today, and by that I mean a lot of supports. So of course we have the Postman coming in, we got the Barmaid coming in, we got the Batter coming in, and we have the Weeping Clown coming in, all of which of course are excellent characters in order to support your team. This is a big map. There's a lot of open space for the Clown to take his teammates around on his rocket if he so chooses, which by the way guys, NTT mentioned earlier, the tester has some buffs in right now. Weeping Clown actually has one as well. They are increasing the speed at which he runs with his teammates, and I think they're also testing something with the blast radius. I'm not sure about the second one, but I am sure about the first one.
Oh yeah, they are also buffing the ability to turn, so it will be smoother to turn the rotation. Oh, the final present that Seichu have for us is the Wax Artist.
He is ending off our Christmas with 02 and Venom today, so we will be seeing the Wax Artist come out to play. Funny enough, we were talking about him as well, Wax being a very, very strong hunter, but one that you don't see very often. He relies heavily on being good on certain maps, and also, of course, on the hunters being extremely comfortable with him. You need to be able to get that presence quickly. You need to be able to have the best ping in the world in order to make those quick swaps from the normal Wax to the hot Wax, and then they get that 99 hit, and it's really fun to watch, but it's very difficult to pull off because you're real quick with it. And you're also kind of leaving it up to the hands of Mr. Netties, who will decide whether or not the button was clicked fast enough and like the command goes through quick enough, and then you got to deal with that entity, and it's a whole mess. But this is going to be really interesting because this comp against Wax Artist is. What are your thoughts on that while we hop into our spawn location?
Oh, interesting to see the Wax Artist, but I think it's reasonable. The Survivor lineup both have the Batter and the Weeping Clown as the Stunner, and Wax Artist is a great hunter to go up against a Stunner type of lineup. So, Seichu with 1 point needed. I think Seichu might be able to do it, unless the Survivor side are able to cover for each other nicely.
We have seen ZT in the past not afraid of being unapologetically insane in the way that they approach their teamwork and their abilities in that regard. You know, they want to be able to do what they can do. They need this for escape, so they're definitely going to support as much as they can, to the point where we, in any other circumstance, we'd be like, wow, that's over-supporting. Please go do your ciphers. But in this circumstance, they really do need to band together and see what they can do. But we've got our loading screen. We're hopping right into the action. I'm Veronica. NTT is with me today. We are in the final matchup between Venom and 02. Who will win? Let's see. So Seichu starting off strong, starting off in the hotel area, and we're going to find out Mini Yuki first, who is the barmaid and currently hiding behind this little area here, which is actually tripping up Seichu a little bit. Oh no.
Oh, yeah. The one that's tripping up is actually Yuki. Was actually baited out by Seichu. Will try to use this area to dodge over that Wax, but she has to be on the lookout for the ability to lock those windows.
Yes, absolutely. Going to be difficult for the barmaid to make this transition happen. We're going to see the first hit. She's got to be careful. She has a lot of wax on her. Using the drink now, but going up to, again, be extremely careful about proceeding. Do not want to get stunned in the middle of trying to finish off her drink. But it seems that we have a friend in the area, Run, coming in for some support here. So we're going to see the batter. And the first hit, it has been landed. You got to be careful, though, because Wax Artist against stunners, well, he gets a little bit of a bonus with that. But we're going to see the barmaid able to mix in the drink because of the batter being so kind to come and do a little bit of distraction. But Entity, wow, what a strong start from Run so far with these hits.
And the pallet is still here. Blink is available for the Hunter. Gonna block off that pallet. Oh, Blink to get closer to Run, but the flywheel is not enough. Run is actually bringing a very risky persona build here with both flywheel and broken window. So if he managed to be the last kiter, the Cypher Pop is not gonna be propping him up, so they will have to rush the Cypher as soon as possible and try to divert the attention of the Hunter if they don't want Run to get off early.
Gonna be real difficult. We're seeing Clown come in here. He's got that rocket to use. Will he help that batter out? It seems that he is just gonna continue to loop around. So we're going to see Run, of course, continue on as the batter here. Another beautiful hit from him. Meow Potato hanging out in the hotel area just in case, but we are unfortunately going to see a hit on Run there as he sort of doubles back. But it seems that they may be setting up to try and attempt to do the looping Clown here.
That is exactly what they are trying to do. Meow Potato is right in front, but the rocket's actually stuck in between the light post, so that is not going to be enough for batter to be able to get away. Seichu is actually bringing the batter into another place so he can have a better look at the Cypher progress. 2 Cypher remaining. The dungeon is spawned at the archway. Postman gonna be decoding the second last Cypher with Whipping Cloud in the hotel area.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to make this 4K or 4 escape happen. So things are not looking too well. Things are looking very difficult, in fact, as we are going to see the Hot Wax be activated, and an attempt to get it down on the Clown is unfortunately not going to work out. But we're going to see the barmaid come in for theirs. So just going to have to be really careful about this. The batter is off of the chair. Now going to try and land a hit on Seichu in order to negate this damage here. But things are looking dire, Entity. They need this 4 escape, and they have 4 survivors on the field, 1 Cypher remaining. But the support's going to need to be crazy hard in this circumstance. A beautiful hit from the batter. He is self-sufficient. What a lovely little guy. But the barmaid, of course, is here to help him out. Try and take a hit, but that wax freeze means that she can't. Run is going to have to be really careful about how he proceeds with a beautiful stun in order to buy himself more time.
Barmaid is always around the batter vicinity to try to body block for him. Barmaid is now brought down. Batter will have to watch out. Flywheel is still available. Can he flywheel? Oh, actually, baiting out. Seichu baiting out the flywheel, but Batter wasn't able to do it. Popped the Cypher, but as I mentioned earlier, Batter did not have that borrowed time to be able to be propped up. And that will be enough for Seichu to bring the win to Venom.
Yeah. However, the action is not yet over, luckily, which means we get to see a little bit more of this Team Conco up against this little wax artist here. So we are going to see Mini Yuki take the kite once more on the barmaid, coming back in, using that drink in order to get it. The dungeon is in this area, which means we have a flywheel utilized, and the dungeon and the other survivors are at the gate, currently getting that open and getting out. So maybe we'll see a nice little dungeon escape. Unfortunately, that is not going to be the case. I spoke a bit too soon, as we're going to see Mini Yuki go down in this pallet. And it seems that Seichu will actually be pulling a draw under these circumstances.
Yeah, a magnificent showcase of that Wax Artist. As we have seen in previous tournament, Wax Artist is a very suitable hunter in the meta, able to counter the stunner meta, and from what we have seen, he absolutely countered them and able to get the win for the side of Venom. Congratulations to Venom. They will be moving on in the lower bracket. But unfortunately for 0-2, their run stopped here.
They did their best. They gave us a good fight. They were delightful to watch. So, of course, thank you to 0-2 for being here in IVA. Always a treat to have players and people come in and showcase their teams. It's a beautiful community tournament. We can see the best of Southeast Asia, what they're capable of, who's up and coming in the tournament sphere, who we might see in Koa next time, what players who have been in Koa are doing after Koa, and Venom has taken this win. So as Entity said, huge congratulations to them. They really fought their way for this. We've been seeing some beautiful improvement from them in these last few rounds, just that alone, and they're really proving themselves to be quite a beast to tackle. I mean, as we're getting later and later into IVA, NTT, the teams are becoming even more beefier and buffer and stronger and harder to deal with and more impressive.
They are learning along the way. As I said earlier, Venom, they have a very rough start to begin with. But after just that game, they were able to pull themselves up. They were able to learn from their mistake and deliver one of the best performers that we have been seeing throughout IVA so far. Wax Artist, as I said earlier, is a counter to Harasser lineup, and he luckily chased the only one without borrow time.
Yes. Oh goodness, I was I was planning to ask you about that because I was like, this is definitely a point I want him to tell me more about. But we saw the stats there. If you missed them, just head on back, pause for a little bit, read them over. They show off the kite times, what everyone was capable of, but. NTT, I mean, the support from the batter was great. The ball timing was amazing. We saw that in the kite that was done by the batter himself. But what are your thoughts on maybe if things could have gone differently had they not sent in the batter for that support, especially because he did not have borrowed time and wasn't really safe to take a kite?
Yeah, from what I was seeing there, the batter was trying to cover from the barmaid, but unluckily, Seiju has a different thought in his mind. He wants to go for the batter. He don't want the harasser, and he know full well that the Wax Artist has full ability to counter the batter. So that was his goal for, and he get to get the last laugh. He get to down the batter in time. And not to worry about the Cypher Pop because he know full well. He did see the batter having a speed boot after vaulting the pallet and then flower right after.
Yeah. Thank you for your insight so much. It was an amazing match to watch. It is great to see that Wax Artist come out. He's a very strong hunter, but you see him very rarely because, of course, as we mentioned, it relies a lot on technical skill and timing, and sometimes it's easier to play someone else who relies a little bit.
And sometimes it's even based on the other survivor lineup. Right. Because if they go for a transitional kiting lineup, I doubt the Wax Artist would have appeared.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The team comp did work out very well for the Wax Artist. We had those two stunner harassers. He deals pretty okay with those. He doesn't mind them as much as other hunters. The barmaid was in. He could freeze her before she could finish up her drinks. The postman was there. Not really going to be too much of a problem for him. The dog bite really would be the only thing. But in general, I mean, just amazing job from Seichu there in order to get the team down, and a very gallant attempt from 0-2 in order to make things work. That poor weeping clown entity. I mean, that is the most unfortunate happy birthday I've ever seen. That rocket didn't manage to go through right to Seiju's side. I think if that rocket managed to stun the hunter, there would have been more time bought for the survivor lineup, but unluckily that lamppost, that pesky lamppost, how dare they place the lamppost there. For this exact reason, I think I think I get stuck on the lamppost sometimes. Everyone knows you're not alone if you get stuck on the little objects on Chinatown. I do it. NTT probably does it. He made a noise, so I'm gonna assume that's a yes. But again, a huge congratulations to Venom on that.
You don't have to expose me like that.
You express yourself, it's only fair. On that note, however, between our little bickering, we are actually going to cut to another short little break, and we'll be back with you guys for another entirely different matchup.
So don't go anywhere, more IVA action when we come back.
怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ。罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答え
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Acrobat from the hit game Identity V, and welcome back for more IVA action with my caster Veronica.
Hello, Mike Morton. Thank you for joining us today. It's really great that Nell was able to get such a wonderful guest star. I mean, you're a prolific guy. You left your tennis match to be able to make it here. You are, I'm sure, really excited for the action that we're going to be getting into between Touch and Go and Phoenix today. But I mean, happy belated birthday as well, Mike Morton, the Acrobat from Hit Game Identity V and not NTT.
Thank you. I'm losing the tennis game anyway, so I have all the time in the world to attend this.
Yeah, tennis is hard. I don't blame you, Mike Morton.
Yeah, I know.
Here, everyone. That was.
Oh my god! I disappear. Oh, what just happened?
Yeah, Mike was here for a minute. I hope everyone enjoyed. Steve left his tennis match, which he was losing to be here. But oh my goodness! Now that you're back, NTT, why don't you tell everyone about TNG versus Phoenix now? The one thing I'll add is that they actually both were knocked down into the lower bracket by Aquarius, as I said earlier.
That's a very funny bit, yeah. Yeah, both are at a beef with Aquarius, but yeah, on term of their lineup, they both have incredible hunter main, and also the survivor are up to support for each other. Of course, for TNG, we have Dead World, the first person to ever bring out Night Watch in the tournament, and also he has that Bonbon and Dreamwitch, and you know, those meta characters such as Naiad Clerk to look out for. As for Phoenix, we have Tuame, the one that can control the cipher with any hunter possible, with that Dreamwitch, Naiad, and possibly a Clerk.
Oh goodness, Twame has been giving everyone a run for their money so far. Got off to a rocky start, but very quickly readjusted, and then gave us some matches to commentate that were like a rapping simulator because you had to really see everything that Twame was doing. And I say that, but it's even more impressive that you're able to play the Dreamwitch like that in real time beyond, you know, being able to talk about it. But I'm very excited to see more gameplay from Twame today. We are starting off, of course, looking at Touch and Go a little bit closer. So our Hunter, as Entity has mentioned, able to take that Night Watch out one day. That was very fun. Also has taken out the Disciple, the Bloody Queen. So that is their beautiful Hunter, and their wonderful little survivors are Fate, Wolfie, Commentator, White, Redona, and Ampa here. So they have been wonderful so far. We've only seen a few grace the stage thus far. As for in terms of things that have been very interesting to watch, we did Commentator take out a beautiful Magician during their first ever match, which was absolutely delightful to watch. Wolfie has taken out, you know, the Mercenary, the Gravekeeper, tends to play that rescuer role very closely. White is a niche Gardener player, and a very good one at that.
Yeah.
He tends to take up that little grasp role.
Yeah, and also the survivor lineup, they have every possible role in the world. They are able to cover for each other. There's a harasser, there's a rescuer, there's that Gardener Mathnet that you talk about with White being the one that controls the character. We were up to our seat when we see that the Gardener was in the game, and White totally deliver and show us how powerful the Gardener is in the meta.
She really make her name known. She does really well in that regard. The veterans, of course, are veteran characters for a reason. They were added to the game very early on. They're very early in the lore stuff. They're just first come, first serve to everything. They have been rising a little bit in the meta lately as they kind of find their place with a bunch of stronger teammates in order to balance things out and round out their team comp with a little niche pick that's going to take them off guard. So we're going to take a look at our other opposite team here. We will be seeing the Phoenix that has been rising from the ashes so far in the lower bracket here, as we mentioned earlier. So we've got Twame, as we mentioned earlier, Riffer Nun as well. On the Hunter side, we've got Rossarin, Phosphorus, Raphael, Yazen, and my favorite name of all time, Boyman. And Steve, would you like to tell us a little bit more about the survivors we got on this lineup here?
Yeah, the survivor lineup for the survivor side, we do have a lot of familiar name here. Yazen is, of course, the harasser in the team. They have that prospector and patient to look out for. Raphael, again, another harasser. One of the few players that actually bring out the Enchantress in the tournament. So that is something to look out for. And yeah, we are heading right into the ban pick for the first half of round number 1 with TNG Hunter Dead World versus the survivor side of Phoenix. We have Boyman, Phosphorus, Yazen, and Raphael.
Exciting to start with. I do love a good team name rundown just to keep you guys familiar and up and running. And as mentioned, of course, both of these teams have taken out an Enchantress before, so we could be seeing at least one today for those of you who are very big Enchantress fans. I hope that you're up and raring and ready to go, and you're on her stuns at the top of your lungs. I hope that you're cheering and clapping so much that it hurts a little bit. But our first ban is Seer here. We will not be seeing him take the stand today, but very unsurprising. We're on Ever Sleeping. It's a Seer. You don't want to deal with that little man. But, NGT, you know who that leaves open? The Priestess.
Antiquarian also. Yeah, a lot of characters to look out for, and yes, that's both of them in the same game. It's Ever Sleeping Town, so the Priestess pick is to be expected. And that Antiquarian, as we have been mentioning, that character is a menace to every possible Hunter player, and you don't want to look, and you don't want to be around her.
You do not want to be on her bad side, and you know, as soon as you're a hunter, you're in the evil realm, and you are on her bad side immediately. And she's gonna take care of you and deal with you herself with her flute. So, I used to make jokes and say, what if there was an IDV survivor that just hit the hunter back? that's the antiquarian. So when it comes to our bands, we'll also be seeing the barmaid and the dancer come out of play.
Mhm.
The dancer is very strong here on Eversleeping. There are a lot of great places she can set up her boxes for support, for central kiting areas. It's going to be absolutely peachy keen, but she won't be here today. Barmaid as well, able to come in with those Dovlins to help and heal, but we won't be seeing her either. And instead, going to be seeing that stable rescuer, the mercenary.
Yeah, this is a rather strong lineup to go up against that for Itaqua and also his Dream Witch. Actually not Dream Witch, because it hasn't had the ability to heal. And immediately that will, as I said, that man, this psychologist, so the only character that can counter Dream Witch right now is the doctor, but they instead go for the patient. So a very strong Kaider supporter lineup, but not in terms of healing.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but the patient hopefully will be able to make things work. Now, we've got two great transitionary characters. Actually, I lied. We have three great transitionary characters. Priestess got her portals. We've got the mercenary with those elbow pads, the patient with those hooks, and the antiquarian, of course, with her bamboo flute, which is not necessarily transitionary, but definitely deals a large amount of damage on its own.
I think with the priestess in the game, anyone is a transitioner.
That is true. Yeah, the antiquarian's a transitioner now, as Entity has pointed out, because of the priest.
Oh!
Breaking wheel.
Hey now. Yeah, we have more wheels than the Shram. There's another wheel in the game, and that will be dead for Breaking Wheel. We haven't seen that in a while in terms of meta.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. Breaking Wheel broke into the meta by being an extremely strong pick on Eversleeping Town, which is the map that we're back on right now. He took over for Dream Witch for a little bit in terms of being the go-to character on this map, so he's going to be making an appearance once more, and this is where we have to get a little bit concerned and we have to speculate a bit. So, NTT, here's the thing. How many of these survivors do you think brought Flywheel?
Antiquarian for sure. We usually see the harasser has to have that flywheel effect to counter the ability to harass from the hunter, and try to go back in to make some distance for the survivor that is being in the chase. We're gonna head into the spawn pick right here. So Raphael spawning right below the middle 2-story, Phosphorus at the middle to be closer to every other survivor when it comes to rescuing. Yazin actually gonna try to spawn near the geisha area and Boyman at the fake gate. The best spawn position right now for the hunter is either the school gate or the corner house, because I would block the cipher at the ass pallet, or the graveyard would actually go in right across the map. So with this spawn, the cipher at the corner house will be blocked off. Yeah, then had to settle with the cipher in the geisha dance area.
What an excellent little mind game selection there. Go starting up strong with that Breaking Wheel. As we know, Breaking Wheel is an all or nothing character. You kind of get that for elimination, or you get that for escape.
4K or no K.
Yeah, very hard to
as we usually say.
Work with the wheel here. He's a little bit of a tough cookie. I mean, all three of them. I lied. There are 3 people in the wheel. Veronica, this is NTT. We are starting off with your little match today. We've got TNG versus Aquarius, and we are hopping right into the action. You can see the little build in the corner there, and we are starting off strong. Wheel, of course, has his pick of the crop. He can have any survivor he wants with that mobility. He can make it anywhere he wants to, and it seems that he wants to attack this patient to start off.
Oh, but the patient is already at a very strong location. As I said that the spy is able to get onto the patient. Now he has to be very careful if there is another spy up his body. That could make a stop to the kiting potential coming from the patient. There's a trap to look out for. The trap misses. Can Yazin get into the graveyard area? I think... I think that was a mishook right there. Patient was trying to get into the graveyard area, but instead going out and about, and was brought out by Deadwell onto the chair when he tried to get onto the tram.
Yeah. Oh, goodness, Entity. We are a minute into the match, and we have our first survivor sitting on the rocket chair. The priestess is in the area. She is, of course, going to Look around, but we're landing a spike. We've got those long boys out, and they are able to hit the priestess, no problem, no questions asked. So Raphael is hanging out in the area, is going to have to be very careful, using the portal to come in for the rescue, but the trap has been placed down, which means she cannot rebound through this portal and will be forced to place another one. Yazen, of course, transitioning away from the graveyard and trying to make it to this two-story house here.
Luckily for Yazen, there's no blink to worry about, but flywheel to get across the map. Yazen dodging that hit like a pro, but not this one, as that will had already mind game him. There is excitement to worry about. Antiquarian will not try to make a stop to it, but actually coming in to bait out the excitement. What an incredible job for Boyman. Baited out that excitement without wasting any bamboo stick.
Good job, Boyman. Keep it up, Boyman on the Antiquarian. Doing an excellent job of baiting that excitement, which means that now Deathworld has no excitement to work with later on. The mercenary is in the area now. The Antiquarian has gone back to decoding diligently, as she should, and the rescuer is coming in to do his rescue job. He's gonna have to be really careful here, and unfortunately not careful enough. And it's going to go down with the snap, and next time he is placed on the chair, he will be sent back to the manor, which means that support from the Antiquarian will be vital now more than ever if they are able to send.
Yeah, look at that. I think they are really spicing up for a great support lineup. If Boyman managed to hit that wall right here, there would be portal to help Yazen get out and into the global portal. Can Boyman do this? He will actually manage to hit the patient and hit the Antiquarian, so Yazen had all the time in the world to be able to transition into the portal. Another hit from Boyman. What a play coming from the survivor side. That's why you have to watch out for the Antiquarian in the game.
Absolutely beautiful start from the survivors so far in this area. They're still gonna have to be really careful. The patient is gonna unfortunately go down to that snap. We've got 4 ciphers remaining NTT, so they have been really focused on the sport here. They're gonna have to be careful about how they proceed. Of course, excitement will be off cooldown in a bit, so it seems that Deathworld could just wait that out, but instead going to brave it, going to pick up the patient, drop him down, but it seems that now we are waiting, of course, for our excitement to come back online to aid us. Fight against particular Boyman, using it now, able to get the patient on the chair, and he will be sent back to the manor.
A lot of discipline coming from both sides of the survivor and the hunter. Now that will try to get the next target up for grab, which I think will be the mercenary, able to get a spy onto him. The burst will be able to get onto Phosphor Rush, and the hit actually connected, so mercenary gonna be brought down after that hit. Priestess, he is still decoding, but have to watch out because that well is hot on his heel. Priestess will now be the target for her. Sorry.
Deadworld really is putting in the work here to give that all or nothing to the wheel, picking the all instead of the nothing. So we are, of course, changing targets to Raphael, the only survivor who has just 125 hit of damage and nothing larger than that. The rest of them, of course, being a little bit easier target-wise. The mercenary is going to fall on the ground, which means he's going to be forced to expend his self-heal, or the Antiquarian is going to have to head all the way over there in order to heal him. We've got 2 ciphers remaining, NTT, and Raphael is on the kite here. 2 spikes on, so you gotta have to be really careful about proceeding with this kite.
Yeah, there are 2 portal to your life coming for the priestess right here. I'm gonna try to go for the first portal and look around this area. But the trap placed earlier coming from that wall. What a play coming from that wall. Priestess is now brought down and totally unexpected of that very meticulously placed trap.
Now we are able to head back to our friend the mercenary. Phosphorus is trying his best to kite in this area, vault back and forth around these 2. This little window here. Deathworld is coming in hot. We are able to get that little spike on. Phosphorus doing a good job so far, but we're going to hop out of the wheel farm, get that other spike. The snap mercenary's down, has expended his self-heal, which means that we're back to the priestess now, NTT.
Yeah. Both the mercenary and the priestess already expended that self-heal, so Antiquarian will have to go in and try to heal them back. First with the mercenary, priestess is now the target for that well. 2 spike already. Gonna try to burst to cancel. Excitement to go through the portal and will be bringing down the priestess. What a game! What a play coming from that well. Both survivors are now down on the ground. Antiquarian trying to heal up, but seems like that will know where their location is. He's like having a GPS on every survivor and just charging in and bringing them down.
does not want these heals to happen. It is the last thing you want.
Oh my god, the tram come in!
Oh, poor thing.
Oh, poor.
Right into the
Yeah,
tram.
luckily. Yeah, that will now making a run for it. I don't think Antiquarian has the time. Oh, actually has the time to brought the priestess up and still has some bamboo stick. Able to expand it one, but made it out that coming from that well. Great job. Priestess is now the last target for him. Boyman still had the self heal, of course. Yeah, this shaping up to be a certain 4K coming from that world.
Yes, absolutely. With one Cypher remaining and the Antiquarian being the only survivor to not expend that self-heal, it seems that actually Dead World is very well aware of this and is going to put the Antiquarian on the chair, which means that we'll be put in an even tougher situation. But because of this time that is being used to chair the Antiquarian, the Priestess does have time to create a long global portal. However, healing the Mercenary does take a little bit longer than other survivors. Will they be able to get it off in time? It does seem that they're going to
close, but oh! Congratulations to Priestess for being able to heal up the slowest healer in the game, the Mercenary. But yeah, they have to make a run for it. Mercenary is now down for the 3rd time in the game. Going back into wheel form, gonna charge in right into Raphael, our pesky priestess right here. Oh, going through the portal, preventing Raphael from utilizing it ever again. Antiquarian, of course, still has a self-heal and will be going for the heal on to the Mercenary. But that will know that Boyman is here. Excitement right away! Boyman is brought down for the 3rd time.
Beautiful. To the excitement there from Death World. A lot of discipline with this wheel. Very well practiced. Knows exactly what he is doing in this case. Phosphorus is just going to hang out in front of this Cypher machine. The poor thing has no self-heal. He can't do much. We're going to see, of course, change target back to the Priestess. That is what we want. This is who we need. Kind of waiting for her to drop down. Mind gaming a little bit. Wanting to make sure that she's not going to go and try to heal up that Mercenary. So just patrolling the area for a while. The dungeon, of course, is also here. Want to make sure that Antiquarian expires and heads back to the manor. And there's just a lot of control that we need to seek over right now. But as soon as that down on Raphael is got, there's no self-heals in the game, and this will, it is shaping up to be a 4 elimination for Death World.
Yeah, one spy onto Raphael here. The bird's gonna put on that 2nd spy, and Raphael with only one portal in his name. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough situation to go across. Death World again. Gonna be bringing down the Priestess. Both of them already lost their self-heal, so this is going to be a GG for the side of Dead World. What a game! We didn't expect the Breaking Wheel to come back harder than ever before.
Absolutely did not, and the Breaking Wheel now, of course, is going to head all the way over to Phosphorus. Going to have to pick him up and put him on a chair. They might be hoping for a potential struggle free or something. The dungeon is in the area. Priestess does have 1 passage remaining. They are not giving up quite yet, but there is a chair right here, NTT. So we are going to unfortunately see Phosphorus placed on and sent to the manor. So as said, that's a good game well played. What a way to start this matchup. We are going to see Death World right out of the gate, proving the strength that they have on their side in order to make this elimination happen so far. So this is a very strong lead to start for Touch and Go.
And looking at the stat right here, we did see that Priestess managed to kite a long time. 3 minutes, 179 seconds of kiting, but wasn't enough to go across Breaking Wheel. One of the strong hunter when it comes to cipher control and just shortening that distance. We did see Survivor dropping left and right, and Dead World is totally in control in the ever sleeping town.
Yes, and this is why Wheel has been so scary in the past. Flywheel has come into the meta, which has knocked Wheel down a lot, but when someone like Death World comes out onto the field with this wheel and is so confident with the wheel and is so secure in the wheel and so bold as well, what you need really with the wheel is confidence. You need to have the confidence of those 3 men in a wheel. You need to have the confidence of 3 men in order to play him and get those all or nothing eliminations, which is what we got there.
Yeah.
Just a beautiful play, and oh my goodness, NTT. The moment with the tram, I think, will not be forgotten.
The tram doesn't discriminate anyone. The tram hit everyone equally.
I want to check in on chat. they had just gotten to the tram moment as soon as I saw that. In a lot of excitement for that, and it's well-placed excitement because, oh my goodness, just what a thing to watch. It's very unfortunate for the mercenary, but as you mentioned, they still did put up a pretty good fight. In particular, gotta give our props to the priestess for containing for so long, and that smart play with the long portal. So not only kill the mercenary, but go back and rescue the antiquarian as well.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, Vanilla killed yeah, I agree with that. Tram VP is back at it again and again, and we might see another Tram VP in the later game. So yeah, we're gonna head into a short break, but when we come back, more Tram action when we come back.
Please. Yep.
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Everybody, welcome back. Oh goodness, we're back with IBA.
We are excited. We are excited for IBA.
We're back with IBA playoffs day 4. Entity, I think, has some pressing information to tell you, so I will say my hellos.
Okay. Wait.
Okay.
Let me opening up my newsletter. What's this? Tuame is not playing, but it will be Riffernan? Oh, what a news. So yeah, as I said, Riffernan gonna be the hunter for the side of Phoenix. So it's going to be one of the matchup of the game. Of course, we do have that breaking wheel coming from that. We're getting a 5 point for the game. So Riffernan here on a little bit of pressure, but hopefully he can do well enough to bring Phoenix right back on track.
Yeah, they are swapping out, of course, to Riffernan, which means that Stakes are pretty high right now. I say that all the time. I said that all the time probably half an hour ago, but you know, I'm a little broken record girl. So of course we did just see a 4 elimination on the side of TNG for Deathworld's breaking wheel. The wheel being we haven't seen in a while, and able to, you know, counteract and deal with those flywheels too, which was very impressive. We are here, of course, still on the ever-sleeping town, and if they want to tie things up and make things look good, they need to make sure that their point deficit is not too bad. So Rivernon should be shooting for another 4 elimination, or at the very least a 3K, just to make sure that the points are not too far, but a draw would also be pretty alright, definitely better than anything less than that. We don't want the points to differ too much as we move into a round 2, because they would need to win that.
Yeah, the round number 1 is the starting point of every team, so you don't want the distance to be too high, or else you won't be able to catch up in the later rounds. And of course, the pressure to come into play. So it's all on Rivernon back right here. Of course, Rivernon also a very formidable hunter player. We have already seen him in past in some of the IVA tournament before. He did also have a Dream Witch and also Naiad. So basically the same character pool as Tuame, which is Nello. But who knows? Maybe during the break, Rivernon might have something else up his sleeve. Maybe Hermit, maybe even Nightwatch.
That is true. We could be seeing a lot. It also seems that we might be having some point deficits later on. We will look at this, break this to you guys after the match concludes, but for now, you know, we're excited to get into the action. So as we mentioned the last time that we had one of these, you know, we had a last minute roster change with 0-2, much like Rivernon coming out now. It just sometimes there will be a point deficit. It's just a little penalty thing. You don't want to change too late. It becomes a hassle for organization who's playing who. You want your teammate to be able to prepare to play with you. You want your opponent to know who they're going up against today as the lineups are announced and whatnot. So that's just some behind the scenes stuff, just some getting our ducks in a row when it comes to the technical aspects, who's playing, what's going on. So, of course, we will be hopping into the action soon. NTT, what are we expecting to see in terms of Ever Sleeping plays? I mean, Priestess Man?
Yeah, Priestess Man, I think that's reasonable. Or could be Antiquarian, but we have seen, if you want to counter the Antiquarian, either ban her or Excitement.
Right.
And yeah, Deathworld bringing out that excitement in the previous game. But with this game, I'm not sure what Rivernon has in his mind. Maybe banning the Priestess is still a good choice, because you don't want the Survivor to transition immediately. But yeah, you have that Antiquarian to look out for.
You do have to be very careful when it comes to dealing with that Antiquarian. So, of course, as we predicted, we are going to see that Priestess ban come in first. You don't want to be dealing with that Priestess, especially here on Ever Sleeping Town. Last match, we saw the longest kite and the best support from the Priestess that they had on their own side. So, definitely very good to get her out of the way, especially if you're not playing an extremely insane character like Wheel. But instead, we're going to see the Toy Merchant and the Barmaid.
Talking about insanely crazy character, Veronica. Toy Merchant as the first pick, I'm actually baffled, because usually the hunter would not ban the Toy Merchant right off the bat like this. So picking the character at the start might be kind of wasteful, but it could be that they are taking in the fact that Rivernon might do some research and know that they are top tier Toy Merchant. So it might be banned in the later pick, so they just pick the Toy Merchant just to be safe, and also that Barmaid to counter the Dream Witch. We do see that Mercenary and Antiquarian being banned right after the 2 has been picked. Reasonable. We have seen a lot of Antiquarian harassment, both in the previous game and also in previous days of IVA. So reasonable to ban the Antiquarian. Again, to counter the Antiquarian, either bring Excitement or just straight up ban her.
My friend the Gravekeeper is coming into play in GT.
Gravekeeper might be love.
I have all the love in the world. The Gravekeeper is coming out. So after Merchant and Manny's stable rescue, usually you go to Officer after your most stable rescue is banished from the field, but instead they're going to hop right down to the Gravekeeper. He,
Yeah.
of course, is lower than the other rescues in terms of priority, but also I think because he's in the ground. So Gravekeeper being an interesting selection, but working out so far with his team comp, I believe. If he does use up all of his shovels, he can pick up an item, along with a barmaid after she uses her resources, she can as well. And Toy Merchant usually exists, as we know, for the catapult support, but if she spawns out with a really good item like an elbow pad, or sometimes even a magician's wand in some cases, that can be really
and even the pocket watch. There's a lot of things that why it's like playing Lotto. It's like playing the lottery. You don't know what you're gonna get, and whatever you get is going to be essential to the game. So they are probably hoping that it's not a syringe.
Yes. Oh goodness. I mean, if you're in proximity to give an item to your teammate, usually you don't really need to give them a syringe because you could probably just heal them if you're giving them a syringe.
So a lot of support, maybe. She could get the football, pocket watch, magic wand, euphoria, which is a perfume.
That would be great too.
Yeah, a lot of great things. So again, it's like playing the lottery again.
Do you? As we're
a gacha in the gacha game.
As we're waiting for our last band here, do you remember when they told us that they were going to put the Doblins from the barmaid in the chest?
Oh yeah.
I remember, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, no drinking.
Yeah.
No drinking allowed.
I can't
Yeah,
read.
imagine the Dublin being in the chest for quite some time. Would it be tasting weird?
Well, it's a miracle wine, so I'd like.
Yeah. There's some magic sprinkle into that wine. So
the barmaid would never do us wrong. I like to believe he would only ever give us quality Doblins. And we can only hope that, unless when you guys are playing duo hunters, then you're just getting bad Doblins.
Yeah.
That wasn't the real barmaid, I promise. She would never do that. But I'm very excited to see who rounds out our team comp here. They're going pretty niche.
Oh? What?
Ooh.
Oh?
Scared of that gardener they have.
For real?
Yes, it seems.
Banning the gardener because in the previous day the gardener brings so much hassle to the hunter player that it has to go into the banned corner. The mascot of the game is now in the bottom right corner that we are seeing right there. And of course, the last pick is going to be another harasser, which is the prospector. A very rounded lineup. We have a supporter, a kiter, a rescuer, and also a harasser in the lineup.
Sounding good so far. Take on the world, and by the world I mean whatever hunter River Nun decides to play on the side of Phoenix here. So, as NTG mentioned just now, they are really well rounded. They know what they're doing. They got that support. They got that harasser. They got the kiting abilities. They got a rescuer. They are stable and they're ready to go. And it definitely seems like based on this team comp, they're just playing characters that they're very comfortable with. You know, there are other circumstances usually like swing for an officer. You'd swing for a seer to start off. These characters that are not usually taken out this quickly, and instead we're going to see the Toy Merchant, we're going to see the barmaid as priority selections. So hoping that we see some really great plays with the Toy Merchant and the barmaid in particular, considering they came out first. So, you know, they got to be special.
I think the better thing about the Rakeeper when it comes to compare against the Mercenary or the Flight Officer is the ability to take in the puddle area coming from Naiad and also the Breaking Wheel. Because when you are in an underground state, you are able to negate those things. I think that's great. Predona, the Rakeeper can just go underground when the water came up to the highest, and then the water would just pop the Rakeeper back on the ground, and he gets to held on to those two precious health.
Yes, that lucky little thing. If he can kite with those shovels too. He's so talented. Speaking of that as well, NTT and I are giving you the latest news on buffs in the test server. Gravekeeper is going to receive one that means that he can take 2 hits of chip damage.
Yeah.
He can deal with
that is very essential.
But Dream Witch is on the field. NTT, tell me more about Dream Witch.
Dream Witch again, a very when it comes to small map like Ever Sleeping Tales, the ability to control the cipher coming from the side of Greenwich can be the make or break of the team. So Rivernan here going on with the Greenwich. The real question here is that will it be a 6-9 blink to come to the new meta, or just a casual 3-6 with Patroller?
Yeah, that's gonna be fun to see, especially as we have, of course, swapped out Tuame for Rivernan here, and Tuame has been known so far for playing a very classical Dream Witch, a lot of old style map control, a lot of stuff that you would predict from very experienced, nuanced, and veteran Dream Witch players is the word I was originally looking for there. So Rivernan could play the same way, could play more to the new meta, especially against this team comp in particular as we get into spawn location. What do you think would be better in terms of build?
For the Survivor, just go for Flywheel. I think they were expecting either Naiad or Dream Witch anyway, and Flywheel just completely counter those Hunter anyway. So it's an easy pick for the Survivor. As for the Hunter though, 3-6 Patroller could be a hinder. So I'm thinking 6-9 Blink, because that Prospector is looking like a juicy target, and that Blink can bring down the Prospector in an instant. Of course, you have all the other characters to think of, but just bringing down that Harasser off the bat can mean a lot when it comes to the later you come into the game. Just get rid of the Harasser.
It is always a good idea to do that. They are scary. They do hit you back, but they can't hit you back while you're chasing another survivor if you get rid of them quick. So NTT coming in with the wisdom, but let's hop right into the match. I'm Veronica, I'm here with NTT today, and we're gonna see that build just as we predicted, and we're gonna hop right into the match. So it seems that our first chase might be White here, who is currently transitioning and placing down a little catapult, going to hop on it, gain some distance, aware the Dream Witches in the area want to be able to move into a better place to kite. And notice how not using that glider yet, as we can use that in this area here, is it is a 2-story.
The spawn follower and the leech follower are both in the vicinity. White has to look out for it right here. Oh, bringing 6-9, meaning that you can totally afford that leech hit, because the ability to leech onto the survivor will become online in just a short moment. Great job from Rivernan, able to get the hit early on. Now on the 2-story, ability to glide over is possible, but the main body blocking off the window for the survivor, but not able to get the hit. Able to get the hit when White comes through the window. Luckily for Rivernan, he did not fumble the back right there.
That was a lot for me to yell about in the back at once. That was very exciting. Managing to, get that vault over so the toy merchant couldn't go down, but then the beautiful flywheel in order to negate the hit from the follower. A little bit of juking, running around in order to avoid being down, but finally landing the hit through that window there. Oh my god, Epitaph. We're going to see the Gravekeeper coming for the rescue. Of course, he is our dedicated rescue character, but they're gonna have to be careful.
Going for the tram is coming! Oh no! He's rocked off the chair with the tram coming! The tram is working with Rivernan! Wow!
New conspiracy. We're gonna have to...
yeah, we have to contact the NetEase about that. This is a war cry. What? So yeah, another leech onto Credona. A lot of things to look out for. Commentator is around the vicinity. She will have to make this rescue count with Credona on the balloon state, so commentator cannot reach in easily. Ooh. The hit has been initiated. There's the spawn follower, but drinking the dolphin in order to rescue early on. Farmit will now be brought down. Fate is around the area to come in with the support. Seems like Credona are going to be put onto the chair.
Ooh, we're going to see the struggle from the Gravekeeper, but this is a Dream Witch after all. You just position another follower, you get that down afterwards. So we are going to see that the Prospectors in the area now able to stun one of the followers.
A great trade off.
Another with a magnet. We're going to get a hit. So the Prospector's down, the Barmaid's down, the Gravekeeper's down, and the Toy Merchant is trying to remove her leech. NTT, 4 ciphers remaining.
4 ciphers remaining, and all of them are injured. Gravekeeper just self-heal, and now we'll come down to the underground state. seems like Rifanan will gonna wait for that underground stage to be over with. Blink to get the hit onto Credona, can switch back to the spawn follower to get the hit onto Credona right here and right now. Blink is available for the main follower, but not the leeching ability.
Yes, we are in a situation for sure. The survivors in particular are very much so in a situation. Things are not looking too great for them. The odds are stacked against them. They've got 4 ciphers remaining. Everyone is at half health. The barmaid, their sort of dedicated healer, is on the chair. Credona will be forced to transition out of the area, but Rifernan following close behind, and now will be able to snuff out these survivors who were healing in the area. So the Prospector has been healed up. The Toy Merchant unfortunately was not able to be healed in time, and now this Gravekeeper is going to try and distract for a little bit, but we do have a follower waiting for him to cross the sort of picket line here and head right over into her arms, and by her arms I mean her little pitchfork with which she will down.
Yeah, luckily there's no blink to be worried with because Rifanan already used all of them when it's come to chasing the survivor in the earlier instant. Credona, can he make it to the pallet right here? Will be able to do so and even come down with a stun onto the spawn follower Credona here. With just half a health and nothing on his name, is able to kite out this ring which very meticulously. Toy Machine and Prospector had already healed each other up with that flyway effect still in play. Blink to get Credona down on the ground, and this will be the second one on the chair with the second cipher. It's just been done for the survivor team.
Yeah, Rivernon really giving us quite a Dream Witch performance already. Exactly what I expect from them at this point in terms of playing on Phoenix's side, but we are going to see the Gravekeeper hit the chair. We are going to see White is trying to delete. We're going to avoid the tram, of course, as we should. We're going to avoid the tram. We're going to avoid that tram. So not being hit by the tram, being careful in transitioning into areas. There is a catapult here, but the blink hit regardless.
What a play coming from the from the hunter side now. Oh, able to get the magnet stun onto the follower. Will now take in that hit, and the survivor just successfully rescue the Gravekeeper on the chair before half. So there is more time for Credona to buy for the survivor team as they are finishing the objective of decoding the cipher. Now Credona going to be brought out again, very dangerously close to the cipher of the Toy Merchant.
Yeah, things are really not looking too great. We're going to break this catapult, which means that now the Toy Merchant only has that Euphoria to work with and no one to give it to us. The Gravekeeper's on the chair, and he can't really use that at the moment as he's taking a nice seat, and there is no one to come in to rescue. So the Toy Merchant currently transitioning away in order to find the Prospector once more, and they're going to be doing a little bit more healing, NTT. They are big fans of healing today. They're taking their medical classes, and they are making it work. Rivernun is going to watch the Gravekeeper's chair, of course, with a follower here, but also going to come into the area where these two are trying to heal up. Prospector is going to get a beautiful stun off, but White is going to have to be really careful as that injured Toy Merchant, but it seems that we want to land as much damage as possible.
Yeah, exactly. The spawn follower is close to the vicinity of White Toy Merchant, and of course that Lich is going to be placed onto this single character. A flywheel is still up to be used for the side of White, and yeah, I think he is in a bit of a sandwich situation here. On the swap, the follower and White has been brought down by Rifanan. The basement is here though, so
it seems
Prospector.
Yeah, seems that we're probably going to focus in on that Prospector. Rivernan currently looking around for him, also watching the dungeon just in case. Bringing the main body actually back to where the chairing is being done. Actually going to drop the Toy Merchant in front here. Should probably break that catapult. That is what we're going to do. We're going to break that catapult. So Toy Merchant sitting on the ground right now, waiting to be chaired. Prospector, now on full health, could try and make a mad dash for that dungeon, but Rivernun is aware of that and currently trying to make sure under no circumstances does that happen.
Yeah, Fate is playing with fire when it comes to the endgame situation here. White already has a Lich beside her, so she cannot self-heal right now. Prospector, the only possibility for the survivor to get an one-man escape is for White to be able to get on the chair, or getting eliminated by being leached down. Fate is just hiding away, but seems like Rifanan hasn't managed to find him.
Yes, Fate has been doing an excellent job so far of hiding from Venom. Now running right into her little clutches. We are going to see another beautiful wow! Oh no, NTT.
Oh no, it's looking like bad.
What we thought.
It is looking worse than expected.
Yes.
Right now, we'll try to leech while Fate is playing with two of the followers. There's still a magnet to utilize. Can the magnet? It's actually possible. Fate is still around the vicinity. No magnet to utilize. No flare wheel to use. Also, this is a raw kiting session for Fate, as everything he has on the table has been brought out. Comment on White. She is still working on the objective, so there's something to look forward to if Fate managed to kite out this session.
Doing a good job with decoding so far. 2 ciphers remaining, which means that if we get this one done, then we only need to prime 1 more. Dream Witch, of course, is not afraid of the tram, can just keep going, but the spawn follower is following along to interrupt White with her little decoding journey. So, of course, the merchant's going to do her best, going to try and transition into the graveyard, but unfortunately, we're going to see her go down. She has used her exit path self-heal, which means that now it is Fate's turn to take the kite on once more. Luckily, Fate does have 1 magnet to work with, and we are going to see a blink to gain a little bit more distance, trying to bring the follower along, and leaving another leech right on after the first one was removed. Health, 1 magnet, things are not looking too great for the survivor side.
Yeah, kudos to the survivor side for holding up to this very moment. But the hunter in round number 1 seems to be just too powerful for both sides when there's no ban for them. They're able to know every trick up their survivor counterpart, and just keeping it way harder for the survivor to get a good target. So in round number 1, both hunter has shown their skill and show that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, absolutely. And with that, with NTT reminding us how powerful the hunters are, we are going to see that 4 elimination come to fruition. So, wow, not really what I expected, to be honest. Not in a bad way,
Yeah.
I'm pleasantly surprised. Rifford unable to come in and tie this situation from what has been going on so far. So this is just an absolutely wonderful start for them. They have gotten things ready and raring to go. We did, of course, see Death World get a 4 elimination with the Breaking Wheel, and now we're going to see the Dream Witch getting her 4 elimination. And NTT, I gotta say, I find it a bit amusing because every Sleeping Town has truly been delegated as both of their little playgrounds, each at different points in time.
Yeah, and both has a tramps thing too. I mean, I did anticipate the tram to play a big part in both the game, but not expecting to be that big in this game. The tram that, as we saw earlier, block off the rescue path coming from Credona, and Credona has absolutely no way to get close to the vicinity of the chair and rescue the toy merchant on the chair. So,
yeah.
Again, the tram doesn't discriminate. The tram hit everyone equally.
It does, unless you're the Dream Witch's main body, at which point you are exempt, and because you are an exemption, we're just not going to count you in these rules here. But what an exciting way to start off this match so far. They each got 5 points each. Now, just real quick before we hop into our break-in a little bit, so just on principle, because we did have 2 last-minute player swaps, we might not see it in the points on screen, but just on principle, is you are supposed to have 2 points removed each time you have sort of an unprecedented and out-of-nowhere swap. We will, of course, be implementing those penalties, but whether or not you see them on screen, it might happen, it might not happen. Either way, it's fine because they will both be receiving it. So it's not going to change the sort of way the game played out, as they both got so the points won't change. They both still tied this round, just so that's clear with everybody. I hope that makes sense. If not, you can ask NTT. He probably understands everything better than I do. But with that being said, thank you for having us so far. Don't miss us too bad. We'll be back with you real soon, and we are going to head into another short break, and we'll be back with round 2.
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私はこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私2人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello everyone, we are here on Identity 5 Arena. We are here on day 4 of the playoffs. We are in our second matchup of today, which is Touch and Go versus Phoenix. I'm Veronica. I am one of your casters for today, and we have the lovely shining star NTT next to me, who is my co-caster for today. And of course, we have just had a very exciting match. So we're headed into round 2. We just finished round 1. NTT, Ever Sleeping Town, tram action, and 2-4 eliminations. So all the action you want from a round 1 just happened.
Yeah. And luckily for the Survivor team, they wouldn't have to worry about the tram ever again, because the next match is going to be Arms Factory. Again, they seem to be loving Arms today. In the previous matchup, we do have Arms Factory as a second map, and also in this matchup also. Again, another small map, easy to control, but with one ban up for the Survivor team. Yeah. They will ban out that dream which that we just see from Rivernan. And also, when it comes to the Arm Factory, Breaking Wheel is just automatically shadow ban. So I don't think they have to worry about that.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Breaking Wheel. There are other hunters you don't really have to worry about as much on there as well.
Especially the tram.
Yeah, the tram being the greatest hunter in the game. As I said during break, maybe if the Gravekeeper was playing the train conductor skin, things would be different. But unfortunately, it's not how it played out. So instead, we saw the tram be on Rivernun's side. But that was that is really a show of using the environment around you to your advantage.
Yeah.
Survivors do it a lot with the coaster on Moonlit, but hunters kind of know what they're doing with the tram. They always make sure that they know when it's coming, who it's gonna hit, what it's gonna block off, and Rivernan really utilized that in favor that time around. It just big brain play.
There should be a competition to vote for which is the better tram, the better train, the tram in Ever Sleeping Town or the roller coaster in Moonlit Rail Park.
Yeah.
Which is the better one in your opinion?
Oh my god, chat, please tell us which roller coaster or tram. Which one do you like best? Thank you.
Battle of the Real Hunter.
NTP. Oh my god, our little question for you guys aside, check this out. Gardner was banned first. And I'm not surprised, because the Gardner is what we saw on Arms Factory. Don't want to see that Gardner strat again. Too open, too many chairs for her to easily access, and walls to hide behind with her little bubble to come torture you and give you nightmares. And of course, this is her father's factories. We keep making little
banning the two character with shield. The Gardner with the father protection and the Seer with the owl protection. Reasonable?
Yeah.
Not allowing the survivor to have any chances, and of course not having any chances with Tuamei Dream Witch right there coming from the survivor side, banning it right away. Tuamei is coming back on the side of the hunter for Phoenix after that incredible game coming from Rivernan.
Oh my god, Rivernan got out for just a little bit and showed us such a powerful beginning that we might not need to see Rivernan ever again. Like, I would love to see Rivernan again, don't get me wrong, but that performance itself solidified as anything and everything I needed to know. It was so good. But we're loading in with our picks here. We've got the Mercenary and the Barmaid to start. So not swinging for the Antiquarian as is usually paired with the Mercenary when they do first picks, but they really do want to take out this Barmaid again. We will see the Prosecutor and the Acrobat Band together. They're kind of like a package deal, but for not having in the game.
Yeah, not allowing the Alton at all. The Norton and the Morton is off the game. We're gonna see potentially a pick onto the Antiquarian as is still available, or even the Dancer. The Dancer can be a great hinder to the hunter with those music box placing around the factory area. Again, a survivor lineup here are shaping up to be a force to be reckoned with. I'm actually surprised that they actually go for the Barmaid instead of the Psychologist early on. But seems like they are in favor of double healing instead of the Wi-Fi healing.
Yeah, the Dovlin proposes its own little benefits, of course, and the Psych has her drawbacks, so they're both on equal playing field when you need to pick one or the other. However, we are going to see the Antiquarian come in as our next selection here. Not at all surprising, reasonable, as NTT would say. You want to have her around. She's an excellent harasser. She's great to have on your side, and is going to provide a lot of the necessary support that they need on this team in order to bring things back. They're coming off of a tie, so it's still anyone's game, but the stronger you are, the better, for sure.
Exactly. And with that antiquarian, Tuomei now has the last man to be considered. Still plenty of characters to look out for, especially when it comes to a diverse lineup coming from TNG side. That patient has been blocked off. And again, we have to come back to that gardener ban from Tuomei, not allowing that playstyle at all. So it would be exciting to see if they actually go for the Enchantress this time around.
She would be excellent to see them go for a little double harass or double stunner moment. It could work for them, I think, but instead...
Oh, the dancer, yeah.
We're going to see her NTT. We're going to see the dancer once more today. She has been very popular on day 4 of the playoffs. Very, very popular. We've been picking a lot of maps that she does really well on. So, dancer, of course, coming in. NTT, thoughts on this team comp as a whole?
Strong in the Arms Factory. Very strong in Arms Factory, I would say. If the first J is commentator, the Hunter has to watch out for the Antiquarian's harassment and also some of the music box that definitely will be placed around the factory area or even at the middle. Let's see what Tuomei has in to offer this survivor lineup. I'm actually expecting some kind of control type, maybe even Naiad or Anne or Bonbon.
We have seen Tuomei have that Naiad come out in the past. I wouldn't at all be surprised. The Naiad, of course, does counter some of the really strong things that this team comp can do. Particularly the dancer can block off areas that have been set up with the box support, things, like the factory in the middle. And that is what we will be seeing. And you're a genius. There she is. There's the Naiad.
We are geniuses, Veronica.
We're so smart.
Yeah. Bringing Naiad here, we did see in the previous matchup that Naiad was able to block off the factory area and force the survivor to come out the factory, which is the strongest kiting area for the survivor side. You just profit off from then. Just that when in the equation there is another antiquarian to look out for, you have to be very careful because that ability to block you off a normal attack is still very scary to think of as a hunter. One of the few hunter hitter in the game.
I need to deal with her. She can do an array of things. You gotta be scared of the other harassers. You gotta be scared of the prospect. You gotta be scared of the forward. You gotta be scared of all of them. But the antiquarian, she's really on a whole nother level. You can draw that harpoon back and think, great, I have a hit now. I'm gonna land this hit and it's gonna be great. Wrong. The antiquarian has hit you first. You have to wait now. And maybe she can transition into a better area, and then things are going to become even more confusing and difficult. And she currently just changed the entire course of a kite with one really good, well-timed bamboo hit. So definitely a force to be reckoned with, and especially on Arms, as we know is a smaller map, survivors are able to support each other a lot better here as they have a lot more access to one another.
Very casual spawning location. We do have a jokes around in Vietnam that we call Antiquarian the Asian mom because she doesn't allow the hunter to do anything, just whooping left and right. So yeah, we're gonna head into the match between the survivor side of TNG versus the hunter of Phoenix in round number 2, first half, Arm Entity, and we do have Veronica on the sideline also. We are heading right into the match.
Into the action. We are going to start off, of course, with Tuomei here on the factory. We've got our little build in the corner there. Everyone drink it in, make sure you're dealing with. And we are going to transition over into the factory area where commentator seems to be waiting. But wait, Entity, we're actually going to be chasing Wolfie instead, perhaps on the mercenary. So gonna have to be really careful. He's got that elbow pad to utilize, and there he goes. He's gonna dash, gain some distance, transition into a different pallet area, and currently setting his sights on one of the little kiting areas. But the dancer is actually hiding around this area.
Yeah, the dancer doesn't want to be the first kite at all because that would mean that she cannot place any music box to support her teammate. Now with the first shade being white, the barmaid, the survivor now has all the time in the world to set up and finish the objective of decoding the cipher.
Tuame having a little bit of a difficult time here with White so far on the barmaid, able to get a good big humidity circle, which means that she will be forced to transition into a different area. But even if that humidity hits, she will be able to drink some of her Dublin and recover some of her health. So Dancer has already set up some support. We are going to see the first hit, but barmaid going to take that drink and transition into an area with more Dancer support. But the humidity's high, Entity. We got to be careful that we're not going to get the drawback while the barmaid is in the circle.
Barmaid already transitioned into the sandbag area. Will Tuame be able to hit the barmaid on time? There's still a blink to your life, and that will be it. White doesn't manage to get the heal on time, just a sliver of second away. But Tuame say no to it with a beautiful blink to bring down the barmaid.
So very close. Just extremely close. Really a sneeze away from getting that heal off. But unfortunately, it's not going to work out in the end. We're going to see that blink come in, and what a beautiful way to get it down. Wolf is going to get a hit here, so we're going to have to be careful about how we proceed in the humidity. Of course, as we know, don't want the mercenary to take a hit with the water before he takes it.
Watch out, two survivors coming in, and also that Antiquarian is joining the party. After this rescue, Fate is showing who is the real hunter.
Landing a little knockback there, luckily not a silence for the Naiad, but Tuame is still going to have to be really careful with how we proceed. White is able to transition, but it seems like we're actually going to have a quick pause in deduction here, so we might cut back to our lovely faces for a bit if it doesn't come back after a quick time. But NTT, my goodness. We're off to a start. We've just seen our first chair. We have just seen our first rescue as well. The Antiquarian coming in for support. How are things playing out so far? Whose favor are we in?
It seems to be in the survivor line of favor because Antiquarian can still come in for the support, and we do have to take in mind that Naiad did not bring in that excitement to go the full on head-to-head with the Antiquarian. So there is a lot of mind game needed in order to counter the Antiquarian when you don't have that excitement to your lives.
Yeah, as NTT told us earlier, you either ban the Antiquarian or you take excitement. That's kind of how you deal with her. So, unfortunately, as we didn't ban the Antiquarian, nor did we take excitement, we are now in a position where we're just going to have to be really careful and deal with her head on. She does have that bamboo flute to utilize. She is supporting the barmaid so far in the rebound kite. The mercenary came in, did the rescue. That is his job. Thank you so much, Mr. Mercenary. Able to pull that off, which means that the barmaid is able to start a rebound kite. And now I'm going to have to be really careful, of course, with that Antiquarian support. But things are looking good so far, especially with the Dancer just hanging out, working on her ciphers in the background. Mercenary now should be able to return to decoding as well. Things are looking pretty good for the survivors so far.
Yeah, I think shaping up to be a great game for the survivor lineup. Unless Tuame managed to make some miracle here, maybe get the hit onto the Antiquarian or able to down her while the other one is just trying to self-heal. Again, anything can happen in the tournament standpoint because you have the pressure to take in. You have to deal with the threat. You have to deal with the the worry of if I did anything wrong, will it be affecting the game? So you have a lot to think about. But on the standpoint of a survivor, they are very comfortable with what the game is going on. The pacing of the game is like a normal rank match, which is on par to be at least a tie for both sides.
Yeah, a tie would not be looking too bad. They did tie in the first round. So then it would be, of course, up to the remaining people on the next round in that second half in order to turn it in their favor. We don't want to see two ties in a row, but if we do, I mean, we're going to a round there anyway, so what's it matter? That it just means that one's going to matter more. But things are shaping up so far. Of course, Entity and I are chilling with you guys. Thank you all for watching while we're here with the spas. Let us have a moment to appreciate you folks instead of course, psychoanalyzing our half match there that we're still in the middle of. But I'm seeing a lot of love from Sweet Giselle for the rosemary skin. It really is quite cute. I am a big fan myself. When she
I kind of agree.
That is one of the first little pull portraits I ever got because I was just so infatuated with it. Like, it's so cute. But Naiad is really fun to have around. But we've got 156 viewers right now. not bad whatsoever, and I'm sure we'll have even more on rewatch. So hello to everyone watching, not in real time, but in retrospect.
Yeah.
As you know, I'm Monica, SenTT, and we have been your casters for today. Of course, we're not done yet, but it's been great so far. Thank you all for coming out.
For those who are rewatching and not skipping this section of the conversation, thank you all. I appreciate you all. I love you all. And yeah, coming back to the game, I would say the investment on the Blink to bring down the barmaid before she managed to get the heal is essential to the outcome of this game, because that allowed the Naiad to do more than just, chase one survivor forever in the game.
Yeah, that was a totally necessary blink. That's totally right. Had she not done that, the barmaid would have been able to get the heal off, which means that then the barmaid's on full health. If she's lucky, she can even mix another drink after that.
Yeah.
And then you have to deal with the second Dovlin. You have to deal with the Antiquarian coming in later to support the kite. There were just a lot of things that could have gone very wrong had that down not happened immediately. Especially because she was
just having... Just having one less Dovlin to worry about is enough for the hunter to be less stressful than it is.
It is scary.
I mean, as we know, the hunter men are usually the one... Oh, actually, we're coming back into the game.
Let's hop right back in. So we are still continuing on this kite between the barmaid and the Naiad and the Antiquarian as a secret third supporter here. The Dancer has set up some beautiful support in this area in order to help them gain
But
this
watch out for the puddle.
Gotta be careful. So as we mentioned, Naiad can block off these areas, which means that you will be forced to transition out of them. But oh boy, NTT, the Antiquarian is still...
Ooh, what a dash coming from... Nice flower coming from Fate also managed to negate that hit. But oh, the charge attack managed to get the hit onto Antiquarian. Now Antiquarian has to be very careful when it comes to harassing, and seems like Antiquarian is not going to do that anyway. Again, another circle around Wolfie's cipher in order to keep that cipher decoding on par with the pacing of the game. You don't want that cipher to go up too soon, so that little puddle right there is going to keep the cipher at bay for the hunter side. Now Antiquarian has been healed up. The survivor are still having 3 cipher to worry about.
Yeah, things are still looking a little bit difficult. However, we might just, sell white, let that happen, continue on our ciphers, push for that draw. So they're doing what they can, and it seems that Wolfie will actually be our next preferred chase target.
They are selling. Wow.
About it, but we are heading back over, and now we're going to see what we can do with this mercenary.
Mercenary, of course, still has 2 hour path to utilize. And of course, you have to worry about that blink, which is still online. For Tuame. Now he will try, to dash one more time onto the mercenary, or just get that harpoon back, to bring Wolfie down with just the puddle area. Nice elbow pack coming from Wolfie. But that blink, that blink is just too much to deal with. That elbow pad didn't came in on time, and Wolfie will be brought down. But Wolfie, actually, great transitioning into this corner because you are not interfering with any cipher around the map.
Yeah. A really good place to fall down if you need to fall down. Right here in this corner, going to buy a little extra time by forcing Kwame to come around, then cheering you over here, which is, as NTT mentioned, extremely far from any ciphers. So things are looking good so far. We are now going to see, of course, that the Mercenary has no items left to utilize. The Dancer has used all of her boxes, but we're going to see Fate coming in, of course, for these save. Gotta be careful.
Oh, what a dash!
Landed.
This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal coming from the side of Tuame. Now this flywheel or the bamboo stick here will have to count. Oh no!
Unfortunately, we're gonna see the chair. So Commentator will be forced to come in. Commentator we've seen as a beautiful rescuer, or not rescuer, a wonderful kiter so far in this game, and
will history repeat itself? A nice round coming from Commentator. And the hit will be made onto the Mercenary. Another hit onto Commentator as she has already used up that flower effect earlier. Wolfie has been brought down by the puddle area also. So Commentator, with half a health, now has to come in for a rescue.
Things are not looking great.
What a change of event. Oh, wow.
Luffy on the ground, coming over to pick up, but gotta be careful. Commentator is in the area for the rescue. The Antiquarian is off the chair now, safely rescued. The mercenary is going to go back on the chair. You know, eye for an eye. Take one, leave one, whatever you choose. But instead, now we have a survivor sent back to the manor, which means only 2 survivors are remaining on the field. Fate is currently trying to gain some distance. Commentator is hiding in the area.
Oh, look out for the Antiquarian. Oh, the Antiquarian still has a flywheel effect to utilize, so Puddle area will not get to her. Female Dancer is actually hiding right behind this tiny wall beside the gate. Commentator now having the signal is that it's safe to transition out because Antiquarian is now the target for Tuomei.
The Antiquarian, of course, transitioning away from the Dancer. You do want the Dancer to be able to get out of there, try and remain safe. But the Antiquarian does have a lot of fluid utilized, but oh my goodness, NTT, we gotta be careful with that humidity. The flywheel is in play, but things are still not entirely safe. Tuomei is going to see if there are any ciphers shaking for a second, just take a pause, take a breather, see what's going on around the map. But these beautiful humidity circles from Tuomei, they are so large, they block up the kiting areas so efficiently. They have gotten a lot of downs in the past, and we're going to see some hits from the stick here, which means Naya will not be able to hit with the main body. Going to have to wait and wait and wait for that to stop, but Fate is just going to continue on trucking here.
In the meantime, Commentator has already found a syringe with the chest at the middle of the map. So now her Commentator is healing herself up. Oh, Antiquarian going for the bamboo stun instead of the flywheel effect, and that did not pay off well for the Antiquarian. Will be brought down by the puddle area, and Commentator now is looking for another chest. Antiquarian still have the cell heal to utilize, so it's not over yet for the survivor lineup.
We've got that Denitis in play now, so Tuomei is aware that the Dancer is in the area, actually heading down into the basement to see if she is hiding in here. She's not looking through this chest, she's looking through one outside. It seems that she has primed her heal up, so she's ready to go as soon as she needs to. Was trying to look through that chest, but will be forced to continue hiding once more. Commentator really good at getting behind these really tiny objects and making sure that no one can see. But
now managed to find.
And now we're going to be seeing Commentator take the kite with the elbow pad, but
no, not the great one, and able to bait out the flywheel also coming from Tuomei. Commentator is a bit of a rough state with that 2 mind game that Tuomei just brought to her. Now nothing to utilize. Commentator will be brought down. Fate already used that self heal, that exit path to begin with. So this kite, either she has to make it back to Commentator, or both survivors are gonna lose their self heal.
Yeah, not a great situation, but certainly an interesting one, this little back and forth here. The hunters on these sides are really gearing towards these 4 survivor eliminations. Waiting on the blink, don't want to make it happen quite yet, want to be sure about it. We are going to see that Fate did transition to the other side of the factory here, going to throw the harpoon in order to catch up a little bit quicker. Beautiful with these dashes and these humidity circles. I mean, I can't stress that's enough.
Ooh, dodging the swipe! Tuomei just, it's like a walk in the park, just knowing what the survivor are going to do and counter them immediately. What a play coming from Tuomei Nayat. I did not expect this result at all.
Yeah, it's really not what you expect, but it's working out so well so far for them. Dancer is trying to wait out for this Antiquarian to expire and bleed out, but unfortunately that might not be the case, as Tuomei is coming over to the dungeon. You know, Nayad's there on her own, knows that the Dancer is in the area, just doesn't know exactly where, so blocking off as much as possible in order to prevent the Dancer from being able to make this dungeon. It doesn't seem like that even a single escape. As
does she know? She knows.
Oh, spotted her.
She knows. Yeah. With just the water puddle, Tuomei was able to brought that Commentator. What an incredible understanding of the Nayad, and a deserving 4K for Nayad here, the hunter side of Phoenix.
Congratulations to Phoenix for your hunter win here. Tuomei coming back onto the field and reminding us why Tuomei has played so many of these matches. Nayad was just so smooth, so beautifully done. The humidity circles really did capture so much of the land. I mean, as they're supposed to, but so well that the survivors could not kite efficiently. The camping that was done at the chair for the the mercenary was just absolutely wonderful. Very well thought out, very well planned. The barmaid got a good almost 100 seconds in of kiting before things went down, but oh my goodness, NTT, they did not get to touch these ciphers a lot and get a lot of them done.
Mhm. Yeah, that first blink is game changing because that managed to brought the barmaid down on time. And Naya just, it's just spiral down for the survivor team from there. They have to, constantly support each other, no time to decode, and not to mention Naya just keep that constant pressure onto the cipher decoding by just, just gliding by the cipher, just placing some portal over there so that the survivor doesn't dare to come into the vicinity of that cipher decoding progress.
It is so obscenely useful to have the kind of map control that Naiad has, and we did see Tommy make a really good use of it, as NTT has just reminded us. But what a wonderful way to start off our round 2. That's only our first half, folks, so of course, we do have another one coming on. We will be seeing TNG on the Hunter side, so Deathworld.
Yeah.
We missed you. Deathworld has been doing really well so far. Came out with that surprise wheel and got a 4K. So Deathworld has a lot of hunters to utilize on this map in particular. We did see Deathworld in the elimination stage get a 4 elimination with Bloody Queen on Arms Factory, along with playing the Disciple on Arms in the actual playoff stages. But, we'll leave that suspense to you guys.
And also that Night Watch. That's something to look for. Yeah, but, before knowing what Deathworld will pick, in the second half of round number 2, we're gonna head into a very short break, so don't go anywhere. More exciting IVA action when we return.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺が 俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。
Welcome back to IVA 2023, where we are having the Battle of the Hunter, Veronica. Both survivor side are having such a difficult time going up against this strong hunter lineup. So it's like a total opposite of the current meta, where the survivor are the one taking control. This one is the game where which hunter side managed to get a 4K earlier.
Yeah, both of them going so far, so strong with these 4 eliminations, especially in a meta that most would consider kind of survivor-sided in layman's terms. It's very interesting to be able to see these hunters get these 4 eliminations. They've always been impressive. You gotta eliminate all 4 people on a VC, communicating with each other, working with each other, using teamwork and the meta to their advantage. They got all these strong abilities, all of these resources, so to see not 1, not 2, but 3 4 eliminations in a row is just absolutely flabbergasting. And this is the kind of stuff that we want to see here in a GTV arena. I mean, these are the best of the best, so these hunters are really showing off what they're made of, showing off what they're capable of, and as we know, NTT, we are in the lower bracket, so this is where they're fighting for their lives, clawing their way back up. So how are you feeling about this stuff so far?
It's a fresh thing to see. Usually we see the survivor lineup are the one, taking control of the game, but this is one of the first few times where we see a constant 5-0 coming from the hunter side. This is like the first time we see 3-5-0, after each other, and they are all coming from the hunter side. So what a refreshing games coming from both sides. It's like playing 5v5, where the hunter are the one carrying the entire team.
Yeah, I think you called one of these recent matches sort of like an average rank match, and rank match is in 5v5 match, because you're right, that really is how it goes. Think, does the hunter know what they're doing? And they do. These hunters absolutely know what they're doing. Twame has come in on that Naiad in the last round. We did see their alternative hunter, Riffernon, in the match before then. So everyone's taken a turn, everybody's hitting the stage today, but both of which have given us very impressive 4 elimination starts. So here's the question. Will Death World be able to get another one, or was it sort of a third time's the charm situation, and we might not see?
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. But of course, we have to see what the Survivor of Phoenix are going to ban from Death World, as Death World had already bring out that Seer and Antiquarian of the equation for the Survivor to pick up. Dream Witch has been banned, so Death World still has that Night Watch, Ithaqua, still has that Bloody Queen, still has that Bonbon to look out for.
Gonna have to be really careful of those hunter picks, but we're loading in with our survivors. Let us take a look at the barmaid, at the acrobat. So we have been chit-chatting about acrobat a little bit recently. He has been banned quite a bit today. He has come out quite strong today as well. We did see a acrobat on Arms Factory earlier that performed so well that he was able to get a dungeon escape and achieve a 4-man escape against that we saw from Xenia in the first matchup of today. So maybe the acrobat will change everything. Maybe he'll be the little catalyst to turn the tide, and we will see the survivors take the cake instead of the hunter this time. But our next fans are going to be the forward and the dancer.
Yeah, you don't want those harasser, stunner, and supporter like the dancer to be in the lineup. As of course, we have already seen the dancer power in the factory, where you can just keep placing music box to make it's a hassle for the hunter to just try to capture you. Yazin, the survivor lineup of Phoenix had already get that prospector after the Antiquarian has been banned. That is the second best harasser in the game as of now. And come back to the conversation about the acrobat. He is of course a great kider and also a great supporter, so that they are going for it immediately. The mechanic has been banned for the survivor lineup. Death World does not want any decoding potential for the survivor.
Yeah, the mechanic ban is an interesting one. I mean, she comes in really well as a tie hunter nowadays. It's great to have her on the field. So maybe Deathworld is just worried that they're going to try some sort of scheme where they take out the mechanic, try to get that draw going, which would, of course, pull Phoenix this round as they have already achieved a 4 elimination with Twame on that Naiad in the former half. So, just watching out for everything, checking all of the angles, making sure that there's no one hiding behind you in the hallways, such being the mechanic's doll. Which means that we'll be loading out with our last selection, which is the Mercenary, who was not banned, so they're going to get their stable rescue. He's going to come into play, and hopefully things go well for him.
Yeah, getting a certain rescuer, getting that that pick that can actually go for the rescue easily, but you have to watch out for the Night Watch in the hand of Deathworld here. It has been picked for the Hunter side. We're gonna see Isakwa once again. Woo!
Woohoo! NTT has been
Let's
begging
go.
for this for a little while, so I'm very excited to see it. He's even more excited to see it. Let the Night Watch have his time to shine once more. Fingers crossed, we still got a few more days of IVA left. Of course, we have some more matchups tomorrow, and then on Sunday we have the finals. Of course, be there to watch it, but also, journalist isn't banned, so maybe we might see Reporter make a little bit of a debut. That would be exciting. Nightwatch, however, coming in to do his own form of a debut and play once more on the field. So, what are your thoughts in terms of Nightwatch on the Arms Factory here?
The Arms Factory, there's a lot of high walls, so he's not as great of a character as in other maps such as the Monolith or Lakeside. But when it comes to hindering the ability to transition, Nightwatch is a perfect candidate for that. And we do see the spawn location right here. Phosphorus gonna go for the middle, which is the usual spawn location that we see the rescuer go for. Boyman gonna be spawning in front of factory, Raphael right at the front gate, and Yazen at No Man's Land.
Absolutely. The Mercenary, of course, being our big tough guy, which means that we want him to be in the most vulnerable place. If the Hunter comes for him, he can handle himself a little bit better than the rest of his teammates. So we've got, of course, the Prospector and the Acrobat coming out together. They're band together, they're going to be played together. Such are the joys. This is how the world works. But Deathworld coming in on that Nightwatch again, that's going to be very exciting. Deathworld showing us that Nightwatch earlier on, which is why we were so excited to see it once more. Showing a lot of promise, doing really well on every single town in the first round that Touch and Go actually played. So hopefully, if we're able to tie things up, it's going to be great. But other than that, their work is definitely cut out for them. Deathworld needs to make this 4 elimination happen, or Phoenix is going to be in the lead for this round. But with that, I'm Veronica, I'm here with NTT, and let us hop right into the action. NTT, it seems that we are heading over to Raphael's direction first.
Yeah, with a 6-12 build coming from the side of Deathworld, this is going to be a very chase-heavy type of hunter, such as the Nightwatch. Already utilized that win to be spotting out the Acrobat. Look at the distance has been brought just by slowing down the Acrobat. Oh, but the Firebomb is able to prevent the Nightwatch from using the ability to vault through the pallet. Able to get the hit through the pallet though, so Acrobat now have a lot of things to worry about because that will still haven't used his trait yet.
Yes, unfortunately, we are going to see as the Acrobat makes his gallant attempt to go through that pallet, but unfortunately loses the mind game. Gonna land that hit, though now forced to expend another bomb in order to transition out of the airbit. As we mentioned, we're actually gonna see Teleport come in and go through this Acrobat here. What a fascinating play from Deathworld. Very
and what a stun.
Very chase heavy, but Yasen coming in with the stun in order to help out his friendly Acrobat here. And we're gonna see a beautiful flywheel to negate the hit on Yasen. Error shock NTT.
Oh no. Yeah, this is not what they were expecting for Yazen going with a bit of a risk and have to pay for that. That will manage to capture Prospector in his most vulnerable state, which is when he's vaulting the window. Usually with this other hunter, you would be confident with vaulting with a hunter that has the ability to slow you down like the Nightwatch. You have to be very careful. And now that will manage to get the hit onto the Mercenary, able to get the rescue off the Prospector. But seems like Deathworld is up to the challenge. Reset hit.
Yeah, resetting the attack recovery there. So Yazen now will be forced to not only be on last effort, but also unfortunately is going to cancel the attack recovery. So Deathworld is just able to sort of stand over him and come along on the journey to die in a corner in order to try and not interrupt the Cypher progress. So they are working on Cyphers to the best of their ability. The barmaid actually has used both of her drinks so far, given them to the acrobat and the mercenary respectively, in order to help them out, heal them up without wasting any time actually getting on the ground and healing them. But it does seem like sell this prospector here.
Yeah, but Boyman is actually making a run for it, just sneaking behind. Maybe just to trigger tinnitus, because it's not enough for Boyman to just come in for the rescue. The time is already there. Prospector will be brought down of this game, with 4 Cypher remaining for the survivor side.
The first elimination with 4 Cyphers remaining. Things are not looking too good for the survivors, especially when they want to do their best in order to negate dealing with another 4 elimination situation once more. Of course, if they get solely a 1 escape, they already get to pull around, so that might be what they're aiming for here, but that's going to be difficult. Phosphorus is now taking the kite. We are going to see a beautiful elbow pad, and Nightwatch continuing on the chase. NTT just hot on his tail, waiting to use that wind in order to pull the mercenary right back in. There he is!
Just as you said it, the wind managed to get Phosphorus back to where the Nightwatch is and get the hit onto this mercenary, which has already used up all his 3 elbow pad. Now Phosphorus either have to go for the Cypher or go for a chest to have that advantage. Flywheel away from the normal hit. Great job from Acrobat, but yeah, Nightwatch has the ability to sped up with his wind walk. So Acrobat will have to be brought down at the Cypher, at the chair at the middle. So Boyman is about to finish his Cypher. Wanna try to come in for the rescue, as Phosphorus is decoding the last one right there.
Acrobat sitting on the chair. Nightwatch transitioning out of the area. Deathworld now wanting to put pressure on these Cyphers, but Nightwatch, as we said, is a chase-heavy hunter. The camp is not too great. Hard to have map control. So Deathworld is now in a tricky situation, especially considering the survivors do not need to push for too much in this situation. They are starting the round on a lead. They have 1 Cypher remaining. Things are looking pretty okay for them if they don't want to shoot for the stars and just want to shoot for what they need to shoot for. Boyman being pulled back to try and stop this rescue, but Boyman is simply going to make it there anyway. Now with the pallet in tow, I'm going to throw that down against him, just getting the hit, but the Acrobat will be rescued regardless. And it seems that Deathworld will instead be setting the sights on the mercenary Cypher here.
Yeah, that is reasonable for the hunter. He wants to keep the Cypher control at bay. He don't want the survivor to have any chances to get 1 man out. So Deathworld is just going for Phosphorus right here. Gonna try to pull the mercenary away from this area, but not managed to do so, as Phosphorus had already picked a very smart transition way. Now the pallet is here, able to get a hit onto the mercenary before he dropped that pallet down onto him. So now Phosphorus has to make his way out of this area, but Deathworld doesn't allow that to happen. Phosphorus will now have to run back to where the Cypher is, and the survivor might have to open a new Cypher if they want to have a chance with this lineup.
At that point, it seems like it would be a good idea for sure, NTT. It seems that Raphael is doing exactly that, moving into this Cypher in the shack, but it seems that Deathworld is very well aware that that's what they're going to do. Boyman is now our dedicated rescue, now that the mercenary is on the chair. Triggering Tetanitis, hiding in this area, hoping that the Nightwatch doesn't sniff out the mark. Unfortunately, we're going to find her.
Yeah, the Dovelin is too strong. Nightwatch already sniffed out that Barmaid, and the wind to pull her back. Barmaid will be brought down as Raphael is running for the mercenary, saving his life. They now will have to successfully rescue this mercenary if they want to have any chance of being able to move on after this second game.
Acrobat
again, if they get hit from far away, the teleport is readily available for that world to get the hit. Flywheel, but misses. Oh, Veronica, it is shaping up to be a very strong game for the hunter.
yes, things were starting off in the survivor's favor a little bit, but as soon as that terror shock on the prospector came in, things were looking a little bit more rough. We're going to see the teleport on this Cypher just to put more pressure on Boyman here. Has nothing to work with kite-wise, no items on the barmaid here. Going to be able to run just a little bit further, waste just a little bit more time, but is still going to go down. The acrobat, of course, still having his self-heal, but we are going to see the mercenary come in to heal the acrobat. It's not going to go up. The Merc is going to have to buy some time just for the acrobat to get up and hopefully get the barmaid.
Yeah, acrobat still have that self-healing, it's such self-healing, but heal up right after mercenary get that hit. So it's not looking great for the survivor though. Acrobat already lost the self-heal and also that barmaid. Mercenary is the only one with self-heal, but that is the slowest healer in the game. So that will gonna be winning this game with another 5 points beside his name. The battle of the hunter is real, 5-0 once again.
The battle of the hunters is like the battle of the bands, and it is very real and it's very right now. Death World is just transitioning away. We're just waiting for the eliminations to occur and finish, but technically not over yet. They could be waiting and hoping to see if they can get a struggle free in order to not be placed on a chair and eliminated. So they've got sort of a sneeze of a fighting chance left, but that's not too much. Just waiting to cheer this barmaid and then cheer the acrobat in tow, but that's all in due time. So Death World has achieved this for elimination with the Night Watch on here on the Arms Factory, despite the fact that, you know, we were both a little bit worried. There are a lot of walls here, but not a lot of way to transition with the Night Watch. So
seems like that will understand the Night Watch so well that he did not take in the hinder coming from the design of the map, because that will just power through it right away. The survivor absolutely has no chance of surviving. Now the last survivor is up on the chair. The 4-man elimination is confirmed, and that will be happily taking in 5 points for the side of TNG.
So NTT, now we're at a standstill. We've got 10 points, 10 points. They've gotten these eliminations after eliminations after eliminations, which means that as we proceed into our round 3, after we head over these statistics and whatnot, things are going to be looking pretty dire. But we are, of course, going to get into our stats first and foremost. And NTT, why don't you take us through those real quick?
Alright, the mercenary kiting for 105 seconds. Oh, look at the barmaid with 3 heal, 2 from the Dolphin and 1 from healing manually. But yeah, barmaid, even after using those 2 healing, the time wasted for supporting is enough for Nightwatch to just, keeping the Cypher control at bay. That last switch coming from the Nightwatch is essential when he just ignore the acrobat and the barmaid and come straight for the mercenary, hindering that Cypher decoding progress. And the survivor, they have no chance but to go in for the rescue, because with Nightwatch having a teleport, when you get hit from far away, there's basically no chance for you to rescue when he teleport back to the chair.
Not only can the Nightwatch dash towards you, we saw a beautifully aggressive approach from Death World in that vein where, I can make it to the Cypher by dashing there. It's quicker if I teleport. So definitely very game-changing entity, I think, when we saw that first kite on the acrobat, and then the prospector came in.
Yeah, that terror shock was detrimental to the pacing of the game.
Things were looking really good for the survivor so far. Prospector goes down with that terror shock, and ooh, how fast everything changes.
Everything just crumbled right through for the survivor side of Phoenix. So again, the battle of the hunter continue as we head on to round number 3. But before that, a small break had to be initiated, so don't go anywhere. More IVA when we return.
Sure.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are here in round 3 of TNG versus Phoenix here in the lower bracket of Identity 5 Arena, hosted by the lovely Nello Mello local Southeast Asia community tournament with these gorgeous graphics done by NTT here, who is my co-caster.
Thank you.
I'm Veronica. I'll be with you. And oh my goodness, take a look at the scoreboard. NTT,
Ooh.
we are dealing with a lot of 4 eliminations here.
It's like jumping into a Thai chat after the game. 5. That's how they laugh, because they call, I think it's ha. So 5 is ha. So it's just ha. A lot of Thai would appreciate it, but wow, a total dominance from the Hunter side from both teams, and we're gonna settle it all in the Lakeside Village that we are coming into here. So this is a notoriously difficult map for both Survivor and Hunter to utilize. So let's see which side will come triumph over here. It's not the battle of the team anymore. It's the battle of the hunter and the survivor side.
I'm not sure if they expected to go to a round 3 with the Lakeside selection. I mean, it is, as you mentioned, really difficult for both Hunter and Survivor. They might have thought, oh, we won't get here. Let's play Lakeside. We'll play on Lakeside. But maybe on the opposite end, they predicted that they'd be doing 4 elimination, 4 elimination, 4 elimination. And they thought, let's make it hard. Let's go hard mode, 4 elimination, hard mode. Lakeside
Let's just spice things up. You know, giving some flavor to the game, more MSG. But yeah, it's the Lakeside Village, the hometown of Aster and Naiad. So I would expect the Naiad to at least be shown, if not banned. As for the Haster, I'm not having any hope.
NTT's spirit has been broken. It's been so long, so many 4 eliminations. He can't believe in love and Ryan. So, no more hope for the...
It's just gonna mean that the developer of the game is just gonna nerf Hunter left and right. This is unbearable. Please. Yeah, the hunter are showing their strength here. What an absolute dominant from the Hunter side, and we're gonna head into the ban pick of the first half, round number 3 in Lakeside Village. A little bit of a ban there from the side of Deadpool with the Seer, the Antiquarian, and the Barmaid. That's interesting.
Yes, very interesting to take those out, especially when you have to deal with things like the Priestess and her long portals. Alongside the Toy Merchant, there are a lot of characters that are really pesky here on Lakeside Village. You want to be wary of, but we've got Death World, of course, on the Hunter side once more, and Phoenix is surviving once again. So I think that our Hunter bans are a little bit off. We are seeing Dream Witch on the ban. I'm sure there's another one.
Yeah, it's Night Watch. It's Night Watch that has been banned for the Hunter side. So yeah, you don't want to deal with the Night Watch once again after that 4 elimination in the previous round. They are not taking any chances, and they immediately go for a very heavy harasser type of lineup with that forward and prospector right in the first 2 picks.
Very strong selections. We are finally going to see that Toy Merchant get banned. She is a bit of a menace here on the Lakeside Village. The Acrobat as well. He keeps coming in, coming out. So Acrobat will now be taken out back. We will not be able to see him here on Lakeside. There are a few good places for him to put his bombs, and overall he's one of the best fighters in the game. So it's not a surprise that nobody wants to deal with him. But you were starting off strong with these harassers. Should we maybe get a healer in here? Should we get a decoder in here? What are your thoughts on who should be added?
Ooh, a very heavy harasser, maybe just one more harasser. It wouldn't hurt anyone apart from the Hunter. But yeah, they're not going for that. They are going for a very safe pick with that psychologist, able to heal, able to rescue, and able to kite. So a very safe choice. Kudos to them for going with this, apart from another harasser, because too heavy on the harassing type of lineup would mean that Deadpool has all the reason in the world to go for that excitement and totally make that plan crumble.
Oh yes, absolutely. The funny thing about it is, you come in with this heavy harasser comp, and it can work really well, but as NTT has mentioned, one little secondary trait of excitement and you're done for. Your entire plan is crumbled to the ground. Your tough guy gig is going to get a little bit more difficult to pull off. You're going to have to become a little softer. You're going to have to work ways around and be very wary of that excitement in play. But our last select is going to be the patient here for bans, so we will not be seeing the lovers be reunited once more. Entity, they will be banished from that. They are not allowed to hang out with each other at the Lakeside Village.
Go to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, much like we see with the opera singer's new abilities, the Shadow
Realm. Yeah. Yeah, that's where they are going to. Once again, this lineup is shaping to be very strong on supporting, with 3 supporter already. 2 of them are harasser and 1 is healer. Let's see if they go for a decoder as the last pick, because because the forward is also a rescuer, they are pretty rounded when it comes to the first 3 pick already.
Yeah, they're doing
and
quite
well.
Well.
That is the prisoner as the decoder. I think this is the first, right?
Yes, we have not seen Prisoner yet. I feel like we would have had a little bit of no, I think we actually might have seen Prisoner and Mechanic get played at some point. But we haven't seen them today. So first time today, Prisoner, and now we'll be seeing the Bloody Queen come in instead. So Deathworld is really capable of using this Bloody Queen. We saw it in the elimination stage. She's a strong hunter, and we've seen her on Lakeside in tournaments before. But NTT, what are your personal thoughts on Bloody Queen on the Lakeside Village?
Bloody Queen. We did see some Bloody Queen that are very strong in Lakeside Village with that ability to, you know, shorten the distance, because we all know that Lakeside is a pretty huge map and you do want that distance shortened thing to be utilized immediately, especially when it comes to a lineup where there are a lot of harasser. You want that mirror, and you just pop up a mirror and all of the distance, all of the time that they had bought just totally disappear with just one mirror. So let's see how they're gonna go up against this Bloody Queen in Lakeside Village, because you do have those two boat areas to look out for.
The boats here are going to be really great. Speaking of the boats, we have the psychologist locked on immediately to
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, check this
Going
out.
for the prisoner in the middle of the map. That is a bit of a risk that they are taking there. If the hunter go for the spawn at the small boat, the prisoner gonna be the one at risk. Oh, but actually spawning at the crab shack, so the cipher at the corner of the 11 gonna be blocked off, and Raphael might be the first chase for the hunter or Yazen.
Either or, you know, that prospector, get him out of the way quickly. You don't want him to have too many magnets. You want him out of the field as quickly as possible. And Raphael, of course, on that prisoner. You don't want that little thing decoding. He can connect those ciphers. It's going to be a hassle. He's going to be able to help everyone with their slower decoding and fix things up. But with that, we'll be getting into our mystery and having it solved very soon. As we're hopping right into the action, I'm Veronica. I'm here today with NTT, and we are your casters for IVA Playoffs Day 4. We are on Touch and Go versus Phoenix, and we are hopping right into things. So Death World, our Bloody Queen, and our hunter today is now transitioning over to the area in which the prisoner was, but it seems that going into the wrong direction as the prisoner is
Nice hiding. Yeah, great hiding coming from the prisoner. He knows that he is the most vulnerable character in the game, so he has to do some hiding here. Maybe a little bit of a hinder from a decoding, but that's still better than being captured first off. The mirror has been propped up and will be going for the prospector. Nice mirror, able to get a hit onto the prospector before the flywheel came online. 2 magnet is up to be utilized for Yazen. It just has to be utilized perfectly if you don't want that world to, you know, have a hang of that magnet. And you do have to watch out for that excitement also.
The excitement is definitely going to be a key player when it does come in. We're just waiting for it now. But
Nice. Oh, but another dodge. Crazy dodge coming from Yazen, but not enough. That's a bit of an unfortunate situation where the magnet push actually able to dodge the main body, but after the push, he is placed right next to the mirror, so there is nothing to do about that.
Oh, NTT, it was so much at once. I mean, you got that beautiful
Oh, what?
Ooh! Okay, so much happening now even still. We're gonna see the forward go to the chair,
no.
get there, and the forward's gonna get down before he can pull this rescue off. It really is battle of the hunters today. Four snipers remaining. Everyone is here at this chair, and unfortunately, this is a situation that Phoenix has seen before. They have been dealing with this prior. You know, they were here on the Lakeside Village. They had everyone sort of lapped around this chair.
Oh, again! Another hit onto the survivor when they are dropping the cipher. Seems like the hunter dominant is still ongoing. Now, psychologist will try to heal up the forward. Yazen, nice magnet to stun Deadwall. I'm actually surprised that Deadwall didn't go for the excitement and get a hit onto the prospector right there. But seems like he's saving it for a rainy day. Another magnet coming from Yazen. Now it had to be on the lookout for the that stun. And getting that speed boot coming from going through the cipher. So much distance has been brought without using the excitement. It seems like he's a little bit too conservative right there. Blinking through the obstacle, but still not able to get a hit onto the prospector. That's what we're throwing everything on the table. Just one mishap and it seems to be going very bad very quickly for the hunter side.
Yes, things were looking so good for Deathworld at the beginning, but now this Prospector is rebounding like nobody's business. We also have the Forward in the area in order to provide some support. Boyman is Boyman, and he is here as our dedicated Forward in order to help out with harassment and support. The Prospector is going to drop down, now going to continue to loop around this big boat, and oh my goodness, NTT, this is truly why the big boat is a nightmare.
Oh, cancel the mirror with that football! What a play coming from Boyman. Again, you have to watch out for him. He's a boy, he's a man, he's everything. He's able to cancel your mirror, and another start onto that wall. So much distance. Hinder. Prospector still has that magnitude, and also the flywheel. Nice job. Boyman, just keep harassing the hunter. There's nothing to do. Just that misstep coming from that wall with not using the excitement has turned out to be one of the worst mistakes that wall can possibly do.
Yes, unfortunately trying to use that blink to try and catch up to the Prospector earlier, but it just didn't work out, didn't make it there in time, wasn't able to get there, the pallet was thrown, and now Boyman is here and you got no excitement to them. That block was unfortunately not going to work out, but it was quite funny to watch.
The cipher is done, the mirror has been utilized, but that is not enough because the cipher has been popped already. A four-man cipher pop. Forward will now try to make it back to the cornfield gate, while Prospector will try to kite for his life with the dungeon in mind around the vicinity of where they are kiting at.
The dungeon is in tow, so Deathworld is going to have to be real careful, currently standing on top of it. Prospector has some magnets to utilize. We're not going to see that stun. We're going to see Prospector fall down, but Yazen did a beautiful job of containing this whole time. As soon as, making it off the chair, a gorgeous job of continuing on with that kite, which seems, NTT, like we are now going to end the streak. We're going to see a third time's the charm situation, where now the survivors will actually be able to make it out of the gate instead of facing all of these 4 eliminations over and over. And oh my god, I cannot wait to see the prisoner deep.
I'm actually surprised to see the survivor able to come back from such a potential 4K situation. With that, the forward was trying to come in for the rescue, but was cut off immediately by Deathworld Mirror. But thankfully, that Prospector did have the kite of his life in the big boat area. I think it was as you can see on the screen, 194 seconds, over 3 minutes.
It's a lot of
time. Over 3 minutes of kiting. That is enough for the survivor to push for the cipher, even though at the moment where forwards was brought down and psychologists take in that 2 hit before rescuing, they were down 4 cipher. There was 4 cipher remaining from opening the gate. So kudos to them for going through such a difficult situation and able to make the most out of it.
A beautiful comeback from Phoenix here in the 3rd round. So we're finally going to see a change in our point system. We're not going to be seeing any of those 5 anymore. We're not seeing this anymore. But what we will be seeing, of course, is that 1-3, as they managed to get a 3 escape, which is we were playing Hunter versus Hunter for a minute there, and it was going really well for the Hunters. Each of them was on par dealing with one another, but Lakeside, as NTT mentioned, polarizing, difficult for Hunters and Survivors to play on. But that big boat is really great for Survivors and really awful for Hunters, and the fact that they were able to get the Prospector in the big boat with the support for the transition and Boyman's harassment was absolutely really good.
And now Phoenix Survivor are the one on the upper hand. Let's see if the Hunter domination still continue with the next match. But before that, we're gonna head into a very short break, so don't go anywhere. The final instant of the game will be back.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Hello everybody, welcome back, perhaps for the final time. Depending on how this match goes, that might be our last little welcome back here, but we are here with you today. We're your casters for this evening. I'm Veronica, I'm here with NTT, and we are watching Touch and Go versus Phoenix. So we're fighting in the lower brackets of IBA. This is playoff stage 4, hosted by the lovely Nello. That's all my information out of the way. So we're heading into the second half of round 3. Things have been crazy so far. But finally, saw the survivors actually make it out of the gate for the first time.
Finally a break from the mole. A 3-man escape coming from the side of Phoenix, and that ends the streak for the Hunter side of a constant 5-0. For the first time in this matchup, the Hunter side has to face a loss against the Survivor side. So now it's up to the Survivor side of TNG to replicate that result, at least in order to bring the game into extra round, or they can end it all with a 4-man escape, or else Phoenix, Hunter, Tuame will be the one achieving victory with just a tie or more.
Yeah, tie or more, and we're in a good situation. And Tuame has been doing really well so far, getting that 4 elimination with the Naiad last round on Arms Factory. So if things are still looking good, we will be seeing that happen, maybe on the Lakeside Village once more. But again, as NTT said, only need a tie in order to make this count and take this round. So those are your win conditions, folks. Keep them in your noggin as we go through the match. It will make things even more exciting as we proceed through. But this is going to be real great. We've had a really long day. It's been great to be here with you guys for the whole time. Everyone is lovely. You're all lovely people. I hope you've been enjoying IVA so far. We've got 2 days left. So Saturday, Sunday. We will be heading into the finals on Sunday. I hope that everyone enjoys. This is my personal last day for IVA. So that's my little goodbye before we go. But this is going to be really great, entity. There's a lot on the table for everyone to deal with. So they're able to upstage Phoenix's survivors and get this 4 escape. Then they're able to pull the entire matchup. But if they get 3, we will continue, of course, into an overtime state. And anything less than that, and it is a win for Phoenix here. So let's hop right into our bans.
Not letting that Gardner out any way possible. That Gardner is in the ban corner right away with the Seer and alongside the Prospector. This is a hate crime. I'm not rooting for this at all.
I hate for flowers. I hate for going outside, getting your hands in the dirt, doing some gardening. But you know what else we hate? We hate snake women with lots of daughters, and we also hate fish women. So there's a lot of hate crimes going on today. So those will be our bans. We're going to see Dream Witch and Naiad both be banned by Touch and Go. Here, they do not want to deal with either of these. We did see Twame play the Dream Witch quite a few times in other matchups. We saw Rivernon take out that Dream Witch in the first round that the two played together, and then we saw the Naiad for the last round. So, NTT, as you mentioned, what does Twame have up their sleeve beyond that?
With the Dream Witch and Naiad gone, Twame still has that Geisha to look for. So the Survivor lineup might go for a Geisha counter lineup. Then Twame might still have something on his sleeve, so they have to watch out for that. The Antiquarian and the Mercenary immediately pick for the Survivor side. Again, the Antiquarian is a good character to go up against the Geisha because Geisha has only one ability to deal damage to the Survivor, and that's just a normal hit. And if you nullify that ability to attack the Survivor, you are safe for the entirety of the round.
That would be great. We are gonna see the Toy Merchant and the Acrobat be banned as well.
Interesting.
Don't like the Acrobat today, but
they are not liking the Toy Merchant at all.
On this map, I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to deal with her on here either. She's got a monopoly over that big boat. It's scary. Scary.
The catapult could be anywhere around the map, and all catapult lead to the big boat, so they have to watch out for that. And if they don't want to watch out for that, just ban her straight up. So that is the ban that we are seeing right here, alongside the Acrobat, also a strong support and Kaider in the lineup. So there might be the Patient up for grab, because that character can also hook up to the second floor easily, and is also a red Kaider at the small boat area. Let's see. Again, if they want to counter the Geisha, we're going for the Psychologist right away. A safe pick, but not that great when it comes to kiting Geisha.
Yeah, the Psych is definitely going to be very safe for us, but not going to be too useful with the Geisha there. Those dashes are going to make quite a difference, as they usually do. The Priestess will be our final ban here, so they're not going to be able to pick her up at the last second, which means that we do have some other survivors available to us, but as we know, when we get to round 3, you got more survivors banned than you're going to pick out of the toy box, so it becomes a very funny situation.
And if they want to complete that lovey-dovey relationship, the Patient is up for grab for them. But the Patient is not a great character to go up against the Geisha, so I'm very interested to see what their final pick are. And it will be a Magician, which is a total counter to the Geisha that we have been talking about during the ban pick phase.
Not only that, NG commentator played an amazing Magician in the first round that was played by Touch and Go, so you're gonna have to be very wary of that Magician in particular. The Magician coming out and using just these wonderfully timed illusions, being able to mind game with the Hunter so well and make that kite last for so very long. So this is going to be quite a situation, and here she is, NGT. The Geisha is coming in to shape up against this team comp here. Of course, Twame only needs a tie in order to win this round, so things could be looking pretty good for her.
This is quite interesting. The Survivor lineup have that Antiquarian and Mercenary and that Magician to deal with the Geisha, but then Mercenary can be easily captured by the Geisha. Whenever he uses the elbow pad, the Geisha can just dash right up to him, and the Psychologist basically have no chance of kiting against the Geisha because she has no ability to utilize to prevent the Geisha from being getting close to her after the first hit. This is gonna be quite interesting. I'm also interested to see that they are not picking the Foot Officer as their rescuer, because they probably have the Geisha in mind as the hunter for Twame.
Instead going for that stable Mercenary who, it's big, he's stable, but the Officer definitely would have been a better pick against that Geisha. You got the Poseidon's Watch, it's going to do a little bit better for you than the elbow pads. But
the Mercenary picking at the big boat? Is this some kind of trickery?
It is!
They swap at the last second. Twame gonna spawn at the Grab Shack area, just like the hunter before, gonna lock the cipher at 11, but have all the time in the world to capture the survivor on the big boat.
Especially with a geisha in tow, it's going to be a little bit easier than it would be for other characters. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch up better. So let's hope the best for Twame in this round. If not, let's hope the best for Touch and Go. Obviously, you know, whoever you're rooting for, let's see what they're capable of. Win conditions looking better for Phoenix, though. Need a draw or more on Twame's side, and on Touch and Go's side, they need a 3 escape to tie the game and go into overtime, or they need a 4 escape in order to just pull the win in this round, as they've been tying so far. So let's get right into the action. I'm Veronica. I'm here with NTT for possibly the last time, and we are going to be hopping right into things. So Twame, of course, playing the geisha. We've got our build on the display here. Everyone take a good look, and we are going to be starting off with our first chase here as we transition over to our prime target.
Yeah, 3-6 wheel coming from the geisha. Gonna try. Oh, actually, go for the antiquarian, I believe. Not that great of a first shape, but if you manage to deal with her, I think, yeah, not worrying about the harasser later in the game can be a great advantage that you want as a hunter main. But seems like it's looking up to be a very tough target to go for, a very tough piece of meat to chew. So Twame might want to go for another one, and that is exactly what Twame is going for, finding out the next target.
Bit off just a little bit too much, now going to go for a smaller piece of some cake, you know, a lot easier to digest. So of course we are transitioning over here into this area, which seemingly is where we are hiding the psychologist, but she can't take those 3 hits until she goes down, but as we established, is certainly against the geisha, but is hiding really well to avoid this.
Yeah. Crazy game of hide and seek. Twame still have no idea of the location of the psychologist. Well, and now Twame might have to settle for a new character, and that would unfortunately be the mercenary, which is not some character that you want to chase first off the game. But Blink to get the first hit off of the mercenary will now try to bait out that elbow pad. You don't want the elbow pad to be utilized. The dash has been initiated. Wolfie can simply use the elbow pad, but not able to do so, as Twame already cut the distance. And we're gonna head into a bit of a pause there. But yeah, what a great showing of the skill coming from the geisha player, Twame.
Yeah, difficult on that first chase there, not really sure where you want to go. Trying that antiquarian, but it not working out really perfectly in your favor. So going to change to the next optimal target. Can't find the psychologist because excellent hiding. I mean, I gotta give him props. Really good on that. But then being forced to chase the mercenary, which does not go so well so far until landing that hit with the blink, forced to expend your secondary trait. But in order to get that first hit, definitely worth it at that point in the game. It had been about 1 minute and 30 seconds. And there's 1 cipher popped, and the mercenary is now about to go down when we head back in.
Yeah. With the mercenary down, they basically have no rescuer to, go in for the rescue, and they might have to settle for either the psychologist or the antiquarian. The antiquarian, of course, can just stun the hunter and go in for the rescue, or the psychologist, who has the ability to, take in 3 hits, similar to the mercenary. So they have all the potential rescuing that mercenary off the bat. And of course, with the mercenary on the chair, that cipher decoding gonna be at a much better spot than the other survivor, because mercenary do have that ability of sitting on the chair longer than any other survivor.
Yeah, it's going to take him a little bit longer to go back to the manor to expire. This is something fun about rescuers. Quite a few of them have that built in, and by quite a few, I mean the officer and the mercenary. But they're good for that. You want them to sit on the chair. They're a nasty first chase because they're bulky, tough guys. It's hard to get them down. Their abilities, their resources, they're a nightmare to really get onto the floor for the first time. And then as soon as you get them in that chair, They take a little bit longer. The other survivors tend to have better decoding. It's a really tough spot either way, but we'll see how it plays out from here. Of course, Kwame is off to a good start in terms of finally getting that mercenary down, and we'll be able to see him on the chair, unless the Antiquarian comes in for quick, easy support in order to get that balloon rescue and then harass a little bit and make sure that the chairing doesn't happen quite yet. Because if they do show through this for escape, they will be able to win this round. So things are looking pretty dire for TNG, but they could inside sort of decide to sell that mercenary and see if they can push into overtime, but it's a tricky situation. They're gonna have to make a very tricky call.
I have to say kudos to the survivor for hiding that psychologist so well. That is the only character that have no hiding potential against the geisha. It's like the Achilles heel. Like, if you manage to catch that psychologist, the game was immediately over, because they have no potential of, psychologists have no rebound kind potential, and also the basement is there.
Yeah, it would have been an extremely rough situation for TNG, so it's very good that they were able to get that psychologist into a good hiding place. Usually, with rank and whatnot, you're like, there's always like a weak link on the team. If you're playing Hunter, there's always one survivor that you can find that cannot kite as well as the others, usually because of their own skill. But here, in a high tournament setting, it's because of the character that they've chosen, who is definitely very vital to the team in their own ways, but not really there for their kiting ability and potential, so it becomes a little bit difficult for characters like the psychologist to be able to make their mark on things. But the Antiquarian did so well with the chase, bought a lot of time in the beginning. The Magician's just hanging out on that boat, decoding that cipher, working on things behind the scenes. The Mercenary, going to be sitting on the chair soon. He is doing his due diligence. He was able to buy some time, and he will be able to buy even more time while sitting, as we've discussed, because it will push things a little bit harder. So, Entity, in your honest opinion, what do you think that they should shoot for at this point? Should they try and push things into overtime and get a fresh start? Or should they just try and make it so that they are able to get that 4 escape?
The thing about pushing into overtime, which is, selling the mercenary, because that mercenary has a lot of long time on the chair, is that you are vulnerable to being eliminated once again when the cipher is popped, so they at least will have to send in a survivor to come in for the rescue. But that is also put them in a bit of a situation where they are prone to being eliminated, where the rescuer would be caught up and eliminated off the spot if he or she doesn't manage to get to the chair on time. We did see that Geisha did use that blink to capture the mercenary on time, so they have no extra ability to worry about when we are coming back into the game. Mercenary has been brought out, and of course, as you said earlier, Antiquarian is in for the support.
Yeah, we're getting right up. We are going to see immediate support. We're going to see some hits, and it's a mercenary, so that balloon rescue means that it's actually going to make quite a difference, even if the hit is gotten. A beautiful elbow pad from Wolfie here in order to gain some more distance and get away from Kwame's Geisha. Now transitioning into some pellets to use for some extra kiting, but Kwame seemingly trying their best, trying to move over here. He wants to be able to get this down, but we're just seeing a pallet stun instead.
Wow. Wolfie is on fire. Fate is also around to support and harass the Geisha right here. Able to get the dash, almost get the hit onto Wolfie, but Fate is there to prevent that from happening. Another elbow pad beautifully executed for Wolfie to transition out, and Fate, Tuame is getting enough of this pesky Antiquarian, able to get the hit onto this Antiquarian, but he still has that bamboo flute to be worried about. Able to get the hit through the pallet. Psychologist already heal up that mercenary. Veronica, this is so much action packed.
Yes, Mercenary landing that heal, now able to sort of live on one day more, and will be able to rescue when it comes down to it. The Antiquarian doing a really good job of kiting so far, however. But we are going to see Fate go down, unfortunately. And it does seem that the rest of the bamboo flute has been utilized, so rebound kiting will be a little bit difficult. We also have Flywheel on cooldown here, NTT. So the Antiquarian is going to be seeing the chair for the first time, but with 2 ciphers remaining, and we've got 1 minute and 37 seconds in the counter on the corner, which I don't think is entirely accurate, but it's still very fun to look at. And Wolfie is going to be coming in here and getting a beautiful pallet stun before this rescue.
Wow, this is looking up to be a par on par for the Survivor lineup. Both Survivor are performing greatly in round number 3 right here. Seems like the bane of their Hunter existence is the map, and looking like the big map are the weaknesses of these Hunter.
It seems that we've got that Cypher Machine Prime from the Magician, as we can see from the little ping there, but it seems that we're not going to see that happen yet, so the Antiquarian is going to continue on with this kite here. Of course, they are probably waiting on the Mercenary, and now, here it is, the pop's going to come in, going to happen. A beautiful timing for it. The Antiquarian is going to continue to kite on this big boat, but the teleport coming in NTT to cut these survivors off at the gate.
Mercenary has been brought right in front of the gate, so they have no potential of opening this gate anymore. All 3 survivors are not at the other gate. This is a bit of a risk for the survivor team because they now have to send someone at the middle in order to bait out. Go too far away, stray too far away from the share location. Seems like Tuame got a little bit of that Tinnitus pop up there. Fate is coming back in a worry that White would be captured by Tuame. Tuame is still very alert on the location of a survivor. Seems I have seen that Antiquarian at the small boat area. But gonna dash right back to the chair.
Hanging out in the middle here, patrolling in that area, making sure that all of the survivors are being watched as much as possible, on top of making sure that this dungeon is surveyed. But it seems that this gate is going to be open, and now it's a mad dash. We need to see if these survivors are able to make it out of the gate before Tuame is able to make it. So we're just waiting on some butterfly cooldowns, but White, the psychologist, is lagging behind a little bit with her teammates here, so we will
Can
see
the
if
dash
Tuame
be
is able to cut
initiated?
off. Oh!
Too close to call, but it will be a 3-man escape, and we're gonna head into overtime. Wow. Neck and neck in terms of skill for both sides. And as I said earlier, seems like the bane of their existence is the big map for the Hunter side.
Yes, it really is. Let's take a look at our statistics here real quick. So of course the Magician doing most of the decoding here, the Psychologist closely in line as second here. The Mercenary coming in with these fascinating stats. So 116 seconds of contained time, a rescue, and 2 whole pallet strikes, people. Well, that is 2 pallet strikes for the Mercenary, working real hard to make sure that the Geisha felt very threatened today. So what a gorgeous job that they have done in order to come back and make sure that they are able to continue on in IBA here. They are going to, of course, push us into an overtime now. So it's been a long day. This is certainly a way to start the last weekend of IBA NTT.
Wow, what a way to start off the week. First time an overtime has been initiated in Identify Arena 23. Of course, as we said, both teams are neck and neck, but I totally not anticipate them to be this close to each other, both in terms of Survivor and Hunter. So yeah, we're gonna settle all in the extra round for both sides. What a game.
What a game so far. Things are really shaping up to be very interesting. We've got 5-5-4. So they definitely know how to tie things up, how to make things work. But let's hope that they stop tying and they show us which one of them is a little bit stronger. But of course, as you move into OT, the rules change a little bit. Now we have other ways to decide who wins, so that's going to be great. But with that, we're going to cut into a break, and we'll be back with you guys with those circumstances at hand.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
俺だぞ。俺の欲しいもん逃がすわけねえだろ。3、2、1。俺は嘘は嫌いなんだよ。
ザック、忘れてない。忘れてなんてない。だって誓ったもの。ザックと私、二人で誓ったもの。レイチェル・ガードナー、これはいらない。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。本来の君は奪われるべき魂ではない。
美しい石の蓋で永遠に閉じ込めてあげるよ。だから イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ、その目に焼き付けてちょうだいね。私は断罪に、ああ罪深き悪人ども、許されるまで痛めつけてあげる。
私は君がどのようなものかまだ判断しておらん。罪を吐き出せ、罪を受け止めろ。私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
イエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。グレイという。
ザック、どうして。いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
What a joyful, joyful day. And we are coming back for more IVA action with me, Entity, and Veronica by your side. We are heading to overtime, the first ever overtime in IVA history. So
Yeah,
let's...
it's been a doozy. We're coming off today. We're getting some support from chat. Support for the teams as well. I mean, they've been playing for quite a bit alongside us, being here for casting. So, and thank you to everyone who has been here the whole time for the stream. Of course, I think we all expected this one to be a quick little, like, 4-hour stream at most, just we were gonna, power through these two matchups. But we're going on a little bit longer. So, but it's been a delight. I got NTT here with me so I can accomplish anything by my side. So it seems that we are actually going to be on the Red Church here for this overtime matchup, NTT.
Yeah, the Red Church is a map where both the Survivor and Hunter are both not at any advantage or disadvantage. It's just a very balanced map for both sides. And we're going to see the band big screen immediately. Let's jump into the game right away with Deathworld on the hunting side. I'm expecting the Dream Witch and the Night Watch to be banned off of him. As for the Survivor side, Dancer, Seer, and probably Priestess.
Yeah, those are pretty solid ones. I would not be surprised if that was the case. We're going to see
Antiquarian
Seer, so we're 1 for 1. Will we see another one maybe off your list? Will we? Will we get lucky? God knows. But this will be great. We're going to see the Priestess.
Let's go.
That's
2 out of 3. I think that's better. That's better.
That's pretty good. They might take Dancer out instead, so she'll still be on the screen. So I think that counts.
Yeah.
We can count that. In terms of Hunter ban, of course, we could be looking at the Night Watch. We could be banning the Bloody Queen. We could be banning the Disciple. Deathworld does have a very, very rich Hunter pool with lots of things to deal with, but I don't think we're going to be too scared of that BQ. So instead, yeah, we're going to see the Dream Witch and the Night Watch be banned here on the Red Church as we head into the overtime round, and we'll be heading into our first Survivor picks very soon.
And that would be Forward and Psychologist. Very safe to pick. Like a guy that had the ability to safely rescue with the immediate stun off, and also that Psychologist in order to go in for the heal after, if the rescuer managed to get hit, there would be a quick heal for the Survivor side. Cowboy and Prospector ban. That's a surprise.
The Cowboy is certainly an extremely interesting band to take out. We don't see a lot of Cowboy in tournament and all of that, so he's an interesting band. You know, that's a very targeted decision. Very scared of that Cowboy. He can't come in and be quite a menace, so I'm not at all surprised that you want him off the field if there's any chance of him being there. The Prospector, of course, we've seen a few times, so exchange for the Prospector, we're going to see the Acrobat. They do seem to be a package deal recently on TT, but with that, we're going to be getting into our last two soon.
Yeah, interesting pick. We're gonna see the ban onto the Prisoner. Don't want that decoding at all. They might have to settle for another decoder, or just no decoder at all. There's still the Mercenary up for grabs. They might want to have a safe rescuer aside from the Forward. But interestingly enough, there is still the mechanic up for grabs as the decoder. I'm actually surprised to see that Edward is not coming for the mechanic first, but instead going for the other one, the Prisoner.
Yeah, don't want to deal with the Prisoner, so instead we're going to be dealing with the mechanic. So, of course, Prisoner did do really well on the match that we saw on the Lakeside Village. Was able to connect those ciphers, do a really good job of it. And Sculptor coming in NTT as our Hunter pick for today. What are your thoughts on that one?
Let's just say that the Sculptor, the statue can block off the Forward going in for the stun, so I think this is a great pick. Can also scout out the area where the Survivor are decoding, so yeah, the cipher control can be done with this Galatea, especially when it comes to, camping both the chair and the cipher in the same time. You might want to watch out for that Forward though, because he might come in for the instant stun and rescue.
Quite a menace. Of course, we've got Boyman on that Forward, who really proved his worth on the Lakeside Village in the last round, doing a really, really good job of supporting the Prospector there. Just absolutely wonderful teamwork that they've had. But here we are getting into our spawn locations. We are going to see so far that they've lined up quite well. We have got the mechanic in that shack area there. We have got the Forward in the church itself. We have got the Psychologist sort of bouncing between on top of that broken area and the graveyard, but ultimately settling over there. And we've got the Acrobat on the red carpet with Deathworld spawning right in the corner there, so potentially going for that mechanic first, NTT?
Yeah, that's his potential. And the cipher in the graveyard area are gonna be blocked for the Survivor, so they so I think the Survivor don't have to transition anyway, apart from the side of the mechanic, because that is going to be the first J, I assume.
Mechanic will certainly be an interesting one for the Sculptor sculptor, I mean, you want to get that doll out of the way, and you do especially want to land as much damage as you can to the survivors. It will totally be able to take down the mechanic's decoding ability, even with the bot on the field. It's gonna be hard for her to go up against a sculptor. I mean, and as soon as we create that chisel graveyard for the statues, things are going to become even more rough. We're going to get more damage, we're going to see the bot, we're going to spot everyone out, but let's get right into the action. I'm Veronica, this is NTT. We are here in overtime for TNG versus Phoenix on IBA Playoffs Day 4, and we're having right into the action. So as we predicted, we are going to see the sculptor seeking out that mechanic, but she's transitioned away, however, leaving her bot in the dust. Deathworld is going to spot it out after a few seconds, and it's going to go down real quick.
Yeah, Raphael already transitioned to the graveyard area. Gonna place that bot down, hiding away in the corner so that the next bot is not going to be found out by the hunter. Again, the ability of decoding gonna be hindered. Wow, what a prediction coming from the side of Edwell. Able to predict where the bot is. And now, yeah, chasing mechanic doesn't mean that much anymore. Able to get the hit onto the forward. Another hit and mechanic. Yeah, hindering that decoding progress from the survivor side, I think is important from the hunter. Gonna try to go for Yazen here. Oh, the statue wasn't quite there yet. Wasn't able to block off the transitioning ability of Yazen. Gonna try to capture Yazen right over here. Can he do it? Oh, able to get a hit.
Yeah, landing that first chip hit on Yazen there. Deathworld doing a great job so far. I mean, seeking out those bots. Able to build a lot of presence quickly, which is great for a sculptor, really what you need. The acrobat has placed a bomb in order to aid himself in his kite a little bit, but it's just a white one, which is arguably the least beautiful acrobat bomb. So we are, of course, going to have a little mind game through this palette. The acrobat's going to be able to throw it down safely and going to transition into a different area, doing a beautiful job of kiting so far on Yazen's side.
Yeah, no blink to utilize because that will decide to go for the excitement right away. Oh, get the hit onto the acrobat when he was throwing the ball. Yeah, he now has to watch out for the statue right here. Just one chip damage and he will be brought down. Able to dodge the first one. Can the second one be enough? Oh, not quite there yet. Able to throw the firebomb in time for the side of the acrobat.
Yes, we are 2 minutes into the game, just a little bit over that now, and the acrobat, of course, has achieved a second red bomb, which has been used. Beautiful dodges here. That was real close. Acrobat also, we should mention, is carrying Tide Turner, so it doesn't have a flywheel, does not have knee-jerk reflex, none of those good kiting skills, and is just kind of relying on wit, bombs, and raw kite. So it's finally going down, but NTT, that was a really long kite from the acrobat. It certainly bought the survivor side a lot of time.
Yeah, putting a stop onto acrobat incredible kite. Now the psychologist is gonna try to rush in for the rescue after Yazen buying so much time for the survivor to pop over those cipher. 3 cipher remaining, but all 3 of them, I believe, are all bound to be prime in the next instant. Able to get the rescue safe and soundly. Yazen gonna go for the kite once again, but now with a max present Galatia.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy. Sculptor is already a menace, but Max Presence really kicks things up a notch. She becomes borderline impossible to kite, and as soon as someone is placed on a chair, you're really at your best opinion to just sell and leave alone. But doing a beautiful job.
Oh, double hit coming from a statue. Wow.
Yeah, as soon as I said it, as soon as it's mentioned, beautiful job, going back and forth. There he goes. Acrobat's down. So Yazen, unfortunately, is going to go down and is going to be placed on a chair in the red carpet area where there's still a
Oh, but the mechanic. Oh, they popped both ciphers at the same time. Oh, wow, they did not expect this at all. A bit of a miscommunication. The mechanic popping the cipher at the red carpet is reasonable because that's where the acrobat is. They're going to be chair. But what a surprise to see that they are popping the cipher at the middle. This is gonna put a hinder on their potential of getting a 3-man escape.
Yeah, that's not going to be as easy now for sure. Boyman is still in the area here trying to get these sculptors' attention. We do have the psychologist working on opening this gate. Luckily, we are going to see that these sculptors do not yet teleport on hand, but there it is, the teleport coming in now as we see that the psychologist is at the gate, so Phosphorus will now be our target of choice. Which means that, of course, they're going to have to try and open the gate at the red carpet. Boyman luckily was there, so they should have a little bit of a head start, but it seems that Death World is not content with just getting the psych down and is trying to contain as much as possible, but Phosphorus doing a really good job so far of keeping away from
Unfortunately for Phosphorus, the dungeon is all the way across the map, so I believe this is going to be the last time we see Phosphorus kite this Galatea, since the dungeon location is too far away and Phosphorus is about to be captured by Death World. Oh, able to get the speed buff. 38 seconds until detention run out, but oh, nice statue coming from the side of Death World. Can there be another statue to try to get another chip damage onto Phosphorus and potentially put an end to this kiting session?
It seems that they're pushing for more NTT. Raphael is actually headed to the other gate to get it open, and we are going to see that Boyman is in the area for support. So Phosphorus might be able to make it after all, making a mad dash for the gate with the help of that broken windows trait. Going to loop around a little bit, trying to get in the good graces of Boyman. We are unfortunately going to see that down, but detention is almost out. We're mere seconds away, and Boyman is here.
Yeah, and the forward still have one full football to utilize. Can they cover for the psychologist? I think that is possible. A 3-man escape out of the jaw of Galatea. Great job coming from the side of a survivor. What a game. What a game.
Congratulations, Yazan. I mean, that kite on the acrobat was absolutely insane. I cannot stress enough. Had Tide Turner. Did not even have any kiting tools. I mean, obviously you can kite with kiting characters while you carry Tide. They have abilities explicitly for it. The resources are there. Acrobat did have bombs, but a lot of that was just mind gaming, vaulting back and forth, being smart about where he was moving, what he was doing. So Yazan doing excellent to contain that Galatea for so long early in the game. And then Phosphorus doing an excellent kite in the end game there, buying just enough time for detention to run out, and then Boyman to come in, get that stun, throw the pallet for some distance, and they all, friendship is magic, gathered around the psychologist in order to make sure that Phosphorus was able to make it out with the rest of their teammates.
They won more points, and that's what they get after such an incredible support coming from the forward side. I did mention that the forward still have a full football to utilize, and I don't think that was expecting the forward to be over there supporting so quickly. Immediately go in for the stun, and there is no way for Death World to react in that short window of time. I think, a bit of a misstep when it comes to priming the Cypher, but they still managed to pull it off at a 3 survivor escape.
Yeah, Phoenix absolutely communicated very well in that moment. I mean, we could see, of course, as people watching the game, as people commentating the game, that Raphael and Boyman were moving over to the other side of the map. They've gotten the gate open in the red carpet area, but they were able to transition all the way over as they knew that detention was out soon. They could tell, they're able to, be aware of that from their own traits. And Phosphorus, of course, could communicate, hey, I think this is good. I think that I'm able to kite this out. You guys can come over here and we can make this work. And they did. They managed to 3 escape from a position that really looked like a draw. They were dealing with a full presence sculptor, so even if detention had run out, I mean, there were still those statues to use. Things were going to be difficult, but they really did pull that off in the end.
That support is essential to the win of this game coming from the side of Phoenix, but you still have that second half of overtime to look out for, so don't go anywhere. The conclusion to this incredible matchup gonna come back in just a minute, so don't go anywhere.
いい子だから怖くないよ。
今だけ俺に殺されるな。
その目をよく見せてくれないか。
だからイエスと答えて。
私がこのフロアの断罪にキャシーよ。
私はこの教会の神父だ。
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are here on the Identity V Arena, 4th day of playoffs. So we're here, of course, starting the second weekend. We have 2 more exciting days for you. After this, we are running on some pretty late time here, but we are in overtime for TNG versus Phoenix today. So Touch and Go has been performing really well. Phoenix has been performing really well. They're clearly on par with each other here in this bracket, which means that things have been a rough fight. They've both been clawing their way up. So unfortunately, we are in overtime, but fortunately, you know, it means you get to see more action. That's always exciting. And now we have concrete rules, of course, for if they manage to tie up this situation again, we will just decide based on survivor escape rate. So that's great. This is good. So NTT, how are you feeling? I mean, Phoenix does need to they just need to get this very simple draw in order to proceed and win this round here.
This is the same situation that was happening in the Lakeside Village map. But the Hunter wasn't able to take the victory away from TNG because the Survivor also get up to the same level as Phoenix is in the previous match. Let's see if in a map like Red Church where there's less hiding spot and more kiting to be doing, let's see how this game turned out to be. Again, the point is 3-1 coming for Phoenix and the time to beat is 5:53 seconds.
That they are able to do either of those, of course, we do need to launch in soon. It's going to be very exciting. We've been having very exciting matches so far. Earlier, of course, as you can tell by the numbers, we were doing a big Hunter versus Hunter situation where, you know, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4. The survivors started coming out, showing off what they're capable of. So as NTT said, this is a mirror of our round 3 on Lakeside. So we are here on the Red Church this time around. We've got 1 point on TNG's side, 3 points on Phoenix's side. TNG could possibly come in, get a 3 survivor escape as well, but luckily, you know, they only need to beat that 5 minutes and 53 seconds.
Yeah, there is no OT2. There's no electric boogaloo.
Sorry guys, there's no OT2. After this, they have to let us go. They have to let the players go as well.
I'm trapped in this box. Please let me out.
He's on a rooftop and it's very scary.
Yeah, but we're gonna head into the band pick space where we see a lot of boxes. And in the 3 boxes, we are seeing the Antiquarian, the Gardener, and that Priestess. Not letting the Gardener go at all. This survivor team having such a crazy Gardener that even when White is not in the lineup, the Gardener is still banned.
Oh yeah. so scared of that gardener. Do not want to deal with her. She's gonna come in with her bubble. She's gonna break those chairs. She's gonna harass you and bug you, and that's gonna be such a hassle to deal with.
Yeah.
But oh goodness, we're gonna see the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen band as well, so Riffernum will not be able to take either. So, and of course, if you didn't notice, we swapped back from Twame to Riffernum, so Riffernum will be going up against the TNT survivors once more, hopefully able to take the crown this time, and get that draw that we need in order for Phoenix to win this matchup.
There's a bit of a mishap on name there, but the 4 survivors are going to be again Fate, Commentator, White, and Wolfie. All four of them has been doing quite well during the previous match. So let's see what they are up to in this game in such a map like Red Church. We are seeing the mechanic and also the mercenary Koa 2, Koa 3 flashback with these first 2 picks.
We're going back in time, boys. We're heading back to past Koas. We're looking at the mechanic. We're looking at that mercenary. If they bring out a forward and a wildling, we're done for. We've gone back in time, and we're not coming back.
We are going back to Koa 4. Oh no, I'm not only trapped in a box, I'm trapped in the time and space.
You are! NTT, unfortunately, everyone in chat, send some love, send a like. Each like that you feed the channel allows us to push NTT further and further out of the box that we've trapped him in.
Wow.
The IBA HQ. Fortunately, I can leave my box whenever I like, but NTT is not so fortunate.
I'm jealous.
So the acrobat and the dancer as well coming in on the band, so no hullabaloo for today, no circus business. We do not want to see either of those, but good decision. They are quite nightmarish here on the church.
Yeah, you don't want that dancer to put any pressure on the hunter at all. With just one few music box is enough to make the hunter suffer. So yeah, no, out of the way, dancer. We don't want you here, and also we don't want Mike Morton once again. Just one game of leaving him out mean hellish for the hunter side. So yeah, no allowing the acrobat to be in the game once again, ever again. There is still the potential for the Seer. The Seer hasn't been picked yet, or they might be afraid of a Bonbon, so that's why they are not going for the Seer.
Yeah, they could be frightened at that little penguin thing. Me personally, I'm not scared of Bonbon. I could take Bonbon in a fight. I just know that I could. But it's not about me. I'm not a survivor on the field. You know who's a survivor on the field? The prisoner Luca Balsa. So Entity, this is going to be great. We are looking at a double decoder comp here. So it does seem that they're trying to out-cipher rush whatever Hunter Riffernun takes onto the field in order to try and make things work. But, assuming Riffernun's only going for a draw, that's what they're aiming for.
Reasonable for the survivor side. They are both aiming for a 3-man escape and also the faster time escaping. Again, 5:53 is time to beat, almost 6 minutes. If the timer reach at that point, we can call GG to Phoenix. If the result turn out to be a draw, if not, and if it's not a 3-1, if Riffernun managed to get 2 survivor out of the game, GG to Phoenix. And if CNG managed to get 4 men out, which is a feat on it all, they will be able to take in the fruit of their effort.
They're very intensive labor. Oh, they have done so much labor for us today. We're gonna see the psychologist come in as our NTT. It seems that we're just going into Decoder City. So and just a mercenary. This is an inverse of Koa 4. Instead of 3 rescuers and 1 decoder,
yeah, we have
3 and 1 rescue.
We have 3 of the 4 survivor on the IVT poster.
Yes!
The composer, the prisoner, and also the mechanic, apart from the mercenary in place of that antiquarian, which is in the box right now.
Like you.
As I have said, the meta for the Japanese server of years ago was going for a full-on decoder lineup with 1 extra survivor, either a rescuer or a harasser, and seems like they are settling for that rescuer, a certain rescuer, a tough rescuer such as the mercenary to take in that role. Riffernun now, a lot of pressure to deal with since this is a Cypher Rush team com.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting thing to deal with here. Rivernon is going to have to be very careful about the hunter selection. You're going to have to want to deal with all of these decoders at once. We could be seeing something like a Naiad. Maybe you can disrupt the ciphers with your humidity there, but it's still going to be very difficult. This is shaping up to be very interesting. I mean, now we need the big strong mercenary to protect all of these decoder nerds. And there he is.
This is an interesting pick. Usually when it comes to a cipher rushing team comp, you don't want to bring out Bonbon at all, because you know when you camp the cipher is just gonna pop left and right. But Rivernon is confident in his ability with his Bonbon. Again, the time to beat is 5:53 for the survivor, and also with the Bonbon you can ensure a tie if you manage to camp the first survivor correctly.
Yes, let us hope that Bonbon is able to do that. Of course, Rivernon only needs a tie here, but we've got not one, not two, but 3 decoders to be able to make all of this work out. So this is going to be very exciting. I just said I was excited, but I'm very excited. We've got the composer, the prisoner, and the mechanic all together. Maybe this will be a test to see which one of them is the strongest of them all. Just considering they're in direct proximity, who can outlast the Bonbon? Who can get the most decoding done? Obviously, that's going to be based on chance and also based on where they do their spawn locations. But NTT, I mean, looking at this now, who do you think is the most optimal chase, considering we have 3 decoders on the field?
Wow. Both prisoner and composer has the kiting potential, because the composer has that tuning fork to get the speed buff. As for the prisoner, he has that ability to shock the hunter and prevent the hunter from getting ever closer to him. So the mechanic seems to be a great choice. The mechanic is right in the middle of the pack. Rivernon, spawning here, blocking up the cipher in the front breakable, and actually having 3 meal cross to go for either the prisoner, either the composer, or the mechanic. Both 3 of them are close to the vicinity of that hunter.
Yeah, playing it safe here. I mean, you got so many options, there's so much you can do, and we're gonna hop right into the action soon. So, NTT has given us some wisdom. There are a lot of options, a lot of places you can go, a lot of people that you can kill with your little Bonbon weapon. And Rivernon is going to have his work cut out for him under these circumstances. Generally, decoders are weaker characters. They are a little bit easier to deal with, a little bit easier to knock out, but when you got 3 of them on the field, then it becomes a little bit scarier. But hey, Monokuma! I'm Veronica, I'm here with NTT today. We are finishing off with the overtime for Touch and Go versus Phoenix, and we are hopping right into the action. So, White is seemingly going to be our first chase here, who is currently on the prisoner, and there are already some connected ciphers, but we are leading, of course, to NG Commentator, who is on the mechanic. So we're gonna have to be very careful about how we proceed here, NTT. Our prisoner taking the kite.
Yeah. Actually, cut off the ability to run into another cutting location coming from the side of Rivernon. Trick the prisoner into going in another way. Gonna throw some bomb here to hinder the kiting area. But the shock come in, but not able to drop a cipher in time. He would have to take in that hit. Unfortunately, he has that broken window in order to lengthen the distance between him and the hunter.
Yeah, luckily, the prisoner now on half health is going to be really careful with Bonbon. Unfortunately, not careful enough, so we are going to see the prisoner go down. 5 ciphers remaining, so things are looking fast so far. We're about a minute into the game. With so many decoders on the field, do you think they'd pop soon? And they will. The decoder, or the composer, sorry, is almost done. His cipher in the little corner there. Mechanic wearing that cute little candy girl skin going to do that, and the mercenary coming in to do his job. Thank you so much, mercenary, coming in for the rescue. But as NTT said, if you camp this survivor correctly, you are in a good position. So this is a really vital rescue.
1 hit onto the mercenary with that bomb, and another normal attack onto Wolfie. Now Wolfie will be hindered of the ability to rescue in the future. At least the prisoner is safe and sound. Gonna use that broken window and DJ reflect in order to create the distance between him and the hunter. Again, 4 cipher remaining. Mechanic is working on 2 at once, and composer already transitioned to a new one.
Yeah, yes, so many things going on with the decoding. They are completing their objectives, as we've been saying, which is getting those ciphers done. But we are continuing chase on this prisoner. We are going to vault over in order to close out the distance. Beautiful use of the knee-jerk reflex there, and now the prisoner is going to loop around this set of pews, getting a beautiful stun on the Bonbon in order to keep things up. But of course, we've got to be careful. That window is now blocked off because of the Bonbon carrying confined space, so prisoner's going to have to be really...
Yeah, oh, another electric shock just to create that distance. But he has to watch out for the bomb. One bomb hit, another one, and he will be out of the equation. And that Wi-Fi bomb is up and about for the Hunter, but not able to do so since White already transitioned to a new area, able to get hit through the pallet. 4 ciphers still remaining, but all 4 of them are about to be popped.
Yeah, they are. Oh goodness, and they're dropping like flies. We've already got 1, 3 remaining now, so we're just waiting on that time to happen. 2 remaining now, NTT. They just got to get to this prime. So Mercenary is at 75 damage. He's not going to be able to come in. He does have a cipher, however, at 96%, so that's going to be done very soon. And it seems that we are sending our friend, the mechanic, in for this rescue. A frail little thing, but she is capable and she knows what she's doing. So coming in here, trying to get the prisoner. Gonna have to be really careful, NTT. He is
Cypher is prime. Wolfie is in the vicinity also to be sure that prisoner isn't able to get away. Oh, if the bomb hit the prisoner, will they pop in time? Oh, they pop right away after the mercenary went down, so not allowing the Hunter to put anyone on the chair at all. Blink to get the mechanic down. With this time, the Hunter has to get at least another survivor in order to get the win. But the gate has already been about to open. Oh, the hit onto the mercenary. Can there be another one? Wolfie has to spend that elbow pad to prevent him from being brought down by the Bonbon. Oh, this is so stressful for the survivor side and also the Hunter side too. Prisoner 2 hit. 2 chip damage away from being down. The survivor at the middle, mechanic, is about to be propped up. And this is shaping up to be a 3-man escape once again.
Yeah. Oh, we'll be looking at an equal road here, and we're at 4 minutes and 35 seconds, so it seems that things are looking a little bit stronger for the side of Phoenix here. Of course, River Nun is trying to get this done, trying to get White eliminated, but doing a really good job of bouncing around so far.
3-man escaped it. So that will be GG. They are the winner for this matchup. TNG, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So congratulations to TNG being able to utilize that 3 decoder lineup and get such a crazy result out of that. So congratulations to TNG once again. Kudos to you guys. You guys put up one hell of a fight against Phoenix, and also kudos to Phoenix also for, you know, great showing of their skill, great showing of their survivor lineup and Hunter ability to bring us this far into the competition.
Yeah, congratulations. Good game, well played to everyone who was here today. Phoenix definitely fought until the end. They did so very well. And here we're going to take a look at our stats here. So the prisoner having a 3-minute kite, 3 minutes and 1 whole second, actually, mind you. The composer staying out of the way the whole time, making sure to focus on that decoding. The mercenary doing a cipher of his own. The mechanic helping out with the ciphers as well, especially, you know, you'd expect it from the mechanic. Coming in, the mercenary able to get those 2 rescues off, and we were able to get that 3 survivor escape and make it so that the times worked out. You know, just prisoners surrounding in place. They had done what they needed to do. They'd fulfilled their win condition. No point in kiting on even longer. But excellent job to River Nun in attempting to get a little bit more than that. Almost was able to score that draw, but unfortunately there was power in their teamwork. The mercenary coming in for the rest alongside the mechanic, they just did so well, and we hats off to them. I mean, we said congratulations, I really do mean it. They did so well, but I do especially hope to see Phoenix in later on tournaments, whether it be IVA or something else. They've definitely shown us what they are capable of and what they can do, and I would be totally elated to see any more of them. But while Entity does a little bit of work, I'm going to keep rambling to you guys as a treat. So, hi chat, I hope you're all doing well today. Thank you guys for hanging out. Congratulations to those of you who voted for TNG in the poll that Nell did. They did manage to pull that win in the end. All 93 of you given a vote. Over 60% of you decided that you thought, TNG can pull this. And you know what? They did! So, congratulations to them. Good game, well played. Really one of my favorite little terms, but it's been great. This is my personal last IVA day, so thank you all so much for having me. It's always a delight. Everyone is so receptive, so kind, so excitable to be around, and that's always a treat. But, of course, let us also take a look at what we'll be doing moving forward. So we have some exciting matches for you guys tomorrow as well, and on Sunday we'll be dealing with the IVA finals. So we'll be finishing out the brackets tomorrow, and then we will be moving into brighter things, bigger things, better things as we move into those titular final matches to see who the champion of IVA is so far. So don't forget to show your love for the teams. Show your love, of course, for the other casters that will be on. I believe BK will be making his little debut tomorrow with Jong, if I'm not mistaken, if that's who's on. And then I think Entity and Kira are handling the final day on Sunday. But that's going to be an absolute treat. They're all wonderful to cast with. They are all wonderful to listen to. So I think that they will just be absolutely delightful to have around. Beyond that, of course, thank you to Nell for hosting as per usual, as always. Nell puts in a lot of work to make sure that IVA is up to par and up to standard with what it's expected to be, because it has established itself as such a wonderful community tournament. I mean, gorgeous graphics, you know, casters up to standard. We've got beautiful gameplay from extremely strong teams. Nell's a peach of a person as well, just an absolutely lovely guy. So it's been great. Everything is great, and IVA will continue to remain strong forever and ever, and it will never end. I think we'll just keep doing IVA forever.
And I'm done with the job. So yeah, great job from Phoenix and TNG side. But yeah, when it comes to the lower brackets, there can only be one winner, and TNG is the one triumph over in this incredible matchup between the two of them. Kudos to them, and also congratulations to Venom, who has defeated 0-2 to move on in the lower brackets. They will meet each other, Venom and TNG, in the lower bracket tomorrow with, I believe, Future and Aquarius on the upper bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
And we do have the scoreboard right here. Venom wins the first matchup and TNG wins the second matchup. Very close point, 5-5, 5-5, 4-4. And the last one has to be decided by time.
They both played really well. You can tell from these scores, of course, that they did. But with that, I think that we will be heading out soon. Thank you guys for sticking with us through us all. I think we ran probably almost 7 hours at the end there, but thank you guys for being here with us. Thank you to the players for giving us such beautiful plays so far. And of course, I think NTT, that's it for us.
Yeah, see ya guys tomorrow and maybe the next day for more IVA action. For now, I'm Entity. Beside me, Veronica. We're gonna be signing off. See ya.